Chapter 2696, The Star Forts FOO. You're really sure, Imo? This divine power alone is much stronger than any peak heaven ultimate gods. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently as he could feel the striking strength Imo had. However, this degree of power isn't enough. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold. Boom, a huge surge of golden divine power grew, and immediately turned into an endless sea of golden divine power. This golden divine power sea swept across and crazily impacted every direction. The huge hall they were at directly shattered under the impact as the golden divine power sea continued to expand. Imo humphed coldly when he saw that before he unleashed a huge amount of gray aura following a humming sound. Those gray auras were strands of lifeless auras, stagnant and spiritless. It was the death law Imo comprehended and mastered. The gray strands of air engulfed their surroundings and crazily collided with Jian Wushuang's golden divine power sea. In a short time, they were stuck in a complete stalemate as there was nothing they could do to each other. Your understanding of death law is extremely high to be able to block my golden divine power sea and prevent the golden prison's formation. How about this then? Jian Wushuang scoffed before a majestic sword essence exploded with a slight movement of his thoughts. The densely packed sword essence rushed straight into the skies and covered the entire territory in the blink of an eye. Jian Wushuang had opened up his perfect sword world that erupted completely before covering an entire area of 100,000 miles. Imo immediately displayed his principal world when he felt the shocking sword essence. His principal world was also of the profound achievement, but at first contact. Clatter, Imo's principal world was mercilessly crushed without any chance of struggling. In the blink of an eye, Imo's principal world had crumbled from the suppression. A huge suppression affected Imo, such that even his facial expression changed. How's that possible? He had no idea Jian Wushuang's sword world would be so strong. Both our principal worlds are of the profound achievement. My principal world had been extended to at least 50,000 miles, but there was no room for it to even struggle. Could his principal world possibly have already extended to 70,000 or even 80,000 miles? Imo mumbled. Imo suffered a great suppression effect due to the complete collapse of his principal world, causing his overall strength to be weakened. The death law powers coming from him were also weakened. It was originally comparable to Jian Wushuang's golden divine power sea, and was in a stalemate. At that moment, he was steadily being defeated and looked like it was going to completely disperse, allowing Jian Wushuang's golden prison to resume its formation once again. All of a sudden, boom! Another principal world exploded open. That principal world was much stronger than Imo's principal world. It directly rolled open and crazily impacted Jian Wushuang's sword world without being at a disadvantage. Jian Wushuang's expression changed. The other party's principal world must have reached the complete level for it to fight against his perfect, profound achievement sword world. Complete level principal world was the realization of ordinary, grand, ultimate God. Who's that? Jian Wushuang immediately looked over at the source where the principal world burst forth. A middle-aged man in green robes who gave off an extremely holy aura as though being placed under the sunlight shower could be seen walking over slowly. The middle-aged man had an extremely charming smile on his face that caused people to be captivated by it. Everybody present could not help but look over at him after his appearance. This person, Jian Wushuang secretly relaxed after taking a look at that green-robed, middle-aged man. Jian Wushuang originally thought he was a grand ultimate god since he was capable of creating a complete level principal world. There was a possibility a grand ultimate god from Starfort was personally there. What happened today would be slightly troublesome if that was the case. However, that green-robed middle-aged man emitted divine powers at the peak heaven ultimate god realm. However, For his understanding of principle to be so high when he's just a peak heaven, ultimate God only meant he would be extremely strong. Much stronger compared to Shermo. Shermo, I originally thought you can resolve this on your own based on your capabilities. Who knew I still had to personally take action in the end? The green-robed, middle-aged man smiled indifferently as he spoke in his gentle, yet prestigious voice. I don't want this, but Alliance Master Su Han is really strong, said Shermo with a bitter smile. The green-robed, middle-aged man slowly walked towards Shermo before turning his gaze towards Jian Wushuang without any emotions in his eyes. Su Han, allow me to introduce the person standing beside me. He's F.O. Wu from Star Fort. I wonder if you've heard about him. Shermo smiled coldly. Jian Wushuang did not react when the name F.O. Wu was introduced. However, Sheng Long and the Purple Dress House Master were surprised by it. Star Fort's F.O. Wu. Heavenly Buddha F.O. Wu. A huge wave of emotions convulsed through their hearts. The name F.O. Wu was extremely well known in the entire Danyang continent, and both of them had heard about him. Heavenly Buddha F.O. Wu was the preeminent figure, just second to the Star Fort Master. Although he was only a peak heaven ultimate god, it was rumored he managed to survive 1 or 2 moves even when met the ordinary primary level grand ultimate gods. Among the many peak heaven ultimate god experts in the entire Danyang continent, F.O. Wu was good enough to be in the top 10. It had to be mentioned that the Danyang continent had a vast territory with many forces having a peak heaven ultimate god overseeing ordinary third-rated forces. There were a huge number of heaven ultimate gods in those forces, and F.O. Wu's capability to be in the top 10 among peak heaven ultimate gods was not something any normal person could achieve. *T. The Corpse Palace invited F.O. Wu over. This F.O. Wu is rumored to be capable of wiping out a group of ordinary peak heaven ultimate gods by himself. Even if Su Han is willing to work with the two of us, we'll only be wiped out by F.O. Wu. Sheng Long and the Purple Dress House Master were at the brink of desperation. They were still hopeful if only 2 peak heaven ultimate gods from Starfort were sent there. There was a possibility of them walking out of the Corpse Palace if Su Han was sufficiently strong. However, they could not see any hope at that moment with F.O. Wu personally being there. F.O. Wu looked extremely composed even when he was being stared at by the crowd and condescendingly looked at Jian Wushuang. You're Su Han? I've previously heard about you from Shermo. It's really rare for a high-level heaven ultimate god to have such power. I can ensure a good future for you if you're willing to join our Star Fort. Chapter 2697. The Fight with F.O. Wu a Good Future? You people are just a second-rated force. What sort of good future will there be? Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently. You're F.O. Wu, right? I really want to see how capable you are that enables you to speak to me like that. The infernal crimson divine swords appeared in front of Jian Wushuang, one by one, with a total of 9 infernal crimson divine swords. These 9 infernal crimson divine swords merged, and a huge black divine sword came bursting through the reincarnation passage before traveling through the void and appeared in front of F.O. Wu in the blink of an eye. The black divine sword was incredibly strong, such that an ordinary peak heaven ultimate god would not dare look down at it when they see it. However, F.O. Wu smiled in disdain as a phantom sword figure formed with the wave of his hand and collided head-on with the black divine sword. As a result, the black divine sword was instantly sent flying outward. The entire sword was trembling crazily as though it was going to break apart. You're really quite strong. Jian Wushuang focused his sight. His reincarnation sword formation was very strong, valiant, and extremely powerful under his full force. However, F.O. Wu had yet to unveil his mystical weapon, but already could almost break the reincarnation sword formation with a phantom sword formed from his hand wave. There really were not many people who could achieve such strength among peak heaven ultimate gods. Show me whatever tricks you have up your sleeves, or you won't have your chance anymore. Fo Wu was still bathed under the sunshine and looked as though he was high above the rest in an extremely detached state. Jian Wushuang's body slightly trembled before activating the 7 stars secret technique. His divine power was raised to another level upon activating the 7 stars secret technique. At the same time, a layer of golden armor covered his body amidst surging golden lights that surrounded the entire sky. He had activated all the secret techniques he owned. The 7 stars secret technique, the 9 sparkle star armor golden armor chapter, and the divine god of punishment. Jian Wushuang softly yelled, "Let's try again." Hum! The black divine sword slightly trembled before bursting out once again. The difference being the black divine sword was much stronger than how it previously was. The 7 stars secret technique had improved his strength by an entire realm. The 9 sparkle star armor's golden armor chapter had raised his combat power by 3 times. The current Jian Wushuang was completely different from his previous self. Fo Wu waved his hand again when he saw the black divine sword once again headed over. A phantom sword swept over, just like what had happened moments ago. However, it was slightly brighter than the previous. Both parties collided once again and resulted in bang! The phantom sword directly dimmed down and exploded while the black divine sword continued traveling towards Fo Wu to carry out its attack. Fo Wu slightly frowned and directly attacked using his palm as a sword replacement. Clank! The enormous phantom sword almost separated the void into 2 halves. Clank! A loud metal collision sound was heard before the black divine sword was sent retreating in a shiver. However, Fo Wu's figure was also sent 2 steps backward. Fo Wu stabilized himself after stepping back 2 steps before looking at his slightly tingling palm with an indifferent smile. This is much more interesting. Fo Wu finally took his mystical weapon out. It was a crimson-red battle saber that looked as though it was burning in flames when they first laid eyes on it. Apart from that, Fo Wu's sacred aura skyrocketed as a huge red sun appeared behind him. That crimson-red sun was like the scorching sun rising in the morning that silently suspended behind Fo Wu. A red light appeared in Fo Wu's eyes as he raised his head. Boom! The frightening saber essence suddenly rose. The crimson-red battle saber suddenly took action. The blade directly fell downward. Just like the morning sun rising from the east, the red light shone and lit up the entire sky. Jian Wushuang had a serious look on his face. His overwhelming divine power surged outward as the black divine sword's strength rose once again before headed directly towards the sword with the speed of a meteor falling from the sky. Bang! The violent bang roared in the vast sky. It was as though 2 stars had crazily knocked into each other. The surrounding hall had already broken apart to the extent it had affected the huge buildings around it. Those buildings were also crushed into powder following the attack's aftermath. Many of Corpse Palace experts rose to the sky in fright and had already escaped to the distant void from the battlefield. They looked at that scene with widened eyes. Both Shenlong and the purple dress house master also retreated to the void nearby. Unfortunately, the 2 of them could not make any moves as Guemo and the other 2 Peak Heaven ultimate gods from Starfort were standing beside them, giving them no escaping chances. In the middle of the battlefield, whoosh! Jian Wushuang looked slightly dire. He had just escaped from a blast before a figure under the red sun's cover had come chasing after him. Fo Wu was holding his battle saber in one hand whilst his facial expression turned cold. A murderous hint appeared in his eyes. "Prepare to die!" Fo Wu yelled softly. The original young sun that had risen from the east turned into a scorching hot one in the blink of an eye and was burning the entire land. The saber light that swung from Fo Wu's hand had also completely spread out while carrying a raging fire. All the surrounding void turned into a sea of fire upon the appearance of the saber light. As for Jian Wushuang, he suffered the scariest attack amidst the fire. Boom! Endless power came surging from all sides and pushed against Jian Wushuang's body. Jian Wushuang was unable to withstand that degree of attack. He could only rely on his physical protective abilities and forcefully withstand the attack with his own body. Finally, the sea of fire slowly dispersed as heaven and earth calmed down. A humongous red sun was still behind Fo Wu as he stared at the void in front of him before a human figure slowly appeared. Fo Wu was doubtful when he first saw that figure before being surprised by it. In the end, all his emotions turned into disbelief. He might not have died, but why isn't he hurt at all? Fo Wu had indeed seen clearly that Jian Wushuang's divine body did not suffer any harm. He had double armors covering his body. The golden armor on the outer level had already crumbled, but his life armor did not suffer any major damages. His aura did not even suffer and weakened in the slight. Impossible! My attack just now had injured him. No matter how strong his physical protective abilities are, he can't be unharmed. Fo Wu stared at Jian Wushuang. He had no idea that Jian Wushuang had the perfect immortal body as a perfect chaotic creature. He would immediately recover from any wounds as long as his divine power was abundant. Jian Wushuang was wounded by the blow just moments ago. However, he recovered in an instant with divine power to the extent it looked as though nothing had happened to him. Fo Wu, I have to admit that you're really strong. Jian Wushuang stood in the void and had a cold look in his eyes as he looked toward Fo Wu. Chapter 2698. Sweep everything with one move. You're undoubtedly the strongest heaven ultimate god I've seen since stepping foot in the Danyang continent. Unfortunately, you're still unqualified to kill me. Not only that, but you also need to leave behind your life here today. Jian Wushuang's loud noise reverberated across the entire void. The experts, looking at the battle from the surrounding area, were completely amazed. This Su Han, Shenglong, and the purple dress house master also stared at Jian Wushuang with a hint of expectation in their eyes. On the other hand, Fo Wu had a cold gaze in his eyes. How can you shamelessly brag? Fo Wu once again carried out his attack with the battle saber at hand after shouting. Although he still had a humongous red sun behind him, the saber skill he just used felt like the setting sun. It had a sense of beauty under the autumn breeze. Jian Wushuang glanced at Fo Wu, and the 9 infernal crimson divine swords around him once again integrated into a huge black divine sword. This black divine sword once again came rushing outward with shocking power. This is useless. Although your sword formation is very strong, it's only a joke to me, yelled Fo Wu coldly. Really? Jian Wushuang only lightly smiled before raising his palm and pointed toward the void Fo Wu was located. Unlimited powers of space-time law came sweeping over with his finger pointing. Space-time divine technique. A finger-pointing heavenly technique. Fo Wu's figure paused in the middle of the void without any warnings. He remained in his attacking position with his saber with the humongous red sun still behind him. However, his actions had completely paused. The space-time paused. It was the A-finger-pointing heavenly technique. If Jian Wushuang performed that skill at his full capacity, nobody under the grand ultimate god realm could withstand his current strength, unless that person was an expert with an extremely high understanding of space-time law. Even Fo Wu could not do it. He was completely caught in the stagnation of space-time. The space-time stagnation only lasted for a short moment in less than the time for a person to blink. However, that amount of time was very crucial to experts. It could be seen that the black divine sword Jian Wushuang controlled was like a huge mountain-sized drill directly attacking Fo Wu's divine body without any obstructions. Fo Wu's space-time had just recovered to normal before he was immediately hit by that horrible attack. Even though his body managed to endure the attack, he immediately vomited a mouthful of blood at that moment as the front section of his divine body had sunken in. His figure was immediately thrown backward like a kite with broken strings. You haven't died from that attack? It looks like your physical protective abilities aren't weak. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently. Fear was written all over Wu's face as he finally stabilized himself. He could feel the wounds he had suffered were quite serious. However, what truly frightened him was the technique Jian Wushuang unleashed just moments ago. He had no idea what happened as the sword formation was some distance away from him before it suddenly knocked onto his divine body. He could not respond, nor had the time to block the attack. He was instantaneously wounded badly, which greatly damaged his true strength. What had happened? What skills did Su Han use? Wu was in shock. The unknown was always the most horrifying. He was horrified because he had no idea what Jian Wushuang did moments ago. After all, that attack had managed to wound him badly, and he would die if that happened 1 or 2 more times. However, the Black Divine sword once again came toward him under Jian Wushuang's control. Escape, I have to escape. I'll die if I don't escape. Those thoughts immediately appeared in Wu's heart and quickly took over his mind. It was his intuition that he achieved after experiencing many extreme battles and near-death escapades before achieving peak heaven ultimate God realm. He also deeply believed in his intuition. Therefore, he did not hesitate at that moment and immediately turned around before running backward at his fastest speed. He opted to escape. The last time he ran away was in a one-on-one battle due to coming across a grand ultimate god. However, he could only escape at that moment despite facing someone who was a realm lower than him. The people around them were stunned by that scene as they were observing the battle. However, Jian Wushuang was unwilling when he saw that Wu wanted to escape. Jian Wushuang could be seen raising his hand once again and pointed to the void where Wu with his finger. A finger-pointing heavenly technique. That technique required an extremely huge amount of divine power to activate it. An ordinary peak heaven ultimate god would not be able to use that technique for a second time after forcefully doing it the first time, even if they had quite a huge solid of divine power. However, Jian Wushuang was different as his divine power was as vast as an ocean. The divine power he used was not even 1/10 of his total powers, even when using that technique, enabling him to activate that technique several times in a battle. It was his second time activating the technique. At that moment, the same scene unfolded once again. Wu was once again paused in the middle of the void. He remained in his escaping posture with no changes to his terrified facial expression. He had completely paused there, while the Black Divine sword that kept following behind him was not affected at all. It once again attacked Wu like a flash of black lightning. At that moment, Wu's divine body could not persist any longer and started falling apart. How's this possible? His space-time had already returned to normal before Wu died. He saw that he was once again attacked and also noticed he was losing his vitality at a crazed speed. He had a horrifying expression on his face and a heart filled with disbelief. However, his life had been completely cut off in the end. Wu, the famous top 10 peak heaven ultimate gods in the Danyang continent and second only to the Starfort Master, was killed on the spot. A finger-pointing heavenly technique. This technique is really strong. Jian Wushuang exclaimed uncontrollably when he saw Wu was killed. Regardless of having a heaven ultimate god strength, even if that person could enter the top 10, top 5, or even top 3 positions in the Danyang continent, they would not be able to withstand that attack as long as that person was not good at the space-time law. He could wipe out 99% of those heaven ultimate gods with just that technique alone. Although Wu was very strong, he was not proficient at the space-time law and was therefore also included in the 99% range. Wu was killed within 2 moves without any chance of struggling. Jian Wushuang did not have time to use his many skills as a result. Jian Wushuang also exhaled softly after killing Wu before slowly looking over at the Corpse Palace and Star Fort's experts. Wu is dead. The rest of you are next. Chapter 2699. Time for our talk. The surrounding void was silent. The many experts, including Shur-Emo and Guamo from the Corpse Palace, the two Peak Heaven ultimate gods from the Star Fort, Shenglong and the Purple Dress House Master had widened eyes with disbelief written all over their faces. Dead? Fo Wu died? Fo Wu, the top 10 heaven ultimate gods in the Danyang continent, was killed by Su Han. They were slightly stunned as huge waves of emotions surged through the bottoms of their hearts. At the same time, they had deep doubts about the occurrence. What are those skills Su Han used just now? They could see the scene moments ago. They saw Jian Wushuang pointing from a distance, and Fo Wu rendered unable to move. His immobility had allowed Jian Wushuang to directly kill him. Such a scene had occurred twice, with Fo Wu heavily wounded the first and directly killed in the second time. However, they had no idea what skill Jian Wushuang had used. They also had no idea how Jian Wushuang managed to stop an extremely strong Peak Heaven ultimate god from moving in such a short amount of time. However, they knew that the technique Jian Wushuang used was horrifying. At that moment, Fo Wu is dead. All of you'll be next. Jian Wushuang's cold and emotionless voice could be heard echoing between heaven and earth. Corpse Palace experts' faces, including Shur-Emo and Guemo, immediately darkened. How could they block his attack if even Fo Wu could not withstand Jian Wushuang's techniques and was directly killed? Boom! The violent golden divine power sea once again surged as Jian Wushuang's aura seemed as though it had reached the heavens. His eyes looked at the Corpse Palace experts with a strong intent to kill. Attack together! Shur-Emo shouted as a huge amount of death, law, strength crazily burst outward. He wanted to gather the 4 Peak Heaven ultimate gods' powers and work together with Gumo and the 2-star Fort's Peak ultimate heaven gods to fight Jian Wushuang. Gumo and the other 2-star Fort's Peak Heaven ultimate gods also wanted to work together. However, Jian Wushuang pointed his finger again before the others could approach him. A finger-pointing, heavenly technique. It was the same technique, but he used it on Shur-Emo at that moment. Fo Wu had died, and the strongest person was none other than the Corpse Palace's Shur-Emo. Hence Jian Wushuang naturally focused on him first. Even Fo Wu could not withstand that a finger-pointing heavenly technique. Although Shur-Emo had a high understanding of the death law, his understanding was not on space-time law. The space-time he was located immediately froze with him altogether and rendered Shur-Emo immobile. Meanwhile, Jian Wushuang's body suddenly shook. His figure appeared in front of the frozen Shur-Emo as though he had teleported. He then waved his Blood Mountain sword. The sword was beautiful in a sad way. It was so beautiful that it could break a person's heart. There was even a hint of perplexity which caused people to be intoxicated by it. The surrounding experts in the voids were uncontrollably attracted by that sword light and soon intoxicated by it as it swept away. Although it was slightly uncomfortable, there was an endless aftertaste as though they had gotten drunk after having several drinks. The space-time sword technique's 7th form enchanted under the poignant and intoxicating sword technique. The frozen Shur-Emo did not have any capabilities to fight back and was instantly beheaded. 2 space-time blade was activated at the same time before smashing Shur-Emo's divine body into powder. Shur-Emo immediately died. Big brother! Guemo stopped moving after shrieking loudly. He glanced at Jian Wushuang coldly but turned to escape the next moment. He was not the only one, as even the 2-star Fort's Peak Heaven ultimate gods had also started escaping with a crazed attitude. They knew clearly that if Shur-Emo was still alive, they might have an opportunity to fight against Jian Wushuang if the 4 of them worked together. However, only 3 were left after Shur-Emo's instantaneous death. There was no room for them to fight back anymore. Therefore, they could only escape. They did not have the time to even care for the Corpse Palace. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold when he saw the 3 of them escape. He then pointed his finger again. Among the 2-star Fort's Peak Heaven ultimate gods, One of them was frozen on the spot without any warnings. Jian Wushuang's body slightly moved and easily killed the Peak Heaven Ultimate God. However, Guemo and the other Peak Heaven Ultimate God had already escaped beyond the range of Jian Wushuang's secret technique while he was killing the Peak Heaven Ultimate God. Jian Wushuang could no longer chase after them, so he could only let the two of them escape. Those two had managed to escape, but their location was the Corpse Palace, which meant that Guemo had completely given up his territory. As for the Corpse Palace experts, they attack once Jian Wushuang gave the order. Jian Wushuang had not given any orders. However, the Divine Sword Army commander Longshan could perceive huge changes in the Corpse City and knew there was a crazy battle between experts occurring. Hence, he directly attacked without waiting for Jian Wushuang's orders. Unfortunately, they still arrived late. They saw many Corpse Palace experts surrendering to Jian Wushuang when they arrived. That scene caused many Divine Sword Army soldiers to be flabbergasted as they wondered what had happened. It looked like their Alliance Master had wiped out the Corpse Palace from their observation. However, their Alliance Master was alone? Longshan, I'll hand these people in the Corpse Palace to you. In addition, send a message to ask Dong Shui and He Yan for personnel to take over the Corpse Palace's territory, said Jian Wushuang. Yes. Longshan nodded solemnly. Jian Wushuang turned his line of sight after speaking over toward Shenglong and the purple dress house master at the void beside them. It looks like it's time for our talk. Jian Wushuang smiled mysteriously. Chapter 2700. Subdued Shenglong and the purple dress house master were very worried. Initially, when they realized the real purpose of the Corpse Palace and knew that they were trapped in the situation, they hoped that Jian Wushuang would show his strength and join them to fight the Corpse Palace. Surprisingly, Jian Wushuang took care of Corpse Palace by himself. Jian Wushuang had beheaded the Corpse Palace master on the spot, as well as Fo Wu, who was invited by the Corpse Palace master. His strength was too terrifying. Both Shenglong and Purple Dress House Master were taken aback. Jian Wushuang's strength was so terrifying that it sent chills when they saw the weird smile on Jian Wushuang's face. Shenglong and the Purple Dress House Master immediately had a bad premonition. They also recalled something. Although the Corpse Palace had great ambitions to swallow all of the forces, at least the Corpse Palace was more sensible and had not taken the initiative to act on any of the forces before. However, the Sword Alliance was obviously more ambitious than Corpse Palace and with more sophisticated methods. The Sword Alliance had taken down 7 Absolute Palace and Bloodwater Gang one after another. It was a bloodbath. The Sword Alliance was going to bag Corpse Palace anytime soon. Would the Sword Alliance Master Su Han be willing to let the two of them, Shenglong and Purple Dress House Master, go? Alliance Master Su Han, thank you for your action today in stopping the Corpse Palace from carrying out their treacherous tricks and allowing the Divine Dragon Pavilion to be safe. I'll prepare a generous gift and send it personally to the Sword Alliance to express my deepest gratitude after the incident, said Shenglong. The Purple Dress House is also very thankful. The Purple Dress House will do our best to help if Alliance Master Su Han needs any help in the future, said the Purple Dress House Master. They dared not get on Jian Wushuang's wrong side and took the initiative to lower their pride in hopes that Jian Wushuang would let them go. Jian Wushuang sneered after hearing them out. I must say that the two of you are clever. You're going to be disappointed if you think that simply being thankful or a generous gift will settle the past bad blood between us. I'm not interested in listening to your words of gratitude and generous gifts. What I'm keen on are both your territories and experts. Shenglong and the Purple Dress House Master were startled. As I've said before, I've no opinion on Palace Master Gumo's proposal. That's exactly what I wanted to do, to be precise. I also want to bring the third-rated forces together and form a brand new force. The only difference is that the new force must be called the Sword Alliance with me as the absolute leader. Do you both have any opinions? Jian Wushuang smiled. Shenglong and the Purple Dress House Master were extremely furious but dared not refute. Jian Wushuang's purpose was obviously the same as the Corpse Palace, to take over the two forces. In addition, Jian Wushuang was obviously stronger than Corpse Palace. The situation seemed to like they had just painstakingly sent away a wolf, but ended up with a new and worse enemy, like a ferocious tiger. Why? Are the two unwilling? Jian Wushuang stared at the two in front of him with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. He need not do anything, as he believed the two people in front of him should understand their situation laid before them. The two of them had no choice at all. Xunglong and the purple dress house master indeed were looking helplessly at each other. Xunglong said after a while, "Alliance Master Su Han, what will happen to us after the Divine Dragon Pavilion and Purple Dress House Master merged into the Sword Alliance?" "Nothing will change, as it's just a simple integration. All the experts from both the pavilion and house will be given a position in the alliance based on their strength. Those with tyrannical strength can also join the Divine Sword Official Army. I'm sure all of them can be integrated into the Sword Alliance. As for the two of you," Jian Wushuang glanced at Xunglong and Purple Dress House Master, "you know that the overall strength of the Sword Alliance isn't weak, with me having the highest combat power at the peak heaven ultimate god realm. If both of you join the Sword Alliance, you'll only be under myself and my chief steward, who is also my maid. I plan to set up another battle hall in the Sword Alliance, such that only those above the high-level heaven ultimate gods could join. Both of you can choose to be part of it and become the leader of the battle hall, or you can join the Divine Sword Official Army and become a member of the Divine Sword Official Army. You will neither suffer nor be wronged in Sword Alliance, no matter which you choose, as your cultivation realm is obviously peak heaven ultimate god realm. Moreover, our Sword Alliance has sufficient resources. You'll get to enjoy more resources from the Sword Alliance every year the stronger you are," said Jian Wushuang. Xunglong and the Purple Dress House Master were moved after listening to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's offers were not great, but they dared not turn him down. "If this is the case, Divine Dragon Pavilion agrees to be part of the Sword Alliance and respect Master Su Han as our leader," said Xunglong. "Likewise with the Purple Dress House." The Purple Dress House Master nodded in agreement. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. "Alliance Master Su Han, Divine Dragon Pavilion has agreed to surrender. I'll return and summon all the experts to make the announcement," said Xunglong. "Hold on." Jian Wushuang waved his hand. "You only made a verbal agreement. Although the two of you have agreed now, there's no guarantee that you won't regret it when you return to your respective forces. I'll have wasted my efforts if that happened, won't I?" Xunglong and the Purple Dress House Master's expression sank. "Alliance Master Su Han, don't you believe us?" Xunglong asked in a low voice. "It's not that I don't believe the two of you, but there must be a surety. It's okay if the two of you leave now, but you have to let me leave an impression in your body without struggling." Jian Wushuang smiled. "Leave an impression?" Xunglong and Purple Dress House Master were shocked. An impression left in the body was equivalent to one's life being under the other party's control. One must never violate the other party's order from then on. Otherwise, the other party could kill them by manipulating the impression. It was a method to control the other party which was quite similar to soul control. The difference was that soul control would erase the subject's own consciousness and become absolutely loyal to the owner without any doubt. On the other hand, leaving an impression in the body would not have any effect on the subject's consciousness, thoughts, strength, or other areas. It was merely to control the subject by placing a stern reminder in the body. Hence, the subject dared not disobey the other party's orders. Although the method to leave an impression in the body was not as bad as soul control, it would still make the subject feel extremely anxious. Chapter 2701, Second-Rated Force, Alliance Master Su Han. Do you want the two of us to hand over our lives to you? Xunglong's expression was extremely ugly. That's right. Jian Wushuang nodded and grinned. Do you think that both your lives are still safe in your hands? Shenlong and the purple dress house master were both stupefied. At that instant, they were still standing safely on the spot. However, Jian Wushuang was right in front of them. He could easily kill both of them, even if he did not use any of his techniques to freeze space-time with his strength at that moment. Their life and death were indeed under Jian Wushuang's control. Let me leave an impression in your body, so I can release you without worries. I'll soon send someone to both of your territories to take over the sites and experts under your command before integrating both of your forces into Sword Alliance in a short time. The two of you will naturally be members of the highest order in Sword Alliance when that time comes. Jian Wushuang smiled. Although Shenlong and the purple dress house master were extremely unwilling, they had no choice but to agree to Jian Wushuang's request. The two immediately gave up on struggling and allowed Jian Wushuang to leave an impression in their bodies. Jian Wushuang could easily kill both of them at a fickle of his mind at that moment. Haha, welcome on joining my Sword Alliance. You can now go. Jian Wushuang smiled heartily. Shenlong sighed lightly with the purple dress house master before turning around and left. Jian Wushuang smiled even wider while he watched the two leave. I've earned so much from today's battle, murmured Jian Wushuang. The Banquet Corpse Palace, initially held to integrate the several forces, ended up benefiting the Sword Alliance in the end. The Corpse Palace was destroyed whilst the Divine Dragon Pavilion and Purple Dress House merged into the Sword Alliance. It was equivalent to the Sword Alliance devouring all three forces in one go. All their territories would then fall under Sword Alliance's control. Sword Alliance has controlled 4 cities after taking in the 7 Absolute Palace and Bloodwater Gang. Now, Sword Alliance will be controlling 9 cities altogether with the 3 new additions, especially when considering the Corpse Palace that controls 3 cities. Our scale is considered strong even among second-rated forces. As for the experts, although Corpse Palace was destroyed, Jian Wushuang had only killed one of the 2 highest-level palace masters of the Corpse Palace, while the other was chased away. Most of Corpse Palace's experts did not suffer any damage and joined the Sword Alliance for the benefits offered. As long as they could get their desired benefits from the Sword Alliance in the future, they would stay and contribute to the Sword Alliance's combat power. Jian Wushuang would very soon integrate both Divine Dragon Pavilion and Purple Dress House into Sword Alliance. Once the integration was completed, the Sword Alliance would have many heaven ultimate gods, many of which would be joining the Divine Sword Official Army to increase the scale and combat power of the Divine Sword Official Army. The Sword Alliance would then be no weaker than any second-rated force in terms of heaven ultimate gods' combat powers. As for the ultimate level of combatant powers, ordinary second-rated forces had several peak heaven ultimate gods. The Sword Alliance had Jian Wushuang himself, Shenlong, and the Purple Dress House Master. Among the 3 of them, Jian Wushuang was capable of handling a few peak heaven ultimate gods at one go. Therefore, the Sword Alliance was not weaker at the highest level of combat power and might even be stronger than the average second-rated forces. In other words, the current Sword Alliance was a second-rated force. Regardless of its scale or overall combat power, Sword Alliance would never be weaker than those average second-rated forces. Second-rated forces, Jian Wushuang's mouth curled up slightly. His goal was to expand the Sword Alliance to the point it could challenge the top forces. In that case, the Sword Alliance would be able to relieve some of Crimson Stonefort's pressure and allow Yin Suer more time and room to deal with Crimson Stonefort's internal problems of the several major factions. In addition, Jian Wushuang himself would have controlled a very strong force to help Yin Suer in solving the internal conflicts between those big factions. He had taken a big step toward his goal. He secretly sighed, but his expression soon became sullen once again. Although I won a great victory in this battle and my Sword Alliance has taken advantage of it, it has also brought a lot of troubles. The trouble was none other than the Star Fort. Although Star Fort was only a second-rated force, It was considered the ultimate expert among second-rate forces. Those forces were not to be trifled with. Although there are many experts within the Star Fort, the Sword Alliance's overall strength isn't any weaker once the Sword Alliance integrates the 3 new forces and includes the Divine Sword official army into the equation. In terms of peak heaven ultimate god combat powers, am now fearless with the A finger-pointing heavenly technique, as 90% of peak heaven ultimate gods aren't my match. However, the threat of the Star Fort Master is still too great, thought Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang did not care about the Star Fort's overall strength, including those top experts it possesses. The Sword Alliance would never become the underdog, even if the Star Fort was going to fight the Sword Alliance, once the 3 new additions joined the Sword Alliance. The only issue that made Jian Wushuang thread carefully was the Star Fort Master. The Star Fort Master was a true grand ultimate god. A peak heaven ultimate god was far incomparable to a grand ultimate god. As an example, Fo Wu's strength was extremely powerful and ranked in the top 10 among the many peak heaven ultimate gods in Danyang continent, but he was still far behind grand ultimate gods. The reason Jian Wushuang was able to kill Fo was based on a technique called a finger-pointing heavenly technique. But the trick only worked up to peak heaven ultimate gods and had no whatsoever effects on a grand ultimate god. Jian Wushuang was still unable to face a grand ultimate god in a battle, unless he could go one step further and make a breakthrough from peak earth ultimate god to heaven ultimate god. Fo Wu was worthy of his high status in the Star Fort, being second only to the Fort Master, with such an extremely extraordinary net worth. There were a total of 2,500 divine elixir pills in the interspatial ring he left behind. Meanwhile, one of the Corpse Palace Masters also had 900 divine elixir pills on hand, which added up to 3,400. There's so many divine elixir pills that it's sufficient to help me make a breakthrough and reach the heaven ultimate god realm. However, ITLL takes a certain amount of time for me to refine so many divine elixir pills. ITLL take at least 2 years, regardless of how I calculate. I'm afraid the Star Fort Master would have come up here in less than 2 years. Jian Wushuang frowned. If Jian Wushuang broke through and refined the divine elixir pills to reach the heaven ultimate god 2 years later, he would no longer need to be mindful of the Star Fort Master. The point was that the Star Fort Master might not give him so much time. Chapter 2702. Look for a helper. Fo Wu, whom I've killed, had a special position in Star Fort. It'll come the moment I receive news if him the Star Fort Master, and give the culprit no chance to plan for his escape. Don't mention about 2 years. The Star Fort Master might personally arrive within half a month, said Jian Wushuang secretly. It seemed impossible for him to achieve another breakthrough within half a month to the heaven ultimate god realm. There's absolutely no way. I guess I can only ask for help from Palace Keeper Sizhen. Jian Wushuang then took out a message token. Palace Keeper Sizhen. Jian Wushuang sent a message to Palace Keeper Sizhen. Palace Keeper Sizhen also quickly responded. Jian, are you sending me a message to ask about the sale of the royal blood gem? I've told you that it's not easy to handle the royal blood gem. Besides, the Fort Master has been busy working on this issue, but there's no definite news yet. You might have to wait longer, but you can tell me if you need more primordial stones. Palace Keeper Sizhen, I'm not here to ask about the royal blood gem. There's something I want to seek for your help. Jian Wushuang smiled. What's the matter? Palace Keeper Sizhen asked. Well, I urgently need the help of a grand ultimate god. I don't need him to fight for me. All I need is for him to stay within the force that I've created. Hell, just need to send the enemy away when someone comes and provokes me. I'll probably need his help for 2 years at most, said Jian Wushuang. You need a grand ultimate god helper. Palace Keeper Sizhen pondered momentarily, but he did not ask Jian Wushuang for the specific reason, and said, If you're looking for Grand Ultimate God, we have a few here in Crimson Stone Fort who are loyal to the Fort Master. I'm sure it can be arranged as long as the Fort Master orders one of them to offer their help to you for 2 years. However, you probably don't want to use the experts from Crimson Stone Fort, right? Yes, I still don't want people to know the force I've created is closely related to Crimson Stone Fort. Hence, I prefer a free and independent Grand Ultimate God to help me. Palace Keeper Sijen, you have many friends. Can you help me to get in touch with your contacts? Jian Wushuang asked. Well, I do know a few powerful Grand Ultimate Gods who aren't attached to any forces, as there are several within the Danyang continent. I think it's possible to ask them to be your helper for 2 years, but they'll probably ask for a very high amount of rewards in return, said Palace Keeper Sijen. I think there's always room for discussion as long as he can help me eliminate an immediate problem and doesn't ask for an outrageous amount in return, said Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang knew there was no free lunch in the world. He would have to pay a reasonable price if he wanted the help of a Grand Ultimate God. I'll help you ask around then, said Palace Keeper Sijen. Palace Keeper Sijen, could you please help me find one as soon as possible? I need one very urgently, as there may be a strong enemy coming at any time, pleaded Jian Wushuang. Don't worry, it won't take long. Palace Keeper Sijen smiled reassuringly. Palace Keeper Sijen indeed sent Jian Wushuang another message in less than half an hour. I've contacted a Grand Ultimate God. He doesn't have a name, but most people who know him call him Old Snake or Strange Old Snake. He's a very powerful, primary-level Grand Ultimate God and had promised to be your helper for 2 years. But he's asking for 1,000 divine elixir pills and 1 billion primordial stones in return. Palace Keeper Sijen said. The corner of Jian Wushuang's mouth twitched slightly. He indeed asked for a lot. Jian Wushuang exclaimed. 1,000 divine elixir pills and 1 billion primordial stones were far less than the treasures Jian Wushuang had previously obtained from Shurimo. It was indeed a high price to pay. However, he knew it was not easy to get help from those aloof Grand Ultimate Gods. It was worthwhile to pay 1,000 divine elixir pills and 1 billion primordial stones in exchange for a powerful primary-level Grand Ultimate God to be at his service for 2 years. Old Snake is asking for divine elixir pills only since primordial stones were of little use and were probably just a number to him. He had asked for 4,000 divine elixir pills, but I've persuaded him to go with the current arrangement. He agreed after considering the close-knitted relationship with myself and Crimson Stone Fort, explained Palace Keeper Sijen. Really? I should thank you then. Jian Wushuang smiled. You're welcome. I've already told him everything, and he's ready to make a move at any time. You may send me your location, and I'll ask him to immediately go look for you, added Palace Keeper Sijen. In that case, please ask him to come as soon as possible, said Jian Wushuang as he shared his location with Palace Keeper Sijen. Palace Keeper Sijen then helped Jian Wushuang to sort it out quickly. All Jian Wushuang had to do was wait quietly in Dragon City. During his waiting period, experts from Sword Alliance were busy integrating the 3 forces: Corpse Mansion, Divine Dragon Pavilion, and Purple Dress House. 5 days had passed in the blink of an eye. They were still busy with integrating those forces, but Old Snake had arrived. In a void not far from the Dragon City, a dark old man dressed in a black robe who had a triangular head pattern-skinned green snake on his shoulder stood quietly. The old man had concealed his divine power breath while giving people a feeling of tranquility and calmness. However, his gaze was extremely cold, like the pupils of the viper on his shoulder. Jian Yi. A pleasure to meet you, Old Snake. Jian Wushuang appeared in front of the old man and humbly paid obeisance while trying to study the other party. Are you the young guy named Jian you mentioned by Palace Keeper Sijen? The old man nonchalantly glanced at Jian Wushuang and immediately stretched out his hand. Give me my reward first. Jian Wushuang was startled. He would only pay a part for the deposit under normal circumstances, with the rest to be given after 2 years. However, Old Snake had demanded to be paid at the very beginning. Jian Wushuang felt that Old Snake would care about his identity as a grand ultimate god and would not eat his words. Moreover, he was Palace Keeper Si Zhen's friend. There should not be any problems with his credibility, so Jian Wushuang gave Old Snake the 1,000 divine elixir pills and 1 billion primordial stones. Jian Wushuang did not care too much about the 1 billion primordial stones, but 1,000 divine elixir pills were quite useful to him. However, he was not very far away from Heaven Ultimate God Realm. He had managed to obtain 3,400 divine elixir pills at one go earlier, but probably only needed 2,000 of them for his breakthrough. Hence it was still fairly easy for him to give away 1,000 divine elixir pills. Old Snake took the interspatial ring and made a rough calculation before nodding in approval. Chapter 2703 Heaven Ultimate God Breakthrough. I won't be taking the initiative in fighting for you according to Palace Keeper Si Zhen, but I'll stay with the force you've created for the next 2 years. If an enemy arrives and is within my capabilities to handle, I'll dismiss the enemy. However, I'll leave if the opponent is much stronger than me without returning these divine elixir pills and primordial stones, said Old Snake indifferently. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly and said, That's all right. Please come with me. Jian Wushuang immediately led Old Snake into Dragon City and arranged a place for his stay. Jian Wushuang then entered his secret chamber and began to cultivate in seclusion. There were a lot of divine elixir pills suspended in front of him in the secret chamber. The Star Fort Master is only a primary level, grand, ultimate god. Old Snake has probably discovered that I've gotten on the Star Fort Master's wrong side after arriving at the Sword Alliance. He should know that the Star Fort Master would probably be here to seek revenge, yet he didn't say or ask about anything. I guess he's confident that he can deal with the Star Fort Master. In that case, he'll focus on absorbing and refining these divine elixir pills and achieve a breakthrough as soon as possible. Let's start. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes and began to refine those divine elixir pills without hesitation. Time began to slowly pass. While Jian Wushuang was refining those divine elixir pills, inside the Star Fort Magnificent Hall, several figures gathered together, with Gu Mo being one of them. Gu Mo and Shurimo had joined Star Fort a long time ago, but did not announce to the public that they had created Corpse Palace just so a new second-rated force could be set up in a short period to enhance the Star Fort's overall strength, as they were planning to discreetly do so. Surprisingly, their long-awaited opportunity ended up becoming great assistance to Sword Alliance instead. In addition, Star Fort had suffered a heavy loss in the battle. I've received news that Su Han is currently cultivating in seclusion, said a middle-aged, red-haired man in a deep voice. That bastard is chilling after killing Fou and Shurimo. How dare he? He doesn't even see Star Fort as a threat. The eyes of the several Star Fort experts were burning with anger. Although he's now in seclusion, we found out that he had invited a mysterious expert to man the Sword Alliance. This mysterious expert has a triangular, head pattern-skinned, green snake on his shoulder. If I'm not mistaken, he must be the strange old snake of the Danyang continent, said the red-haired, middle-aged man again. Old Snake? Isn't he a grand ultimate god? Su Han invited a grand ultimate god to man his Sword Alliance. No wonder he dares to go into seclusion without worries. He has gotten help. All of those people present were just peak heaven ultimate gods and were rather knowledgeable. They had heard of Old Snake and knew he was a grand ultimate god they could not trifle with. Star Fort would not dare act rashly to seek revenge with Old Snake in town. Damn it! What the hell is the Sword Alliance's background? How can they get help from a grand ultimate god? A peak heaven ultimate god cursed in a low voice. Guemo solemnly said, I've long suspected there should be other forces secretly backing the Sword Alliance. Sword Alliance's rise is too fast. I'm sure it requires a lot of resources to support its growth. Likely, some forces are secretly supporting it. We initially thought their support was some relatively strong second-rated forces equivalent to Starfort, which was the reason we dared to fight against the Sword Alliance. Judging from the current situation, I'm afraid that the forces behind the Sword Alliance aren't just some second-rated force, but a first-rated one. The situation in the Danyang continent was complex, whereby it was normal for some powerful forces to secretly support the rise of new forces. However, a first-rate force would give support to the second-rated forces under normal circumstances and rarely support third-rated forces. It was why Guemo and the others subconsciously thought the Sword Alliance had support from some second-rated forces. However, they would never be able to invite Old Snake for help in such a short amount of time if that was the case. No matter who's behind the Sword Alliance, Starfort would never let them off so easily for killing my big brother, and even if they are the top guns. Guemo shouted sharply, Yes, never let them off. Several other people also nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the red-haired, middle-aged man was alerted. Everyone, the Fort Master has responded. Quick, tell us what the Fort Master says. Guemo immediately turned to the red-haired, middle-aged man. The Fort Master says that he knows about everything, but is currently going through a critical period, so he won't appear for the time being. However, he said it won't take long and would be out of seclusion at most around a year with his strength also greatly improved by then. Hell lead us to the Sword Alliance when the time comes. As for Old Snake, Fort Master may not be able to handle him now, but things will be different after the Fort Master completes his secluded cultivation. Old Snake alone won't be a threat to the Fort Master by then, said the red-haired, middle-aged man. Great! Guemo and the others' eyes lit up with hope. The Fort Master told us to hold on and not rush into taking revenge. He'll personally annihilate the Sword Alliance once he completes his secluded cultivation. The red-haired, middle-aged man continued. If this is the case, we shall then quietly wait. Guemo and others made a decision. Jian Wushuang thought the Starfort would gather their experts in the shortest possible time with the Starfort Master, personally leading them in attacking the Sword Alliance. He was prepared to fight the Starfort, but did not realize that the Starfort Master was also cultivating in seclusion. In addition, the Starfort Master happened to be at his most critical stage, which was why he could not make a move. Therefore, there was no movement from the Starfort for some time. As for the movement within the Sword Alliance, the three forces, Corpse Palace, Divine Dragon Pavilion, and Purple Dress House, had all been assimilated into the Sword Alliance. Many experts from the three forces had joined the Sword Alliance, with many even joined the Divine Sword Official Army. The strength of the Divine Sword Official Army had skyrocketed with those new additions. The entire Sword Alliance had become much stronger than before. Time was slowly passing by. Jian Wushuang, who stayed in the secret chamber, had been seizing the time to refine and absorb those divine elixir pills. Jian Wushuang was left with 2,400 divine elixir pills after 3,400 divine elixir pills were deducted with the 1,000 divine elixir pills given to Old Snake and needed 1 year and 6 months to refine all those 2,400 divine elixir pills. Once it was completed, his cultivation realm had made a breakthrough to the next realm as he anticipated. Chapter 2704. The Attack. I've reached the Heaven Ultimate God Realm. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes while in a state of ecstasy. The gap between Earth Ultimate God and Heaven Ultimate God was too huge. He was able to challenge those of a higher realm because he was a perfect, chaotic creature. It was almost impossible for an ordinary Earth Ultimate God cultivator to fight against a Heaven Ultimate God. Jian Wushuang had made a breakthrough from peak Earth Ultimate God Realm to primary level Heaven Ultimate God Realm, with his divine power undergoing some qualitative changes. His overall strength, as well as other great secret techniques he cultivated, had also instantly elevated to a whole new level with great improvements. He had achieved the 7 Stars Secret Techniques, 2nd volume, and he could not improve further on that. However, other techniques like the Divine God of Punishment, Primordial Void, Celestial Body, and even the 9 Sparkle Star Armor had improved. Jian Wushuang contained the surprise and happiness in him as he remained in the secret chamber to carry on sharpening his skills and secret techniques. Time continued to pass by. Another 3 months had passed by in a flash. In a secret chamber enshrouded by a large number of restrictive shields at the Star Fort, a middle-aged man with neat and black, short hair sat cross-legged. There was a special, star-shaped mark between his eyebrows which gave away an intimidating feel. The middle-aged man opened his eyes as the pupils in his deep eyes were seemingly doused in elation. "It's done. It's finally done." "Haha, how many years has it been? My level of law perception has stayed at this level for many years, and I haven't been able to achieve a breakthrough. I even thought I'll be stuck in this bottleneck for the rest of my life, but I've finally broken through this bottleneck." The middle-aged man laughed as his voice echoed throughout the secret chamber. His hand gripped tightly onto an old scroll. "I did it because of this. It's indeed a prized treasure from that place. I have only gotten it for 20 years, and it has helped me make a breakthrough in my law understanding bottleneck. I might even improve in my understanding of principles if I continue using this in meditation, and there might be a chance for me to achieve a breakthrough in my cultivation realm." The middle-aged man had his eyes riveted on the scroll. His mood soon calmed down. "I have broken through the bottleneck in law perception and improved on my strength. It's now time for me to seek revenge from the Sword Alliance." The middle-aged man's eyes turned cold as he immediately left the secret chamber. Many high-level experts from Star Fort gathered before him not long after he left the secret chamber. "Our pleasure to meet the Fort Master. Welcome back." Guemo and the remaining Peak Heaven Ultimate Gods from Star Fort respectfully paid obeisance. The middle-aged man was the Star Fort Master called FOE. FOE had a similar name to FO Wu, who was killed by Jian Wushuang. It was obvious those two had an unusually close relationship. It was indeed the truth. FOE and FO Wu were originally from the same organization. They were experts the organization cultivated since young, with their names were also given by that organization. However, the organization later encountered a powerful enemy and was destroyed. FOE and FO Wu managed to escape before joining forces and began to work together, gradually showing their talent in the Danyang continent. The two had jointly created the Star Fort. FOE was the Star Fort Master, while FO Wu handled all the operations within Star Fort. The two were like brothers who went through thick and thin. FOE naturally would not let the matter rest after his brother was killed. "Deliver my commands. Summon all the experts to come with me and wipe out the Sword Alliance," FOE ordered. The Star Fort experts were very excited to hear that. Soon, FOE personally led all the Star Fort high-level experts and headed straight for the Sword Alliance. Sword Alliance. In nearly 2 years, Corpse Palace, Divine Dragon Pavilion, and Purple Dress House had been completely assimilated into the Sword Alliance. The Sword Alliance's strength had also greatly improved. The Divine Sword Official Army had also expanded from 50 soldiers to 100 soldiers, with their combat power greatly increased. In addition, there were 3 great combat leaders at the highest level: Jian Wushuang, Shenglong, and Purple Dress House Master. Sword Alliance since then became a second-rated force and was recognized by all the other forces as a powerful second-rated force. The Sword Alliance had developed rapidly. However, today, A large number of Star Fort experts went all the way to Dragon City and stopped in the void before the huge black castle. Rumbling, their tyrannical aura permeated from the void above Dragon City from every direction. The Black Castle was the Sword Alliance's lair. A large number of Sword Alliance experts also rose instantly into the void after sensing the gush of tyrannical aura. At the same time, the Divine Sword Official Army that was made up of hundreds of Heaven Ultimate Gods also appeared uniformly in the void up above. The soldiers in the Divine Sword Official Army were carefully selected. They were extremely powerful among Heaven Ultimate Gods and worked well together with great tacit understanding. They stood together to form a military formation at that moment. Although they stood quietly in lines, their cold eyes were focusing on the Star Fort experts. These people look like an army. FOE also saw the many soldiers from the Divine Sword Official Army and was surprised. They're indeed an army. They're called the Divine Sword Official Army and were formed in a very short time by the leader at a great cost. According to the information we have, this Divine Sword Official Army currently has a total of 100 soldiers, with all of them at the Heaven Ultimate God's realm and knowing some military formations. Their combat prowess is particularly strong, said a red-haired middle-aged person next to FO. A mere second-rated force has formed an official army in a very short time. They must be really rich and powerful. I don't know which force is secretly supporting the Sword Alliance. FOE smiled coldly. Although I don't know who it is, today this Divine Sword Official Army is going to be mine. FOE had shown a great deal of interest in the Divine Sword Official Army. After all, even his Star Fort did not have enough resources to form such a high-quality army. In the void some distance away, the high-level experts from the Sword Alliance had also gathered together. There are so many people here. It seems the Star Fort is coming all out this time, thinking to destroy the Sword Alliance. Dong Shui gazed coldly at those people from the Star Fort. The Star Fort experts aren't terrifying. We're good enough to fight against those experts and have a great winning chance with the current combat prowess of the Divine Sword Official Army. The only issue is the genuine Grand Ultimate God Star Fort Master has also personally come forward. Longshan frowned. Xinglong and Purple Dress House Master felt a great deal of pressure coming from just FOE alone. Chapter 2705. Star Fort Master. Although there was a huge gap between the Earth Ultimate God Realm and Heaven Ultimate God Realm, some top geniuses could still challenge those at a higher realm. The difference between the Heaven Ultimate God Realm and the Grand Ultimate God Realm was even more outrageous. Under normal circumstances, even those extremely talented peak Heaven Ultimate God geniuses from Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could hardly fight against a Grand Ultimate God. The Star Fort Master alone could easily slaughter a large group of peak Heaven Ultimate Gods. Don't worry, Master has long expected this attack from the Star Fort Master, so he had prepared something before he went into seclusion. We shall just watch quietly. The Star Fort Master probably can't do anything to us, said Xiao Tixin. Several people around also nodded in agreement. It was indeed true, as not long after the Star Fort experts appeared in the void above the Black Castle, a dark-skinned old man dressed in black robes and carrying a triangular head, pattern-skinned green snake on his shoulder slowly appeared in the void above. FOE. Old Snake spoke coldly. Strange old Snake, you and I haven't seen each other for a while. Why do you have to intervene in today's matters? FOE stared coldly at Old Snake. I've agreed to the responsibility, of course, said Old Snake. I've promised Alliance Master Su-Han to guard the Sword Alliance for him for 2 years. 1 year and 9 months have passed, and we're currently counting down the last 3 months. You should come back in 3 months if you want to attack the Sword Alliance. Old Snake would leave after completing the agreement 3 months later and would not interfere in any of Sword Alliance's matters at that time. 3 months later, FOE's eyes were extremely cold. Su-Han killed my only brother. The enmity between us is irresolvable. If I wasn't going through a critical time previously and was unable to leave the secret chamber, I would have killed him a long time ago. You want me to wait another 3 months? Sorry, I can't even wait 1 day. Old Snake said, we have no choice in that case. I'm here to accept it if you want to make a move, but you ought to know my strength level. I'm afraid you won't be able to go past me. Really? The Buddha smiled strangely. Boom! The terrifying power of a grand, ultimate God spread across. The aura oppressed everything as F.O.E. flipped his hand and a golden spear appeared before he immediately fired his first shot. It was an earth-shattering attack by a grand, ultimate God expert. Old Snake was not afraid at all. He emanated a cold breath of aura which spread into the void before stepping forward to greet F.O.E.'s attacks. The two grand, ultimate God experts instantly fought head-on in the void. Bang! 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 A series of earth-shaking noises sounded along with extremely violent divine power every time it happened. The divine powers that spread to all corners were extremely powerful and were enough to easily tear a heaven ultimate God into pieces. It was hard to imagine the level of force at the fight's epicenter. Retreat, retreat quickly. Get out of here. Both the Sword Alliance and Star Fort's experts moved out of the battlefield, giving way to form a larger battlefield. All of them were standing on the very edge of the battlefield, staring at the battle between the two grand ultimate gods at the center. Xinglong exclaimed, strong, too strong. This is a battle between the two grand ultimate gods. I don't know who'll win in the end. The Star Fort Master has been famous for a long time and is extremely powerful. However, Alliance Master has invited Old Snake's assistance and is not someone to be trifled with either, said the purple dress house master. I've heard about strange Old Snake. He's a very terrifying Lone Ranger expert. In terms of strength, he's close to the peak among those primary level grand ultimate gods. His reputation is much greater than the Star Fort Master. I wonder how Alliance Master managed to invite him. In terms of fame, the Star Fort Master is not as famous as Old Snake. He's probably also slightly inferior in terms of strength. Several high-level experts from the Sword Alliance were talking. Suddenly, bang! There was a loud noise as a rather embarrassing figure was immediately sent retreating quite far back. Everyone looked on and noticed that person turned out to be the more famous Old Snake. How come? Several high-level experts from the Sword Alliance were surprised. Old Snake's expression became extremely solemn after regaining his footings. F.O.E., your strength has improved this much. Old Snake knew about the Star Fort Master F.O.E. and his strength well. F.O.E. was a primary level grand ultimate god and was quite powerful. But Old Snake thought that F.O.E. should be a little inferior as compared to himself. He fought against F.O.E. many years ago. At that time, F.O.E. was completely subdued by him with no chance to fight back. Time flew, and within 200 years, F.O.E.'s strength had undergone some tremendous changes. F.O.E. had not only gained the upper hand, but had also exerted a tremendous amount of pressure on Old Snake, making Old Snake unable to retaliate. Ha, Old Snake, I know you were in Sword Alliance a long time ago. Why will I be here if I didn't have a certain amount of confidence? If you know what's good for you, you should go away now. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape today, sneered F.O.E. How arrogant. Old Snake's gaze was icy cold as he strode forward and began attacking again. At that moment, Old Snake went all out with his strongest method. Boom, boom, boom. Several more bombarding sounds rang again during the confrontation as the triangular-shaped, head green patterned skin snake on Old Snake's shoulder shot out without warning. Its size grew in the void before turning into a monstrous python. The giant python opened its mouth and exposed its fangs before charging at F.O.E. F.O.E. shrank his pupils when he saw that. Go. The spear in FOE's hand suddenly soared with a stern shout, and a terrifying golden beam of light was discharged from the spear. The giant python, transformed from the triangular head, pattern-skinned green snake, had no chance to struggle and was instantly knocked out of the way. Even Old Snake's figure was shocked by the impact before letting out a muffled grunt as he retreated. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth after he regained his footing. "Ha, Old Snake, I was indeed not your match in the last battle, but my current strength has gone through a major breakthrough and has completely surpassed yours. You alone cannot stop me now. If you choose not to leave now, then you may stay here forever." FOE laughed as the aura in his body soared. He was indeed stronger than Old Snake. Chapter 2706. Jian Wuxuang out from seclusion. FOE is much better than last time. Old Snake isn't his match at all if they go one-on-one. Old Snake's eyes turned cold. He knew the Sword Alliance's enemy was Starfort, but was not bothered because the FOE from Starfort was previously not his opponent. He could easily dismiss FOE. As a result, FOE's strength was somewhat beyond his imagination. "Alliance Master Su Han, I'll leave right away if you don't show up," said Old Snake with his voice reverberating throughout the area. His voice had not only echoed in the surrounding void, but also spread to the black castle below into the secret chamber. In that secret chamber, Jian Wuxuang had been spending time in seclusion to improve his secret techniques. He was improving on the divine god of punishment technique and had yet to reach the very limits that he was capable of achieving. Old Snake's voice came to Jian Wuxuang's way. Jian Wuxuang was alerted and opened his eyes. He then immediately got out of seclusion. Boom! A powerful divine power breath was discharged from the black castle as Jian Wuxuang slowly walked out. All attention was on him as soon as he appeared. "It's the Alliance Master. The Alliance Master is finally out. Look at his divine power breath," someone exclaimed, and everyone soon noticed it too. Jian Wuxuang had achieved the Heaven Ultimate God realm, but his divine power breath was raised to a new level under the disguise of the Black Stone to the Peak Heaven Ultimate God realm. Peak Heaven Ultimate God. Alliance Master has made a breakthrough again. The Sword Alliance experts were overjoyed. Jian Wuxuang stepped forward and walked toward Old Snake. "Old Snake, are you all right?" Jian Wuxuang asked. "I'm fine, but FOE's strength is a little beyond what I imagined it to be." "I can't stop him alone," said Old Snake. Jian Wuxuang glanced at FOE and nodded. FOE's divine power breath was indeed amazing. Although he was only a primary level Grand Ultimate God, he was much more powerful than the average primary level Grand Ultimate God and was not far inferior to the King Scorpion whom Jian Wuxuang had previously met. King Scorpion was an outstanding primary level Grand Ultimate God and extremely strong among primary level Grand Ultimate Gods. He was able to compete against 3 other primary level Grand Ultimate Gods at the same time with his extraordinary strength. FOE was very close to the level of King Scorpion. Hence it came to no surprise that Old Snake was not his match. "Alliance Master Su Han, I heard that you previously can wipe out any Peak Heaven Ultimate God without breaking a sweat when you are only a high-level Heaven Ultimate God. Your combat prowess must have improved since you have reached the Peak Heaven Ultimate God realm. You should be able to fight against average primary level Grand Ultimate Gods. We might be able to handle FOE if we join forces," suggested Old Snake. "Join forces." Jian Wuxuang shook his head and smiled. "Old Snake, you don't have to intervene in this battle for the time being. Let me deal with FOE for now. Leave it to you single-handedly." Old Snake narrowed his eyes suspiciously and looked at Jian Wuxuang. Old Snake had always thought Jian Wuxuang was too arrogant. FOE was not what he used to be. His strength had reached the top amongst primary level Grand Ultimate Gods. Even though Old Snake thought they might have a chance to fight against FOE if he joined forces with Jian Wuxuang, the odds of winning were still not great. Old Snake was perplexed that Jian Wushuang refused to join forces. Does he think he could manage FOE single-handedly? Alliance Master Su Han, you have to think carefully. The strength of a grand ultimate god isn't as simple as what you think, said Old Snake coldly. He was merely giving a reminder, as the decision still lies in Jian Wushuang's hand. Don't worry, I'm quite confident. It won't be too late for you to join in if I fail. Jian Wushuang smiled. Old Snake accepted the arrangement. He was just a helper invited by Jian Wushuang at a high price. There was no friendship between him and Jian Wushuang. It had nothing to do with him, even if Jian Wushuang died and the Sword Alliance was destroyed. He could just leave. Jian Wushuang looked at FOE after making his decision. You are Su Han. FOE was also looking at Jian Wushuang with surging killing intent in his eyes. It's you who killed my only brother, FOE? It's me. If you want to avenge your brother, you can do it. However, I don't know if you have the capabilities. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. It's time for you to die. FOE did not hesitate as he mustered his terrifying grand ultimate god powers and sent it toward Jian Wushuang. He had also made another move with the golden spear in his hand as it gleamingly burst in bright golden lights. Many Star Fort experts had gathered together behind FOE and watched attentively. Guemo was among them. Su Han doesn't know what's good for him. How dare he compete with the Star Fort Master alone? Guemo sneered coldly. I have to admit that Su Han has good skills. He managed to kill FOE when he was a high-level heaven ultimate god. Now he has broken through to the peak heaven ultimate god realm. His combat power should be stronger. However, how can he even think of handling a grand ultimate god no matter how powerful he has become? That's really stupid. The gap between a heaven ultimate god and grand ultimate god is so huge. There's no way he can close that gap. Watch out. Su Han will be beheaded by the Fort Master soon, and will then immediately destroy the Sword Alliance. The Divine Sword Official Army will also become a part of Star Fort. The Star Fort experts had absolute confidence in FOE. FOE, with his significantly improved strength, was able to suppress Old Snake. How could a peak heaven ultimate god Su Han be his opponent? Jian Wushuang's eyes flickered with a sharp light while FOE was charging at him. Grand ultimate god. Jian Wushuang was excited. Although he had seen a powerful grand ultimate god in action before, it was the first time he fought against one. My strength was already extremely strong among peak heaven ultimate gods before the breakthrough. But my divine power has skyrocketed this time after making a breakthrough, while my overall strength has increased by leaps and bounds. The most important matter is the improvement I've achieved on my secret techniques. I should be able to fight against an ordinary, primary-level grand ultimate god. Let's find out whether I can beat FOE or not. Jian Wushuang stretched out his tongue and licked his lips. At the same time, he discharged a surge of golden divine power from his body. Chapter 2707. Battling a Grand Ultimate God Rumble. The vast golden divine power condensed behind Jian Wushuang as a huge and infinite golden god shadow with a height of 8,000 feet appeared in the blink of an eye. An 8,000 feet tall divine god of punishment. It's a pity that FOE came a little earlier. If he had given me more time, the divine god of punishment would be more than 8,000 feet tall, at least 9,000 feet or even exceed 10,000 feet and achieve the third level of the divine god of punishment. The power of this secret technique will then have a qualitative change, mumbled Jian Wushuang to himself. However, his 8,000 feet tall divine god of punishment was much stronger than his previous 5,000 feet tall. The huge golden god shadow formed was overlooking heaven and earth. Jian Wushuang then unleashed the seven-star secret technique and caused his divine power to skyrocket at an extremely terrifying speed. His divine power had already reached the peak heaven ultimate God realm under the black stone's disguise. However, his divine power had increased crazily once again and exceeded the heaven ultimate God realm in the blink of an eye. It ended up elevated to the grand ultimate God realm. Grand ultimate God. He has risen to the grand ultimate God realm. Those people who were watching the battle exclaimed, "So what if he's a grand ultimate God?" Fo did not take Jian Wushuang seriously and dashed forward. The tip of the golden long spear in his hand condensed at one point as a bright golden light suddenly burst out. Jian Wushuang gave a cold snort before taking a step and soon appeared in front of Fo. He then swept his blood mountain sword across. The movement seemed soundless and stirless, but space-time, heaven, and earth seemed to have completely overlapped. A unique sword shadow was fleeting amidst the overlapping. Space-time sword techniques, 6th form, overlapping shadow. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang as Jian Wushuang discharged his entire divine power. His sword shadow collided with Fo's golden light before frantically permeating terrifying powers. Fo's face sank. This kid has such amazing power. He's so tyrannical. Fo was quite surprised. He did not know that Jian Wushuang had relied on his perfect chaotic creature's physical ability, combined with the primordial void's celestial body to produce divine power at the level of a peak heaven ultimate god before making a breakthrough. After he had had a cultivation breakthrough and performed the 7 stars secret technique along with the divine god of punishment, all of that strength combined was definitely not weaker than the average primary level grand ultimate god. In fact, it could even be stronger. The reason they were evenly matched was only that Jian Wushuang's had performed the space-time sword technique against Fo's golden law. Among those 2 techniques, Fo's golden law was much stronger. Buzz! A slight sound of heaven breaking through could be heard as Fo narrowed his eyes and noticed the void next to him. A huge black divine sword had appeared at some point, like an awl that could drill through a mountain. It pierced through the void and shot toward Fo. It was so powerful that Fo dared not take it lightly. Retreat! Fo stepped back and slightly lifted his golden spear amidst moving before causing his spear tip and the black divine sword to crash into each other. The black divine sword was slightly shaken and thrown into the nearby void before Fo wielded the golden spear and swept it across in a special trajectory. Dazzling golden light flashed again and aimed at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was fearless as he swung his blood mountain sword in concert with the transmigration sword formation to fight against Fo. Clang! 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 There were incessant sounds of metal clashing with each clash accompanied by a pervading majestic force. Old Snake was watching from a void nearby and secretly groaned. Jian is powerful for someone that's only a peak heaven ultimate god. He's not weaker than the average primary level grand ultimate god. We could have handled Fo together had he joined hands with me, but now... Old Snake shook his head slightly. As expected, the golden spear in Fo's hand turned into a golden python in just a moment. It was swaying around and finally slammed against Jian Wushuang's blood mountain sword and sent Jian Wushuang flying into the air. At the same time, Fo sneered, "Your divine power isn't weak, but your understanding of the laws and principles is unfortunately too low. You can only dream of fighting against me with such strength level." Fo continued to attack and had completely displayed his true strength. He thrust his golden spear again and again. Every movement was mercurial and stronger than before. For a time, Jian Wushuang could only put on a defense mechanism and retreated while being completely suppressed by Fo. Jian Wushuang's face sank. "I'm no weaker than him in terms of divine power. In fact, I'm slightly better than him. I'm indeed a lot worse than him in terms of law and principle understanding." Jian Wushuang knew his shortcomings well. His true cultivation realm was only a primary level heaven ultimate god after all. He was merely relying on his special physical abilities and also his secret techniques to reach the divine power level he was displaying. In terms of law and principle understanding, he was considered extremely strong amongst the Heaven Ultimate Gods, as many peak Heaven Ultimate Gods were not as good as him. However, he was still lacking when compared to a genuine Grand Ultimate God. More so when he compared himself with FOE, whose strength had reached the peak of a primary level Grand Ultimate God. That was the reason Jian Wushuang was at an absolute disadvantage in the battle. The gap between our law and principle understanding is too large. I can only compensate for it with secret techniques. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. In the next moment, majestic divine power erupted from his body. The divine power was so pure that a layer of dark golden armor was formed over his body in the blink of an eye. The dark golden armor was exactly the 9 sparkle star armor. The difference being only a piece of golden armor was formed over his body when Jian Wushuang previously used it. The one he had on his body at that moment was dark golden in color. The dark golden armor was no longer the golden amour, but had become the precious armor, the 3rd level of 9 sparkle star armor, precious armor. The dark golden armor covered Jian Wushuang's entire body, which made him look even more intimidating, but his divine power had not changed in any way. However, the fact that his divine power had not improved did not mean his strength had not. Boom! The black divine sword, which resembled an awl that could drill through a mountain, once again shot out under Jian Wushuang's control and sent forth at FOE. It was still the Transmigration Sword Formation's 1st level, Heaven's Edge. FOE glanced at the black divine sword but did not fluster. He picked up his golden spear just like before and tried to cast the black divine sword away again. However, the result was Chapter 2708, The Vanquisher Clang. FOE felt a huge force coming his way as a low-impact, crashing noise resounded. The golden spear in his hand slightly changed its direction under the huge force, but the black divine sword continued to shoot at his head without losing any momentum. What? FOE was taken aback, but managed to immediately recover his senses. He abruptly retreated, withdrew his spear, and collided it again with the black divine sword before finally able to resist the black divine sword's attack. However, the huge force had forced him to miserably retreat. Why did his divine power suddenly increase by so much? FOE was shocked. He could feel the black divine sword's power was far more powerful than before. The 9 sparkle star armor was one of the 5 most powerful secret techniques of the 7 Stars Black Sect. The armor formed from the secret technique greatly enhanced the one strength once worn and fused with the cultivator. Jian Wushuang had previously cultivated only to the golden armor chapter level, which allowed him to increase his attacking power by 3 folds. On the other hand, the precious armor chapter could increase his attacking power by 6 folds. What exactly was the concept of 6 folds? Jian Wushuang's divine power was originally a bit stronger than FOE. However, his strength had crushed FOE after a 6-fold divine power increment. I'm no better than you in terms of understanding the laws and principles, but I know one thing's for sure. Brute force conquered all. Brute strength is all I need to annihilate everything. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold as he stared at FOE. Kill! The black divine sword formed by the Transmigration Sword Formation was sent out again with great power upon his loud commands. At the same time, Jian Wushuang's figure also moved at an astonishing speed with the space-time law strength's help. Boom! 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 The black divine sword charged again and again, while Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword was attacking fiercely. The motion was almost unrealistic, as it was a pure frenzied bombardment of power. It was such a brutal attack that exerted a great deal of pressure on FO. It's way too powerful. His power is way too powerful. Although he's not as great compared with a high-level Grand Ultimate God, He's much stronger than ordinary primary level grand ultimate gods. He had such a powerful force, brings despite being only a peak heaven ultimate god. Fighting him incites fear in me. How on earth can he be so strong? Foe was amazed. What Foe did not realize was that Jian Wushuang's divine power was not that powerful. He was at the primary level heaven ultimate god realm at that moment. Even with his perfect chaotic creature physique, his divine power had merely increased to the peak heaven ultimate god. It was simply his basic level of strength. The reason he was able to discharge a much stronger divine power was because of the secret techniques he had cultivated. The 7-star secret technique improved his cultivation realm by a realm. The divine god of punishment with the 8,000-foot-tall golden god shadow improved his divine power strength. The primordial void celestial body that he had completed to the 3rd scroll raised his divine body and power to a greater strength level. The most important part was the precious armor chapter in 9 Sparkle Star armor that boosted his power by 6-folds. All those had superimposed to create Jian Wushuang's outrageously powerful strength level. Foe had also realized that pure power could crush everything. Jian Wushuang's understanding of laws and principles was far inferior to Foe, but his power was so strong that Foe felt fearful when confronting Jian Wushuang. Foe could only use some petty actions and methods to indirectly attack Jian Wushuang, but its effects were minimal. As such, the state of battle had completely inverted with Jian Wushuang taking the absolute initiative and upper hand as he ruthlessly crushed everything and completely suppressed Foe. How did it turn out like this? The many experts who watched the battle around them were astonished. Those Star Fort experts' eyes especially widened, and they were almost unable to believe what they saw. Their fort master was a genuine grand ultimate god with his strength having skyrocketed since exiting from his seclusion. He could even suppress the famous old snake, but failed in Jian Wushuang's hands, who was merely a peak heaven ultimate god. An absolute crushing power. Jian Wushuang is merely a peak heaven ultimate god. How can his power be so outrageously horrifying? Old Snake was shocked. One on the battlefield. Boy, don't be presumptuous. Foe shouted as his divine power breath was raised to a new height in the next second. A bright golden light burst out from his divine body and turned it into gold. He became like a shining Buddha. The golden spear in his hand had also leveled up. It thrust fiercely and collided with Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword. As a result, both of them were sent backward by the momentum. Jian Wushuang regained his footing and stared at Foe, who had turned into a golden Buddha with his slightly narrowed eyes. No wonder he's able to suppress Old Snake. His strength is indeed impressive. His secret techniques are also very good, said Jian Wushuang secretly. Foe's face was extremely ugly. I've performed my strongest secret technique and best trump card. Yet he merely needed to use his sword to resist. It seems that we're equal in terms of strength. Such a scary power. It seems impossible for me to kill him and avenge my brother. In addition, that old snake is nearby. I'm afraid I'm not their match, even if I tried my best once they joined hands. I shall leave for now and continue improving my strength with that treasure's help. I'll be back to seek revenge when I'm confident of killing him once my understanding of law and principle improves, or when I've made a breakthrough in my cultivation realm. Foe, you made a decision. Boy, you're lucky this time. It'll make you pay for my brother's death sooner or later. Let's go. Foe gave a low cry and had decided to turn around to leave. You want to leave? What do you think the Sword Alliance is? Do you think you can come and go as you wish? Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold and sharp. His golden divine power instantly erupted and swept frenziedly toward Foe before blocking his path. Foe's face sank with a fit of strong vengeful anger. He had decided to retreat, but it was Su Han who was unwilling to let him go at that moment. Chapter 2709. Star Armor Domain Jian Wushuang and FO were separated by a certain distance in the void as they held each other with their gazes. Why? Are you thinking of making me stay here forever? FOE stared indignantly at Jian Wushuang. I do think so. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. FOE, I've just learned a powerful method not too long ago and never performed it in front of anyone. I guess I'll try it out on you today. FOE's pupils constricted in horror. Jian Wushuang's lips curled as dark golden light shone from the dark golden armor on his body and permeated in all directions with just a thought. It filled the entire place in the blink of an eye. This is a domain-type method. FOE's expression changed as he could tell the dark golden light covering the entire area was a domain-like method. Jian Wushuang was quietly feeling the dark golden domain's power. Is this the Star Armor domain? It looks good, but I don't know how powerful it is. Jian Wushuang murmured. Star Armor domain was a method that came with the 9 Sparkle Star Armor secret technique. It was the same as Prison of Punishment and Divine Extermination of Punishment that came along with the Divine God of Punishment. Jian Wushuang could only display the Star Armor domain method when achieving mastery over the Precious Armor chapter. Jian Wushuang had just cultivated the Precious Armor chapter of 9 Sparkle Star Armor not too long ago. Hence, the domain-type method was still new to him. He had then fully displayed the Star Armor domain. What can this domain do to me? FOE's divine body remained in a golden shade as he looked like a golden Buddha. He observed the dark, golden domain around him, but did not take it seriously. Let's give it a try. Jian Wushuang smiled before waving his hand. Star Armor domain, oppression. Rumbling. A terrifying oppressive force suddenly erupted from the dark, golden domain and exerted its effect on FOE. FOE was not bothered at first, but his face drastically changed when the domain began oppressing him. This domain is so powerful. FOE was horrified. FOE had no idea the Star Armor domain was from one of the 5 powerful secret techniques of the 7 Stars Black Sect, 9 Sparkle Star Armor. It was incomparable to any ordinary domain secret techniques. In addition, Jian Wushuang's divine power was extremely powerful at that time when he displayed the Star Armor domain, causing the oppressive force to be terrifying. FOE felt his divine body was strapped on with a heavy chain while his strength was greatly restricted. It was just the beginning. A large amount of golden divine power erupted from Jian Wushuang's body after unfolding the Star Armor domain. The divine power instantly turned into a vast golden divine power ocean that swept around in a frenzied manner. The golden divine power ocean also covered most parts of the void before a huge golden prison soon took shape. The golden prison was none other than the prison of punishment from the divine god of punishment. Not only did the prison of punishment form a golden prison and sealed the world, but a powerful domain power had also erupted from within the prison. The 2 domain-type methods, Prison of Punishment and Star Armor domain, overlapped. In the end, an appalling sword intent rose as Jian Wushuang displayed his 100,000 miles perfect sword world. Jian Wushuang's sword world did not give much of an oppressive effect on FOE as his sword world was still at the profound achievement level, whereas Grand Ultimate God FOE had a perfect principal world. However, the double domain-type oppression of Prison of Punishment and Star Armor domain were enough to make FOE cringed. My strength was suppressed by a good 40%. FOE opened his eyes wide in shock. It was true that his combat power was top tier even among primary level Grand Ultimate Gods, but with his strength being suppressed by a good 40% by the double domain-type oppressive method, he was only left with 60% of his strength. His combat prowess dropped sharply and was only able to display strength estimated to only be at the level of an ordinary primary level Grand Ultimate God. Even Strange Old Snake could easily subdue FOE with a single move under such circumstances. It was unfortunate that FOE was facing Jian Wushuang, who was much more powerful than strange old snake. FOE, I told you before that Sword Alliance isn't a place where people can come and go as they wish. You and your men should stay here forever since you've made the trip. Kill. Jian Wushuang shouted sternly, and the transmigration sword formation, suspended in the void, suddenly rose in power and shot out again. Its strength was extremely fast and powerful, and was indeed much stronger than before with the help of those domain-type methods. Rumbling, though the Black Divine Sword had not yet reached FOE, its terrifying power had been propagated and shocked FOE. FOE wanted to wield the golden spear in his hand and tried his best to resist the attack. However, Jian Wushuang, who stood in the void before FOE, slowly raised his palm and pointed his finger in FOE's direction at that critical moment. Space-time divine technique. A finger-pointing heavenly technique. Buzz. The vast power of space-time law permeated the space-time where FOE became completely stagnated without any warning. FOE stood frozen, unable to make the slightest movement, although Jian Wushuang had made a breakthrough in his cultivation realm. He did not make much improvement in the perception of space-time law, despite the power displayed when he executed that move was much stronger than before. It would not be a problem had he used the same move against a heaven ultimate god. But its effect was not the same against a genuine grand ultimate god, FOE. Therefore, FOE quickly recovered after falling into stagnation for a very short time. The Black Divine Sword was right in front of him when the space-time around FOE reverted to normal. FOE was stunned and immediately swung his spear to resist the sword attack. However, his speed was a little slower due to the double domain-type oppressive method that had restricted his strength. Although he managed to place his spear in front of him and block the Black Divine Sword, the spear was immediately crushed by the Black Divine Sword. The Black Divine Sword carried heaven-shattering power and bombarded FOE's divine body. Puff! FOE's divine body began to tremble violently before his body flew away like a cannonball after coughing out a big mouthful of blood. He had suffered heavy injuries. Not dead yet? Then let's do it again. The indifferent Jian Wushuang pointed his finger again. Buzz! The same trick occurred once again as the space-time around FOE fell into a state of temporary stagnation. The Black Divine Sword soon appeared in front of him again when he recovered. At that time, he no longer could swing his spear to resist the sword attack as his divine body was again bombarded by the Black Divine Sword. There was still a great deal of power that penetrated FOE's divine body despite the blow being weakened by FOE's defensive armor. The horrifying power then permeated through FOE's divine body with the impact shattering his internal organs, instantly cutting off his life. Chapter 2710. Invitation to join the Alliance. Is he finally dead? Jian Wushuang let out a sigh of relief when he saw FOE breathed his last. A smile finally appeared on his face. FOE was a genuine grand ultimate god expert and was extremely powerful among primary level grand ultimate gods. Jian Wushuang felt rather excited that he managed to kill and behead such a powerful grand ultimate god and concluded the battle at the same time. He was able to kill FOE by relying on various powerful secret techniques. As an example, the finger-pointing heavenly technique was not as effective when being used on a grand ultimate god because Jian Wushuang executed it while at the peak heaven ultimate god realm. But it could still create great opportunities for him to launch an attack. The double domain-type method, star armor domain, and prison of punishment were indeed extremely tyrannical. The only part he lacked was his understanding of the sword principle, which allowed him to perform the perfected profound achievement sword world. If Jian Wushuang had a higher understanding of the sword principle, he would be able to perform the 100,000 miles perfect sword world. The perfect sword world could easily crush FOE's principal world and deprived him of his capabilities to resist Jian Wushuang's attack, which would amount to triple domain oppression. FOE He might not be able to display any of his strength had there been triple domain oppression. My understanding of laws and principles is still too weak compared to a genuine grand ultimate God, murmured Jian Wushuang. Many experts at the voids nearby were watching the battle and became completely stunned regardless of whether those were from the Sword Alliance or the Star Fort. Their eyes were glued on the cold corpse. Fort Master. Is the Fort Master dead? Did Su Han really kill the Fort Master? The Star Fort experts were shocked and horrified. After Jian Wushuang took away all the treasures in FOE's interspatial ring, he set his gaze on the Star Fort experts as a cold smirk appeared on the corners of his mouth. Rumbling, the perfectly integrated, huge golden prison and star armor domain instantly enshrouded the Star Fort experts. Kill! Jian Wushuang commanded as his figure skimmed forward. Many Sword Alliance experts who were at the side were the fastest to react, especially the Divine Sword Army. The almost 100 heaven ultimate gods from the Divine Sword Army attacked the Star Fort experts under Long Shan's guidance after seeing Jian Wushuang taking action. Kill, kill! Haha, kill them all. Monstrous cries to kill resounded. The Star Fort experts panicked and were horrified. Escape, escape! Run! Fort Master is dead. We'll be dead if we don't make a run for it. The high-level Star Fort experts had come for the battle, with a large number of them at the scene. They were initially able to fight against the Divine Sword Army with their larger numbers, but they were stunned by Jian Wushuang's terrifying strength after seeing Jian Wushuang kill FOE on the spot and had lost their fighting spirit. The experts were frantically escaping, and so were their peak heaven ultimate gods, who were the fastest to escape. Escape, escape! Gumo's eyes turned red as he fled, overwhelmed by a wave of feelings. Su Han killed FO a little more than a year ago, and he killed the Fort Master, who had just improved tremendously in strength today. His progress is way too fast and scary. I need to quickly run away. The terrified Gumo had forgotten about his hatred for Jian Wushuang. He had forgotten how elder brother Mo had died in Jian Wushuang's hands. He no longer wanted to avenge his brother, but only to escape from Dragon City. The further the better. However, a phantom-like figure appeared in front of him just when he took his first few steps. It was Jian Wushuang. You! Guemo stared wide-eyed at Jian Wushuang. Hee, Palace Master Guemo. You should stay here. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and swung his Blood Mountain sword across. The horrified Guemo tried to resist the sword attack. However, the result was Jian Wushuang instantly defeated Gumo's divine weapon before cutting off his divine body. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and glanced around at the various battles occurring around him. Those who surrender can live, but kill those who resist or try to escape with no mercy. Jian Wushuang's magnificent voice reverberated across the void. Those Star Fort experts who were fleeing stopped in their tracks and surrendered after hearing Jian Wushuang's voice. Nearly 80% of the experts agreed to surrender. Only more than 20% of the recalcitrant experts, who were FOE's loyal followers, were subdued and killed by the Divine Sword Army. It did not take long for Dragon City to calm down again. Dong Xue had already begun to integrate the Star Fort experts into the Sword Alliance, with the next action was to collect the cities and territories under the Star Fort's control. The Star Fort Master had been beheaded, and many high-level officials were either also beheaded or surrendered to the Sword Alliance. The territories controlled by the Star Fort would naturally fall under the Sword Alliance. After the things were settled, Jian Wushuang approached Strange Old Snake. Alliance Master Su Han, congratulations on your great advancement. Strange Old Snake congratulated Jian Wushuang. Earlier, Strange Old Snake thought Jian Wushuang was arrogant when he refused to join hands with him and went solo ahead to a fierce battle against FOE. Surprisingly, Jian Wushuang managed to behead FOE. Strange Old Snake was extremely shocked and knew Jian Wushuang was much stronger than him, since Jian Wushuang managed to kill Fo, whose strength had surpassed himself. Therefore, he was no longer as cold as before when faced with Jian Wushuang again, and behaved rather humbly on the contrary. "All thanks to you, Strange Old Snake," said Jian Wushuang. "You're too humble, as I didn't do much." Strange Old Snake was embarrassed. He knew he did not help much. All he had done was just blocking Fo for a short moment in the beginning, but he failed miserably at even doing that. In the end, Jian Wushuang called the shots himself. "Anyway, I'm thankful you tried your best to stop Fo for a while." Jian Wushuang smiled. "Now that I've killed Fo, while many of the Starfort experts are willing to surrender to Sword Alliance, Sword Alliance can take over the Starfort's territories and swallow it completely. Starfort is originally a top second-rated force who aren't too far from first-rated forces. The overall strength of the Sword Alliance is now estimated to be comparable to some ordinary first-rated forces after Starfort has completely integrated into the Sword Alliance. The only area we're lacking is probably experts above the Grand Ultimate God Realm. Therefore, I'd like to invite you to join Sword Alliance. I wonder if you're willing to accept my invitation?" Chapter 2711. The First Elder. "You want me to join the Sword Alliance?" Strange Old Snake was surprised. Jian Wushuang looked at Strange Old Snake expectantly. Although Jian Wushuang's strength had completely surpassed Strange Old Snake, he needed more high-level combat power if Sword Alliance were to continue its expansion. Jian Wushuang could not rely on himself alone, so he had to find ways to recruit more experts. Strange Old Snake was very powerful even among primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods and naturally fell within Jian Wushuang's recruitment target. Strange Old Snake pondered for a moment and smiled. "I agree to join the Sword Alliance." Jian Wushuang was a little surprised as he knew a little about Strange Old Snake. Free-spirited Lone Rangers like Strange Old Snake would not easily join any forces. There were many first-rated forces in Danyang Continent, including some top forces that tried to win Strange Old Snake over, but he bluntly rejected the force's generous offers. Jian Wushuang did not have high expectations for Strange Old Snake to accept his invitation and only thought of just trying it out. Unexpectedly, Strange Old Snake agreed. He agreed with alacrity before Jian Wushuang even offered him anything. He made the decision quite hastily, didn't he? "Alliance Master, I'll never regret it since I've agreed to join Sword Alliance. I'll accept the tasks you assign to me from now on," said Strange Old Snake. Jian Wushuang felt even weirder to hear his reassurance and said, "In that case, you will be the first elder in Sword Alliance from today onwards." Strange Old Snake. "Your position is second only to me and has the same level as Sheener, our chief steward. Sword Alliance will try our best to get it for you should you need any resources in the future," explained Jian Wushuang. "Thank you, Alliance Master." Strange Old Snake nodded joyfully. Strange Old Snake was indeed a lone ranger, as Jian Wushuang said. He did not like to join any forces and preferred to be free. However, his personality was not the main factor that determined his behavior, but his extreme concern over the benefits he could gain. Benefits were more important than anything. He would join a force and perform any given tasks if the benefits offered were sufficiently attractive. The forces that previously sent out invitations to him offered attractive benefits, but those benefits did not appeal to him at all. In short, he was not impressed by their offers. On the other hand, the Sword Alliance was different. Jian Wushuang was different, to be precise. He saw Jian Wushuang's huge potential and bright future. There's no doubt that Jian is a real demon, a superior demon. I'm afraid that even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, which was known as a place where geniuses gathered in the 9 realms of Golden Crow, may not have such a super genius. At least I've never heard of one. Which peak heaven ultimate god in Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could kill a grand ultimate god? Strange old snake muttered to himself. The gap between heaven ultimate god and grand ultimate god was too big. The peak heaven ultimate god demonic genius in Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could probably compete with an ordinary primary level grand ultimate god, but that was about it. There was no chance of a peak heaven ultimate god demonic genius to defeat a primary level grand ultimate god. Strange old snake was surprised to see Jian Wushuang manage to mercilessly behead a top primary level grand ultimate god with his own eyes. Jian Wushuang's ability to go beyond his cultivation realm was truly terrifying. It was the reason that convinced strange old snake about Jian Wushuang's great potential, a potential so great that it was terrifying. In addition, Jian Wushuang was not only an exceptionally strong talent, but also very smart when taking action. In just 2 to 3 years, he managed to create such a large sword alliance to the point he could take over the Star Fort and become a first-rated force. I've always been very good at reading people. From what I see, Jian Yi is impeccable in terms of his talent, strength, and the way he carried out his actions. He also has a special relationship with Crimson Stone Fort. I'm sure he can do a lot of things in the Danyang continent within an extremely short time. He might even change the situation in the Danyang continent. I can even see Crimson Stone Saint's shadow in him. Strange old snake was extremely excited. The founder of Crimson Stone Fort. Crimson Stone Saint was the former ruler of the Danyang continent. Many years ago, Crimson Stone Fort rose to the top in an extremely short period with its influence spread across the region and finally occupied a great deal of Danyang, holy domain. Crimson Stone Saint was so prestigious at that time. Strange old snake had regretted being too weak with talents that did not appeal to Crimson Stone Saint, so he could not get a place in Crimson Stone Fort. Strange old snake could see Jian Wushuang would be the second Crimson Stone Saint. No, Jian Wushuang was even better than the Crimson Stone Saint. Strange old snake did not think it was a disadvantage for him to be under such a super genius leadership. Instead, he thought it was a huge advantage because he was the first grand ultimate god to be Jian Wushuang's follower. Jian Wushuang would then pay more attention to him, allowing him to reap greater benefits when Jian Wushuang rises rapidly in the future. Therefore, he did not need Jian Wushuang to promise him anything and agreed with alacrity when Jian Wushuang invited him to join the Sword Alliance. As for Jian Wushuang, he felt strange that strange old snake agreed too easily, but did not think much about it. After all, strange old snake could no longer threaten him whether he had any thoughts of doing so. Dragon City had completely quieted down along with those Star Fort experts. Once everything had quieted down, Jian Wushuang then instructed strange old snake to take the lead to set off with the Divine Sword Army and high-level Star Fort experts to lay claim over the Star Fort's territories. In the main hall of the Black Castle, Jian Wushuang was sitting there alone with an interspatial ring in his hand. The interspatial ring had been left behind by the deceased FOE. FOE was a genuine grand ultimate god expert and also the leader of a top second-rated force. Jian Wushuang was looking forward to what he could find inside FOE's interspatial ring. I hope you won't let me down. Jian Wushuang's eyes twinkled excitedly and began to check the ring's contents. He found countless treasures and various cultivation resources. There were more than 2 billion and nearing 3 billion primordial stones in the interspatial ring. In addition, there were many divine elixir pills. He was indeed a wealthy grand ultimate god as he had 4,000 divine elixir pills. Jian Wushuang grinned faintly. 4,000 divine elixir pills was a huge amount as he had yet to collect that many divine elixir pills even after destroying several third-rated forces. He had so many divine elixir pills because he was the leader of a top-tier second-rated force, as ordinary grand ultimate god would not have that many divine elixir pills. In the Danyang continent, it was already considered very good if an ordinary Grand Ultimate God had 1,000 divine elixir pills. Chapter 2712. A big surprise, for example. Strange Old Snake was an extremely powerful, primary level, Grand Ultimate God. However, he did not have many divine elixir pills. He had asked for 4,000 divine elixir pills when Palace Keeper Sijin contacted Strange Old Snake and asked him for help, which was a lot to ask for. After bargaining persistently, Palace Keeper Sijin offered Strange Old Snake 1,000 divine elixir pills and 2 billion primordial stones instead, which Strange Old Snake happily accepted. 1,000 divine elixir pills was a windfall for Strange Old Snake. On the other hand, there were some very poor, Grand Ultimate Gods in Danyan Continent. Scorpion King was one of them. Scorpion King knew of Jian Wushuang's identity when he first saw Jian Wushuang in northern Dark Star territory. He also knew Jian Wushuang needed a lot of divine elixir pills, so he gave Jian Wushuang all the 50 divine elixir pills he had. Scorpion King was ranked top among the primary level Grand Ultimate God and was even a little better than FOE, but he only had 50 divine elixir pills, showing how poor he was. Of course, his wealth was attributable to Yin Suer's difficult situation, as Scorpion King had contributed his resources, including nearly all of his divine elixir pills, to Yin Suer, which left him poor. Jian Wushuang was surprised to be able to bag 4,000 divine elixir pills from FOE's interspatial ring. After that, Jian Wushuang continued to dig into the various treasures in the interspatial ring. There were countless treasures in FOE's interspatial ring. Among them were many mystical weapons, secret techniques, and a myriad of elixir pills. Jian Wushuang was casually browsing through the treasures, and something lying alone in the corner of the interspatial ring suddenly caught Jian Wushuang's attention. That is, Jian Wushuang's eyes widened in astonishment and disbelief. He then flipped his hands, and the item appeared in front of him. It was an ancient scroll with an archaic feel. Jian Wushuang's heart shook at the sight of the ancient scroll. He was so familiar with the scroll because he had an exactly similar one with him. Wow! A similar scroll that he owned appeared on his other palm when Jian Wushuang waved his hand again. The two scrolls were identical such that even their spiritual aura was the same. Fengtian scroll! Jian Wushuang was shocked. It was a Fengtian scroll. Crimson Stone. Saint gave Jian Wushuang a Fengtian scroll in the saint's tomb. It was exactly due to the Fengtian scroll that Jian Wushuang had promised Crimson Stone Saint to help Yin Suer to relieve the tormenting situation afflicting her. Crimson Stone Saint said the Fengtian scroll was extremely precious and had paid a hefty price back then to obtain the scroll. However, Jian Wushuang had just taken out another Fengtian scroll from FOE's interspatial ring. Let's check if this is the Fengtian scroll. Jian Wushuang immediately opened the scroll while trying to control his excitement. A huge stellar map instantly appeared in front of him. There were light spots on the stellar map, like dazzling stars moving slowly. Jian Wushuang carefully meditated upon it and could feel the vast expanse of heaven and earth from the star map. This is indeed a real Fengtian scroll. Jian Wushuang was overjoyed. Fengtian scroll was a very rare treasure. Jian Wushuang had been relying on meditating upon the Fengtian scroll to improve his cultivation and was progressing at an astonishing speed. He heard from Crimson Stone Saint that there were many Fengtian scrolls, and each of them was extremely precious. It would be of great use to any cultivator if they were able to have 3 scrolls at once, even for one at the Undying Saint realm. Jian Wushuang had no idea what would happen if he obtained 3 Fengtian scrolls, but he was certain that even a single scroll had tremendous benefits. It was unexpected he would obtain a second Fengtian scroll from FOE's interspatial ring. How could this be? The Fengtian scroll is so precious that even Crimson Stone Saint was struggling to get only one of it. Yet FOE is just a primary level, Grand Ultimate God. How did he get his hands on it? Jian Wushuang was confused. Unfortunately, he could not find the answers because F.O.E. had passed away. Well, it doesn't matter how he got it. This Fengtian scroll is now mine. Adding in the one I previously obtained from Crimson Stone Saint, I now have 2 scrolls with me. Jian Wushuang's eyes gleamed excitedly. 1 scroll is already so useful. I wonder what will happen if I have 2 scrolls. Jian Wushuang was looking forward to finding it out. He then opened up both Fengtian scrolls at the same time with a wave of his hand. Instantly, 2 huge and wonderful star maps appeared concurrently in front of Jian Wushuang. Both star maps started merging into one in the blink of an eye, forming a more complete star map that covered a larger area. At the same time, the cosmic mystery within the star map became even more abstruse than before, such that its abstruseness had been multiplied by several folds. Jian Wushuang tried to understand the cosmic mysteries and tried to mediate upon the scrolls. He discovered his speed of gaining insights was several times faster than before. Jian Wushuang was stoked to make the discovery. The best thing about the Fengtian scroll was the cosmic mystery within. He could use it to improve his understanding of laws and sword principles at a faster pace using such a method. He had been doing that all along, and it helped him to improve his understanding of laws and sword principles at a rapid speed. In just a few decades, he had reached his current achievement. The progress of his meditation was already very fast. Could he possibly be even faster? How incredible would that be? The heaven and earth's laws, not to mention the sword principles, were deep and profound, which became more difficult as I progressed further. My current understanding of the laws and principles is still at peak heaven ultimate God level, and I already find it much harder than before. I've obtained the 2nd Fengtian scroll today, hence my speed of gaining insight will increase once again, and with that my progress will then. Jian Wushuang clasped his hands together tightly in excitement. Accumulation of divine power was not difficult for any cultivators, as it merely needed time. Some people with prominent and resourceful backgrounds could absorb and refine primordial stones or divine elixir pills to enhance their divine power. It might be easy to improve one's divine power, but increasing one's understanding of the laws and principles was not as easy. Many people were stuck at bottlenecks such that their progress remained stagnant for thousands of years at times, just like what F.O.E. had gone through before. The best way to make a breakthrough was using the Fengtian scroll. It was very important for Jian Wushuang to improve his understanding of the laws and principles. Chapter 27:13. Famous across Danyang, I managed to kill F.O.E. in the battle because of my various strong secret techniques. However, I'm far behind him when it comes down to understanding laws and principles. This is also my most urgent issue. This 2nd Fengtian scroll had appeared just in time. Jian Wushuang tightened his fists. His strength could only rise in an unscrupulous manner with his understanding of laws and sword principle leading the way. Let me start meditating on it. Jian Wushuang soon calmed down and started meditating with both Fengtian scrolls. Old Snake was leading the Divine Sword Army to take over all the territory Star Fort previously controlled as Jian Wushuang was meditating. Some of the Star Fort's upper management surrendered. On the other hand, those who did not were killed. Hence the remaining people dared not fight back, allowing the Sword Alliance to take over all of Star Fort's territories with ease. However, Star Fort was one of the top second-rated forces and quite famous in the Danyang continent. The news about F.O.E.'s death and Star Fort being taken over shook the entire Danyang continent. Su Han's name had also spread across the entire Danyang continent. Everybody soon learned about how Su Han had the combat prowess of a grand ultimate god despite being a mere peak heaven ultimate god. Apart from that, he even killed Star Fort Master F.O.E. Su Han was known as both a genius and devilish. The name Su Han had gained a reputation across the Danyang continent. Apart from that, the Sword Alliance had gained the attention of various forces in the Danyang continent as it had caused a sensation in that area. The Sword Alliance was a strong force after all. They had spent a huge amount of resources to form the highly competitive divine sword army on top of having taken over Starfort and the addition of the grand ultimate god, Old Snake. There was a huge possibility for the Sword Alliance to become a first-rate force after taking over all the territories belonging to Starfort. Although there were many second-rated and third-rated forces on the Danyang continent, there were not many first-rated forces. At a huge hall of the Nanwu Palace, a burly middle-aged man wearing a loose and luxurious robe sat on a throne with a serious expression on his face. His fingers were lightly tapping the armchair. The burly middle-aged man was the palace master of the Nanwu Palace and also the publicly recognized first-ranked expert on Danyang continent. Su Han of the Sword Alliance? I wonder where this Su Han came from, as he has some useful methods. The Sword Alliance had only been formed for merely 2 to 3 years, and they're now turning into a first-rated force since they had already taken over Starfort? The burly middle-aged man had a cold expression on his face. Although the Sword Alliance developed so speedily, they're still quite far away from becoming a first-rated force and aren't a threat to my Nanwu Palace. So there's no need to bother them right now. What's urgent to Nanwu Palace right now is still the Crimson Stone Fort. The moment Crimson Stone Fort was mentioned, the burly middle-aged man's expression was not the only one turning cold. The expressions of the Nanwu Palace experts sitting at the bottom also had the same expression. The Crimson Stone Fort has been aloof for too long. Even though they've declined right now and aren't as strong as they used to be, a starved camel is bigger than a horse. Our Nanwu Palace still can't contend head-on with them. The burly middle-aged man understood that fact clearly. The Crimson Stone Fort was still very strong despite having declined. The Crimson Stone Fort seemed helpless because they were made up of many factions with non-stop internal fights. The fact remains that Crimson Stone Fort's power at that moment was still much stronger than the Nanwu Palace. Our Nanwu Palace has a tactical understanding with the Divine Demon Sect, Life and Death Tower, and Dongfang Clan. What we need to do right now is to recuperate and build our strength. At the same time, we need to try our best to maintain the situation of the Danyang continent so that the continent's balance is kept. We shall then wait as the Crimson Stone Fort's strength constantly weakens, following their internal factions, continuous fights. Based on the current situation, the Crimson Stone Fort will be weakened to an extremely low point within a couple of 100 years. Our opportunity will arrive by then. The Nanwu Palace experts' facial expressions had also changed. It was true that Nanwu Palace and the other top-rated forces hoped to see the Crimson Stone Fort continue their internal struggles, as they had never been affected, hence had been recuperating and building up their strength. Although the Sword Alliance is developing so speedily right now, they're still unable to affect the current situation or break the balance of Danyang continent right now. Therefore, we don't need to pay much attention to them. This Sword Alliance Master Su Han is really a terrific genius. We can send somebody to contact him and learn about his background, and if it's possible, ask him to join the Nanwu Palace, ordered the burly middle-aged man. Yes, Palace Master. The experts from the Nanwu Palace nodded solemnly. In the Divine Demon Sect, their sect master was also standing in a grand hall. Sword Alliance. They can't be considered as a first-rate force at this moment, so they aren't qualified enough to get my attention. As long as this force doesn't continue to cause any huge problems, there's no need to pay much attention to them. Let's directly destroy it when they threaten to destroy the Danyang continent's balance. Every power force on the Danyang continent, including those top forces, had learned about the Sword Alliance's existence and heard of Su Han's name. However, those top forces did not pay much attention to them. The Danyang continent was a huge piece of land, and the situation was very complicated while there were also all sorts of forces. It was very normal for forces to rise and fall. The force that was being taken over was only a second-rated force, and not even considered first-rate. Therefore, it did not affect the entire situation in the Danyang continent much. It was almost impossible for Jian Wushuang to break Danyang continent's balance, and caused the continent to enter into a complete mess solely with that incident. All the top forces had not put much importance on him at that moment, nor did they have the time to pay much attention to him. However, that was what Jian Wushuang wanted. At the same time, a thin elder suddenly opened his eyes in a dark hall. FOE was killed by somebody. The Sword Alliance's Su Han. The thin elder had just received news about that, but immediately frowned. The item that once belonged to FOE will land into Su Han's hand upon his death. I don't think Su Han has any idea what that item is, nor will he know about its uses, right? That'll be quite troublesome. The thin elder was still deep in his thoughts when his expression suddenly changed as several messages were transmitted to him. The thin elder took the message token out and glanced at it before smiling helplessly. Those elders really know how to divert their responsibilities away and directly pass this troublesome matter to me. However, what can I do when those people are much stronger than me? All right, I shall personally go and meet Alliance Master Su Han. The thin elder soon made a move after softly sighing. Chapter 2714. A visit Star Fort had been completely taken over by the Sword Alliance. There was some trouble during the annexation process, as the Star Fort had such a big territory, which attracted the interest of many forces. However, those who coveted the territories were some second-rated forces, with none from first-rate. Therefore, there was no need for Jian Wushuang to take action toward those second-rated forces. The Divine Sword Army under Old Snake's leadership was sufficient to easily get rid of them. Most second-rated forces did not have a grand ultimate god who personally attended to them after all. Jian Wushuang gradually calmed down after taking over Star Fort. He needed some time to slowly digest and increase his strength. Dragon City was still the Sword Alliance's lair. A thin elder had already appeared in the void above the Dragon City. The Sword Alliance Master is in that city. The thin elder looked at the huge, black-colored fort from above the void as he slowly descended downward with an indifferent smile on his face. The thin elder was stopped by several guards at the fort's entrance as soon as he arrived. Please send somebody to announce that the Devilish Wind King is here to pay Alliance Master Su Han a visit. The thin elder smiled while exposing his divine power. The guards at the entrance were shocked when they felt his wave of divine power. "Mister, please hold on as we immediately go in and make the announcement." One of the guards immediately entered to make the report. In the secret chamber, Jian Wushuang had been sitting there with both Fengtian scrolls opened in front of him. His meditating speed was much faster compared to previously, as he borrowed both Fengtian scrolls during his meditation. My understanding towards the first stage transmigration law has reached an exceptional state since long ago, and am only one step away from the second stage. However, after meditating with both Fengtian scrolls during this period, I feel I'll be able to achieve the second level transmigration law soon, mumbled Jian Wushuang as he was secretly happy about this. At this moment, Master, Xiao Taixin's voice could be heard from outside the secret chamber and interrupted Jian Wushuang's meditation. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes and looked towards the door. "Shiner, what is it?" "Master, somebody who addresses himself as Devilish Wind King is asking to meet you. Apart from that, he seems to be a grand ultimate god from the divine power he revealed," said Xiao Taixin. Jian Wushuang's facial expression changed as he realized Xiao Taixin's reason for interrupting him while he was meditating in retreat. It turns out a grand ultimate god was there to personally visit him. Devilish Wind King. Jian Wushuang squinted slightly as he had never heard of that name. However, Old Snake should know who that was. Jian Wushuang immediately sent a message to Old Snake. Jian Wushuang had previously ordered Old Snake to lead the Divine Sword Army and take over Star Fort. Although Star Fort had been taken over at that moment, their territories were not completely under the Sword Alliance's control, yet, hence Old Snake had remained there. Old Snake quickly responded after receiving Jian Wushuang's message. Devilish Wind King? I know about him and had once interacted with him. He's also a primary level grand ultimate god whose power can only be considered common among primary level grand ultimate gods. However, he's very cunning and good at preserving his own life. The Devilish Wind King can be considered one of the hardest to deal with among the lone experts that travel in the Danyang continent. Really? Jian Wushuang's facial expression changed. He realized from Old Snake's words that the Devilish Wind King could be considered a representative character. However, he had no idea why the Devilish Wind King visited him. Jian Wushuang definitely could not turn away the Grand Ultimate King who personally visited him, so he immediately asked Xiao Tiexin to invite the Devilish Wind King into the fort. Jian Wushuang finally met the Devilish Wind King in the Grand Hall. Haha. Greetings, Alliance Master Su Han. Nice to meet you. The Devilish Wind King was very humble when he met Jian Wushuang and even lowered his stance. Devilish Wind King, you're being too courteous. Please take a seat. Jian Wushuang waved his hand to gesture for Xiao Tiexin and the others to leave. Soon, only both Jian Wushuang and Devilish Wind King were left in the hall. I wonder why you're personally here. Jian Wushuang went straight to the point and asked, I'm here for a reason. It has something to do with FOE, said the Devilish Wind King. FOE. Jian Wushuang slightly squinted. Don't worry, Alliance Master Su Han. I don't have any relationship with FOE, so I won't cause any trouble to the Sword Alliance due to his death. Apart from that, I won't be able to either while you're here, even if I wanted. The Devilish Wind King had a gentle smile on his face. Frankly speaking, I'm here for a special item in FOE's interspatial ring. Special item? Jian Wushuang was shocked. He subconsciously thought about the Fengtian scroll. However, the Devilish Wind King continued, Alliance Master Su Han, you'll naturally take over FOE's interspatial ring since you've killed him. I'm sure you've checked the ring in detail, but I'm afraid you've missed something extremely special in the interspatial ring. What is it? Jian Wushuang asked without reacting much. It's a common-looking, small-sized, broken black sword, said the Devilish Wind King. A broken black sword. Jian Wushuang relaxed slightly. He originally thought the Devilish Wind King was there because of the Fengtian scroll. However, it looked like it was not the case. Jian Wushuang immediately started looking for the broken black sword mentioned by the Devilish Wind King in FOE's interspatial ring and found it within minutes. A broken black sword the size of his palm appeared in his palm with a flip of his hand. Devilish Wind King, is this the broken sword you mentioned? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, this is it. The Devilish Wind King's eyes burned with passion while being fixated on the broken black sword. Jian Wushuang also noticed his burning interest in the sword. However, he was puzzled at the bottom of his heart. He also noticed that broken black sword when he took a look in FOE's interspatial ring, but did not care much about it because there was nothing special about that broken sword. He even felt it was just a common item. He might not have taken that broken sword as something precious if the Devilish Wind King had not come to visit him and might have gotten rid of the broken sword together with the huge amount of supplies he had. Devilish Wind King, what's so special about this broken black sword? Jian Wushuang asked. The Devilish Wind King took a deep inhale and said with a smile, Alliance Master Su Han, this broken sword is not a precious item as it's only made of common materials. Those who don't know its true profound mystery will take it as a common item and dispose of it. However, this broken sword has a significant meaning. The reason is that it's an entry token to a secret realm. Chapter 2715. Token of the Secret Realm. An entry token to the secret realm? Jian Wushuang was stunned. There were two types of secret realms. One of them was a naturally formed cosmic secret realm that normally had free spirits living in them and was considered a small world. These secret realms were mostly extraordinarily valuable because these cosmic secret realms contain different elements compared to the ancient God domain. The appearance of a cosmic secret realm as such would draw the attention of many experts. The other type of secret realm was those created by cultivators. Just like in his past life, there were many secret realms created by cultivators when Jian Wushuang was in the eternal, chaotic world. However, there were no will of heavenly way in the eternal, chaotic world, allowing the opening up of secret realms there to be extremely easy. However, it was different in the ancient God domain. The ancient God domain was controlled by the will of heavenly way, and the space was extremely stable. There was a huge requirement toward a person's strength to open a secret realm under such circumstances. At the very least, normal cultivators such as ultimate gods could not do that. Even an undying saint was not capable of doing so, but there were still some possibilities for those top-notched or strongest undying saints. The secret realm that Devilish Wind King mentioned needed an entry token falls to the second type, which was created by cultivators. A secret realm created by cultivators was extremely valuable. The person who created the secret realm might have left many blessings and precious items inside the secret realm. Such a secret realm was extremely attractive to cultivators. Devilish Wind King, you're saying this broken sword is a token to enter a secret realm? Jian Wushuang stared at the Devilish Wind King. Yes, this secret realm has never been disclosed, and almost nobody knew about it. The secret realm contains all sorts of blessings, with most of them being well preserved, said the Devilish Wind King. Most of them being well preserved? Does this mean that a part of the blessings has been obtained by others? Somebody had previously entered the secret realm? Jian Wushuang could not help but frown. Somebody had entered the realm. Otherwise, how will I know that this broken sword is the token to the secret realm? The Devilish Wind King smiled and continued speaking. In truth, this broken black sword is the token of the secret realm, but it's not the only token, as there are 6 pieces, with this being one of the pieces that form a long sword. I also have one of the pieces with me. The Devilish Wind King also took a similar broken black sword out with a flip of his hand. Jian Wushuang's facial expression darkened when he saw the broken black sword in Devilish Wind King's hand. This is nothing, as the token to the secret realm was a complete divine sword. I'm the one who initially obtained it, said the Devilish Wind King with a smile. You're the one who obtained it. Jian Wushuang's facial expression changed. Although I've obtained the complete token and found the secret realm based on the token's guidance, the secret realm was extremely dangerous, while I'm just an ordinary primary level grand ultimate god, so I did not manage to travel far before directly retreated and later on gathered a group of not many helpers. I only gathered 5 grand ultimate gods, and the 6 of us once again entered the secret realm to explore the place. The 6 of us worked together this time and managed to obtain some rewards from the secret realm, said the Devilish Wind King with a smile. FOE is one of your helpers? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, he's one of the helpers I've employed and who also obtained a precious item from the secret realm. It seemed to be a special scroll, but I have no idea what use is that scroll. As for the others, they've gotten something for themselves too, said the Devilish Wind King. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He finally knew the reason he owned a Fengtian scroll. It turns out he gained them from a special secret realm. That secret realm was created by a super expert and seemed to contain all sorts of precious items that one had the opportunity to obtain inside the realm to the extent it seemed normal for FOE to get his hands on 1 or 2 Fengtian scrolls. What happened then? Jian Wushuang looked at the Devilish Wind King. The 6 of us originally went on an adventure together. However, we met with an extremely dangerous situation before we reached the secret realm's internal area, and the 6 of us could only escape. In the end, all 6 of us had a difficult time leaving the place and were badly wounded. We were in bad shape after leaving the secret realm, hence, we did not enter the place again. Instead, we made a promise to re-enter this realm again after 50 years when our strength has almost recovered. Apart from that, the token that was originally mine was also broken into 6 pieces under the request. No, under those 5 people's coerce with everyone holding on to one of the pieces. None of us 6 can enter this secret realm on our own under such circumstances. We can only go together if we want to enter the realm. In addition, we made a pact not to tell anybody about the secret realm, said the devilish Wind King. Jian Wushuang finally understood what was going on when he heard that. He also knew the devilish Wind King's purpose of coming to see him. Alliance Master Su Han, the secret realm can only be opened after we've collected all 6 pieces of the token. The broken sword piece that once belonged to FO is now in your possession as you've killed him. Hence the others contacted me after they learned of this news and asked me to personally contact you about this matter. You can sell this broken black sword token to us if you're willing. We'll be able to give you a satisfactory price with the 5 of us working together. Besides that, Alliance Master Su Han can also replace FOE and choose to wander the secret realm with us. However, the prerequisite condition is that you cannot tell anyone about this, or all 5 of us will do our best to kill you. Although I'm not extremely strong and I can't do anything to you, the other 4 aren't easy to deal with and are capable of killing you, said the devilish Wind King seriously. Jian Wushuang smiled quietly and said, I understand. I'm very interested in the secret realm since it's so wonderful and won't miss this opportunity since it has been offered to me. What you meant to say is that you're joining us on an adventure in the secret realm the next time we enter the realm. Of course. Jian Wushuang nodded with a smile on his face. If that's the case, I hope Alliance Master Su Han will keep her promise and not tell others about this. Hey, race my token. The last time we entered the secret realm was 20 years ago, and there are another 30 years before we enter the secret realm again. You can prepare yourself well within these 30 years. I'll notify you with this token when the time comes, said the devilish Wind King. Thank you. Jian Wushuang smiled and took the token. The devilish Wind King did not continue to linger and soon left. Jian Wushuang slightly squinted as he saw the devilish Wind King leaving. Jian Wushuang mumbled, This devilish Wind King is extremely cunning. I wonder if the secret realm he mentioned is real or not. No matter which it is, there are still 30 years left. We'll see it after 30 years. Chapter 27:16. Got it 30 years was a short time for most cultivators as the time would just fly by. However, 30 years was a long time for Jian Wushuang's lifetime. After all, he had barely experienced 100 years since he was reborn. 30 years was enough for him to greatly improve himself, especially now that he had obtained the 2nd Fengtian scroll. He was much faster compared to his previous speed in understanding the sword principle and laws. He would achieve a higher level in his understanding of law or perception toward the sword principle after 30 years with such speedy understanding, and would be much stronger compared to his current self. He was not afraid, even if there was something wrong with what the devilish Wind King had said. A secret realm. I have to visit the secret realm if what the devilish Wind King said is true, and Fo Yo really obtained his Fengtian scroll from the secret realm, mumbled Jian Wushuang. However, he soon returned to his secret chambers and started meditating in retreat again. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. The Sword Alliance had completely stabilized and became one of the first-rated forces publicly recognized by all forces in the Danyang continent within those 5 years. In the secret chamber, Jian Wushuang was still focused on understanding the laws and sword principle. Suddenly, Jian Yi, come over to the sacred palace. Palace Keeper Si Zhen sent a message to him. Jian Wushuang immediately opened his eyes, but a smile appeared on his face. It's finally done. Jian Wushuang knew the reason Palace Keeper Si Zhen asked for him. There was a huge possibility that his royal blood gem had been dealt with. A 230 caddies of royal blood gem was too expensive, and it would have been difficult for even Een Sewer from the Crimson Stone Fort to handle. It naturally took more time. Jian Wushuang immediately left his secret chamber and headed for the sacred palace. Jian Wushuang met Palace Keeper Xijin once he arrived at the sacred palace. Palace Keeper Xijin had a smile on his face when he saw Jian Wushuang, before immediately taking an interspatial ring out. This is what you previously mentioned: 10,000 pieces of divine elixir pills and 100 billion primordial stones, all of which are in this interspatial ring. Apart from that, the selling price was much higher than the items you asked for because your royal blood gem is extremely valuable and the fort master sold it to someone who happened to need it. Hence, the fort master gave you another 2,000 pieces of divine elixir pills and 20 billion primordial stones. Jian Wushuang's eyes immediately lit up and took the interspatial ring to have a closer look. There were indeed 12,000 divine elixir pills and 120 billion primordial stones in the interspatial ring. It was a huge amount of money, something any top force in the Danyang continent would not ignore. However, it was obvious the price Sewer sold for was much more than those for her to be so generous. Palace Keeper Xijin, can you tell me who the fort master sold the royal blood gem to? Jian Wushuang asked curiously. Palace Keeper Xijin said the other person happened to need the royal blood gem, and the royal blood gem was the main ingredient to cultivate holy treasures. The person who purchased it must be at least an undying saint, right? This Palace Keeper Xijin was quiet for a short moment before he said with a smile, "It's all right. There's no need to hide matters from you. The fort master sold the royal blood gem to Master Mo. Master Mo? An undying saint?" Jian Wushuang continued to ask. "He's an extremely strong, undying saint. Apart from that, Master Mo still has another extremely special identity, the first-ranked craftmaster in the 9 realms of Golden Crow." Palace Keeper Xijin said with a hint of respect. Jian Wushuang was startled when he heard that. The first-ranked craftmaster in the 9 realms of Golden Crow? Although his Blood Mountain sword was his life divine weapon, it did not fully integrate with his perfect chaotic creature's blood essence, so it had failed to completely unleash its power. Therefore, he had always wanted to search for a strong craftmaster to retemper with his Blood Mountain sword and complete that step. Unfortunately, the strongest craftmaster he met when he was in Wushao Wilderness, Master Kuan, was just a 4th-grade craftmaster. He tried his best and successfully crafted the golden glass armor. However, he was not qualified to retemper the Blood Mountain sword. Master Kuan also mentioned back then that it was impossible to retemper the Blood Mountain sword without a peak 7th-grade craftmaster. However, how could it be easy to find a peak 7th-grade craftmaster? Palace Master Xijin, Master Mo's craftsmanship level must be extremely high since he's the first-ranked craftmaster in the 9 realms of Golden Crow. However, I wonder what level of a craftmaster he is at right now. Jian Wushuang asked. I don't know his exact level, but I know there are only 2 other well-known craftmasters in the 9 realms of Golden Crow apart from Master Mo. Those 2 have achieved the 7th-grade craftmaster level, but are still very much behind when compared to Master Mo. Hence, Master Mo might be a peak 7th-grade craftmaster or an 8th-grade craftmaster, said Palace Keeper Xijin. Peak 7th grade and possibly an 8th grade. Jian Wushuang's body shook as he felt a wave of happiness surging through his heart. Undoubtedly, Master Mo was the craftmaster he was searching for to retemper his Blood Mountain sword. However, a happy surprise was just a happy surprise. He knew that he was still very weak and unqualified to meet Master Mo. Even if he successfully found Master Mo would not even glance at him, a young man who was not even a grand ultimate god. Even Sewer, the Crimson Stone Fort Master, also needed to do something special if she wanted to meet Master Mo. In addition, it also depended on whether Master Mo was in the mood and had the time to meet her. There's no rush, as it's nice to know about the existence of Master Mo at this junction. It's not too late to ask for a meeting with Master Mo when my strength has grown and power increased, thought Jian Wushuang to himself. Jian Wushuang did not linger and returned to the Sword Alliance after he received the interspatial ring from Palace Keeper Sijin. He then sent a large number of primordial stones to Xiao Tiexin, the Sword Alliance's chief steward. The speedy development of the Sword Alliance was purely due to the huge amount of resources they poured into the alliance. Most of those resources originated from the 10 billion primordial stones Jian Wushuang previously received from Palace Keeper Sijin. However, those 10 billion primordial stones were almost gone at that time with the gradual formation of the Divine Sword Army. However, he still had 120 billion primordial stones with him at the moment. The Divine Sword Army could continue expanding since he still had so many resources. As for Jian Wushuang, he continued his retreat and started refining those divine elixir pills. He obtained 12,000 divine elixir pills from Palace Keeper Sijin, and when adding together with the 4,000 pills he obtained from FOE, he had a total of 16,000 pills at that moment. I might be able to make a breakthrough in my realm by the time the secret realm opens, since I have so many divine elixir pills with me, Jian Wushuang mumbled as he closed his eyes and started training. Chapter 27:17. Gather spring passed, and winter arrived, and 25 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The Danyang continent had remained in a balance during that period as there were not any huge fights. The top forces were still accumulating their strength and waiting for an opportunity. As for the Crimson Stone Fort, the 7 factions were still fighting among themselves. However, Yin Sewer had a huge amount of resources after she successfully sold the Royal Blood Gem and had been continuously attracting experts with the help of those resources, so the pressure she faced had been tremendously reduced. She was in a far less passive position in the situation she was facing. On the other hand, the Sword Alliance had been recruiting during that time period, but they had not continued their expansion as they too had been accumulating their power. Apart from that, the Sword Alliance was not only a publicly recognized first-rated force, but was also one of the strongest first-rated forces. The highest-leveled Grand Ultimate Gods aside, the amount of Heaven Ultimate Gods in the Sword Alliance were a terrifying number. The Divine Sword Army alone had already expanded to a total of 500 people. All of those 500 people were Heaven Ultimate Gods and extremely strong. They had extremely high combat power as they knew how to coordinate between military and magic formations. Jian Wushuang spent a huge amount of resources that was enough to cause distress to any of the top forces during the army's formation. However, Jian Wushuang did not have any scruples as he had not planned to stay for a long time in the Danyang, Holy Domain. Therefore, he used all the resources he had on hand as he did not care much about preservation. None of the top forces in the Danyang continent would dare put all their resources into build an army like him. The combat power of the Divine Sword Army rose speedily because of that. As a result, only the Crimson Stone official army from Crimson Stone Fort was slightly stronger than the Divine Sword Army. It was estimated those armies formed by other top forces were at most the same level as the Divine Sword Army. Jian Wushuang was still understanding the laws and sword principle with the help of both Fengtian scrolls in his secret chamber. Suddenly, a message token in his interspatial ring slightly trembled. "Is it starting?" Jian Wushuang immediately opened his eyes, and a wicked smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Jian Wushuang immediately left his retreat. He then gathered Xiao Tiexin and the others. "I need to go out and handle some matters, but I'll be back in a short while. Shiner, you shall be in charge of every matter in the Sword Alliance, while I'm away," Jian Wushuang ordered. "Yes, master." Xiao Tiexin immediately nodded. Sword Alliance's top management experts, such as Shang Long, Purple Dress House Master, and Long Shan looked at each other but dared not show any signs of displeasure. Xiao Tiexin was the one who took care of most matters regarding the Sword Alliance when Jian Wushuang was in retreat. Although Xiao Tiexin was not a powerful expert, she had good management skills. Apart from that, most of the Sword Alliance's resources were under her control, and she had trained many loyal experts. She had succeeded in building her prestige in the Sword Alliance. Nobody dared to say anything when the Sword Alliance's matters were handed over to her. Sheener, you need to be careful during this time when I'm away. Try your best to reduce the collision between the Sword Alliance and the first-rated forces around us. Jian Wushuang continued to issue orders. Old Snake, assist her in every way possible. Yes, Master. Xiao Tiexin and Old Snake continuously nodded. Jian Wushuang was at ease with a strong primary-level Grand Ultimate God such as Old Snake keeping watch and his most trusted Sheener controlling everything else. He immediately made a move. In a void near to the edge of the Danyang continent, a thin elder was standing there as he waited in silence. The elder was the devilish Wind King. Whoosh! A figure came gliding over and arrived in front of the devilish Wind King within moments. Devilish Wind King, I hope I'm not too late. Jian Wushuang had a smile on his face. No, you're the earliest to reach this place apart from me. Devilish Wind King smiled. However, he narrowed his eyes in surprise when he suddenly noticed the divine power coming from Jian Wushuang. You've made a breakthrough. The devilish Wind King focused his gaze on Jian Wushuang and could feel that Jian Wushuang's divine power had reached the primary level Grand Ultimate God from his original peak heaven Ultimate God. Luck has allowed me to make a breakthrough a short while ago. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently. It was true that he had made a breakthrough, although he had been working on understanding the law and sword principle within these 30 years of secluded cultivation. He had also been cultivating to increase his divine power. The most crucial point was the 16,000 divine elixir pills he obtained from Palace Keeper Sijin and FO. He had successfully refined all those pills. Therefore, his divine power had increased tremendously and successfully achieved the high-level heaven ultimate God realm. His true realm was a high-level heaven ultimate God. But his divine power had been elevated by 2 levels under the Black Stone's concealment, which was why the devilish Wind King thought Jian Wushuang had already achieved the Grand Ultimate God. He was able to kill FOE in 1-to-1 combat 30 years ago when he had not made a breakthrough and was just a peak heaven Ultimate God. Now that he has made a breakthrough in his realm and really achieved the Grand Ultimate God realm, his strength has definitely undergone some changes. He must have the strength comparable to a high-level Grand Ultimate God. The devilish Wind King could not help but think to himself, Devilish Wind King, where are the other 4? Jian Wushuang asked as he stood beside the devilish Wind King. Don't worry, they will arrive soon. The devilish Wind King looked forward as he spoke. Suddenly, 2 black dots appeared at the other end of the void in front of them. The 2 of them are here. They must have traveled together, said the devilish Wind King. Jian Wushuang also immediately looked towards those 2 black dots. Those 2 dots traveling speedily turned out to be 2 human figures and appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. They were a man and a woman. The man was muscular and had messy red hair, while both his facial expression and eyes were extremely fierce. He crossed his arms around his chest and gave others a feeling that he was extremely rough. On the other hand, the woman appeared to be an extremely delicate lady in a purple dress that made people feel affectionate towards her. The purple-clad lady was extremely beautiful, with her every move having rippling effects on those people who saw her. However, Jian Wushuang dared not look down at the both of them as he stood before them. It did not only apply to the rough and burly man, but also the beautiful, purple-clad lady too. It was because he had discovered those 2 were emitting an extremely strong divine power. Their divine power was not something common primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods had already surpassed primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods. That man and woman pair were both high-level Grand Ultimate Gods. Chapter 2718. 6 People, Alliance Master Su-Han. Allow me to make an introduction. These 2 are Grand Ultimate God Hong Chen and Long Xinzi. Both of them are unaffiliated experts, introduced the devilish Wind King. Greetings to the both of you. Jian Wushuang also greeted both of them modestly. Although he had never heard of their names, they should be strong as both were high-level, grand, ultimate gods. Alliance Master Su Han, it's an honor to finally meet you. The purple-clad, beautiful lady, called Long Xinzi, smiled softly. Grand Ultimate God Hongqin, the rough-looking burly man, only glanced at Jian Wushuang coldly. There are 2 others who should be here soon, said the devilish Wind King. Soon, the other 2 arrived one after the other. One of them was only a primary level, grand, ultimate, god-poised young man. However, he possessed a strong aura. Jian Wushuang learned his name was Yi Xin under the devilish Wind King's introduction, who was from a first-rated force. The last person was a tough and stockily built bald elder who emitted a berserk aura. The bald elder's appearance caused a scary aura to come compressing towards them. His aura was extremely strong. It was much stronger compared to the others there, including Grand Ultimate God Hongqin and Long Xinzi. He was known as Saber Master and came from Crimson Stone Fort. Crimson Stone Fort's Saber Master? He's also one of the 6? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes when he learned about the bald elder's identity. He knew of the Saber Master from previously reading information about some experts from Crimson Stone Fort in detail. There were 7 factions in the Crimson Stone Fort, and apart from 3 of the stronger factions, there were 4 smaller factions. All those 4 smaller factions were not weak and had 2 to 3 grand ultimate gods, overseeing them with Saber Master being one of the smaller factions' rulers. Jian Wushuang had once read the Saber Master's information in detail. His cultivation is that of a high-level grand ultimate god and is extremely strong with his berserk saber skills. He's capable of being in the top 3 positions among high-level grand ultimate gods in the Danyang continent. There were only a handful of peak grand ultimate gods among the top forces and unaffiliated experts in the Danyang continent, after all. Putting these peak grand ultimate gods aside, the strongest experts were the high-level grand ultimate gods. Saber Master was capable of being in the top 3 positions among high-level grand ultimate gods, only meant he was capable of being placed in the top 10 positions in the entire Danyang continent. He was a true expert. He was much stronger compared to Grand Ultimate God Hongqin and Long Xinzi, who were also high-level Grand Ultimate gods. Saber Master looked at everybody present once he arrived with his gaze, finally stopping on Jian Wushuang. You're Su Han. Yes. Greetings to you, Saber Master. Jian Wushuang modestly presented himself. I've heard about you. Your sword alliance has recently developed very speedily and can be considered quite strong among first-rated forces in the Danyang continent. However, you seem to be just a peak heaven ultimate god the last time I heard about you. Who knew you'll make a breakthrough to the grand ultimate god realm after 30 years? Your improvement rate is really great, said Saber Master. The people surrounding them also looked at Jian Wushuang. They noticed Jian Wushuang's divine power had elevated, hence they no longer dared to look down on him. Jian Wushuang was the publicly recognized exceptional genius in the Danyang continent who managed to even kill FOE when he was still in the peak heaven ultimate god realm after all. He must have grown even more powerful with him making a breakthrough. There was even a possibility he might not be weaker when compared to a high-level grand ultimate god. All right, let's go now that everybody is here, said Saber Master. The group of 6 immediately started their journey. Jian Wushuang had no idea the exact location of the secret realm, so he could only follow those 5 grand ultimate gods leading the way in front of him. During the journey, the devilish Wind King glanced at Jian Wushuang and secretly sent him a message. Alliance Master Su Han will arrive at the secret realm's entrance shortly. Before that, there's something that I'd like to discuss with you. What is it? Jian Wushuang was slightly puzzled. What was it that he could not speak directly and had to secretly send messages. You've seen the strength of all 6 experts who know about the secret realm's location and preparing to venture inside of it are hugely different. Some are strong while others are weak. For example, Sabermaster is one of the publicly recognized top experts in the Danyang continent because of his extremely strong combat power. He alone is capable of fighting against 2 or perhaps even 3 high-level grand ultimate gods at the same time. Headwin, without a doubt, if faced against a primary level grand ultimate god. Devilish Wind King said. Jian Wushuang did not question that statement. It was true that Sabermaster had the power to easily sweep away primary level grand ultimate gods. All of us have to be careful of Sabermaster because he's too strong. After all, snatching for opportunities and precious items in the secret realm relies a lot on one's strength, and there isn't any fairness during the process. He has a huge chance of winning if there really is a fight over precious items. Even if the precious items landed in our hands instead of his, he can still force us to hand it over with his powerful strength. Devilish Wind King exclaimed. Jian Wushuang was not surprised when he heard that. The fight for precious items had always relied on a person's strength. Apart from that, fighting and killing over precious items was also a norm, although the 6 of them traveled and seemed to be working together as they wandered in the secret realm. However, the 6 of them would start fighting if they really encountered some wonderful opportunities or precious items. He's not the only one, as there's also Grand Ultimate God Hongqin and Long Xinzi. All 3 of them are very much stronger high-level Grand Ultimate Gods compared to us. You, me, and Yixin are only primary level Grand Ultimate Gods and will be at a disadvantage when wandering the secret realm. You might be in a better position as you can still defend yourself against Grand Ultimate God Hongqin and Long Xinzi. However, both I and Yixin aren't capable of that. Hence we've agreed to work together during this journey in the secret realm. We shall advance and retreat together while dividing any precious items or opportunities we obtained equally. I'm sending you a message now with hopes that you'll join us. If the 3 of us work together, we don't need to be afraid of Grand Ultimate God Hongqin and Long Xinzi. How does that sound? Do you want to join us? The Devilish Wind King seriously asked and looked at Jian Wushuang with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Jian Wushuang was quiet for some time before directly nodding. Sure, that's great. Although the 3 of us are only primary level grand ultimate gods, the 3 of them, Sabermaster, Hongqin, and Long Xinzi, won't dare to be too forceful towards us if we work together. Devilish Wind King smiled, while Yixin also looked over at them. It looked as though the 3 of them had achieved a mutual understanding. However, each of them had his hidden motives. Chapter 2719. Enter the secret realm. Jian Wushuang and the others appeared in front of a gloomy, mysterious old forest that was lingered with gray haze. This is the City of Bones. Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Danyang continent was the core of Danyang Holy Domain and had an extremely large area. There were some extremely dangerous areas on such a huge piece of land. The City of Bones was one of those extreme places on the Danyang continent filled with dangers. It was said there was a huge possibility for grand ultimate gods to fall if they entered the inner area of the City of Bones. There were even rumors that some horrendous dangers in the deepest area of the City of Bones could even kill an undying saint. In short, the City of Bones was famous for being vicious. The secret realm is in the City of Bones. Jian Wushuang frowned. Let's go. Devilish Wind King waved his hand before the group of 6 entered the City of Bones without any hesitation. The City of Bones was extremely dangerous, but they had 6 grand ultimate gods working together to explore the place and would not face any great dangers as long as they did not enter the extremely dangerous inner area. The 6 of them skimmed through the entire journey and finally arrived at an insignificant canyon after a day. Alliance Master Su Han, do you see this canyon in front of us? The Devilish Wind King stood beside Jian Wushuang. I indeed see it. Why? Is the secret realm inside this canyon? Jian Wushuang asked. Inside this canyon? No, the canyon you are seeing isn't a real canyon, but just an illusion, said the devilish Wind King with a smile. An illusion? Jian Wushuang was stunned and stared at that canyon again, but could not determine if there was anything wrong with it. Devilish Wind King said with a smile, This illusion is extremely powerful and was personally created by the secret realm's owner. Not only you, but even a real undying saint could not notice any flaws when they fly over this canyon. Even if somebody accidentally arrived at this canyon, they won't be able to feel anything. Only people who own the token, like us, can activate the secret realm hidden in this canyon. All right, let's take our tokens out. The devilish Wind King was the first to take his broken black sword out. The others, including Jian Wushuang, also respectively took their broken black swords out. 6 broken black swords speedily combined before a unique aura radiated from the black sword. The canyon in front of them slightly vibrated under that special aura as a spatial passage appeared amid the void. The spatial passage was extremely dark and mysterious. It was impossible to see what was located at the other side of the passage with their bare naked eyes. However, the devilish Wind King and the others had an excited expression when they saw the spatial passage appearing before their eyes before entering the spatial passage. Jian Wushuang followed behind them. Waves of light flashed past them and they reappeared once again. Jian Wushuang discovered he had arrived at a huge dark void. There was no end to the dark void without a glimpse of light. This is the secret realm's interior. Jian Wushuang curiously looked around him. There were all sorts of things found on heaven and earth in the dark void. It was not any different from a normal world. However, that secret realm was formed by an expert with great means. Only top experts could manage such means. As for the remaining 5 people, they were not as curious since they were quite familiar with the situation around them as they had visited that place 50 years ago. This visit will be the same as our previous trip with the 6 of us working together to explore this area. Everybody should be careful as this secret realm contains all sorts of dangers. We'll be eternally doomed if we accidentally fail and can only blame ourselves for our weakness with it having nothing to do with the others, said the Saber Master in a low voice. That's for sure. The others who traveled together nodded in agreement. Come, let's walk towards the deeper areas, said the Saber Master before 6 of them immediately started skimming forward. Even though they had previously experienced exploring the area, Saber Master and the others still traveled at a slow and cautious pace. It was a secret realm created by top experts after all and was bound to be extremely dangerous. Hence nobody dared to act carelessly. Although this dark void was extremely huge, there was only one path that headed towards the deeper parts, which only meant they had to keep skimming forward. The group of 6 skimmed forward for around an hour, but encountered nothing during their journey. At that moment, Saber Master, who was leading in front, suddenly exclaimed, "Stop!" The 6 of them immediately stopped and looked towards the void in front of them. That void's area was different from the dark voids they previously passed by, as there was a huge amount of hazy air current covering the entire void. We've arrived at the first dangerous spot. All of you have to be careful and don't get lost as nobody will be able to rescue you, reminded Saber Master. Hong Chen and Long Xinzi seemed to be at ease. However, Yi Shen and Devilish Wind King looked a bit more solemn. Alliance Master Su Han, are your soul and state of mind considered strong? The Devilish Wind King looked toward Jian Wushuang. Soul and state of mind. Jian Wushuang's facial expression slightly changed. The Devilish Wind King continued, "We need to cross through the first dangerous spot in this secret realm. We ventured through this area previously. Although we succeeded in doing so, this area is capable of leading one's soul into chaos. There are even illusions in this area that can affect a person's soul and state of mind, causing those with a weak soul or state of mind to get lost. They might even become mad, so you need to be extremely careful later. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly as he was quite confident about his soul and state of mind. The 6 of them immediately made their move. 6 figures skimming into the void that was filled with hazy air current void in front of them. A strong wave of unique energy immediately came rushing towards them as they entered. The power wave was directed to a person's soul. However, Jian Wushuang had a layer of indestructible, exquisite pagoda around his soul, which had astonishing defensive capabilities toward soul attacks. The chaotic effects toward the soul in this void had no effects on him. As for the illusions in the void, Jian Wushuang had completely ignored them. In terms of the state of mind, his state of mind had always been lofty. His state of mind was as though made of steel, as it was trained after experiencing many tribulations and tortures. Although the void's illusion felt extremely authentic, it was almost impossible for it to affect him. Jian Wushuang skimmed through the void and did not stop at all during the entire way. He only traveled forward and had directly crossed the area filled with hazy air current in a short moment. Chapter 2720. Principal spirits on the other side of the special area. The bald and stockily built Elder Sabermaster had ignored the souls and illusions obstacles by relying on his peremptory strength and was the first person to step foot to the edge of the area. Sabermaster stopped and turned around to have a look after he passed through the area. He originally thought the second person to go through and follow behind him should be either the Grand Ultimate Gods Hongchen or Long Xinzi. However, the first person to appear beside him was Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was the second person to pass through the area. "Oh, Su-Han, it looks like your soul and state of mind is quite strong," Sabermaster said. "Thank you for your praises, Sabermaster." Jian Wushuang only smiled indifferently as his line of sight continued to focus on the people still inside that area. The chaotic soul effects and illusions in the area were extremely powerful. Jian Wushuang only managed to cross the area with ease due to the help from the exquisite pagoda. As for the others, Hong Chen and Long Xinzi were all right with perfectly calm expressions on their faces. They were only slightly slower. However, Devilish Wind King and Yi Xin had darkened expressions on their faces. It was obvious the two needed strenuous effort to resist the chaotic soul effects and illusions. Although they required strenuous effort, they did not stop their pace because of it. Hong Chen, Long Xinzi, Yi Xin, and the Devilish Wind King continued to advance the area, with the Devilish Wind King being the last to pass through the area. "Alliance Master Su-Han, I never expect your soul and state of mind to be of such a high level." The Devilish Wind King looked at Jian Wushuang in a slightly surprised manner. He had some information about Jian Wushuang and also knew that Jian Wushuang had improved extremely fast. In his opinion, increasing one's realm in such a quick manner would usually result in lowering one's soul and state of mind. On the contrary, Jian Wushuang was much more relaxed than any of them and was only slower than Sabermaster. "I managed to raise it after experiencing a lot of hardship." Jian Wushuang only casually made an excuse before the group of 6 continued moving forward. Not long after that, the 6 of them arrived in a special void. That void also had a huge amount of hazy air current enshrouding it. However, those air currents were golden in color. "We've arrived in the second dangerous area." The Sabermaster looked at the void in front of them. The expression on Hong Chen, Long Xinzi, Yi Xin, and Devilish Wind King faces had turned extremely serious. They had explored the secret realm 50 years ago and faced many dangers. The first dangerous area they faced just moments ago focuses on their soul and state of mind. It was considered the least dangerous area. However, the second dangerous zone was much deadlier compared to the first. "Alliance Master Su-Han, do you have any pills or items that can recover our divine power within a short time?" The Devilish Wind King glanced at Jian Wushuang. "I do have some pills and precious items that can recover one's divine power in a short time," replied Jian Wushuang. That should do. The second dangerous area we're going to face is going to be much more difficult compared to the first. You have to be extremely careful. Apart from that, don't be reluctant to use those pills and precious items to recover your divine power, as you have to ensure your divine power is always abundant, said the devilish Wind King. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Let's go, the Saber Master said, and was the first to enter the void filled with golden air currents in front of him. Jian Wushuang and the remaining four also followed behind him and skimmed into the void. At that moment, when they entered the void filled with golden air currents, whoosh, 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 some soft noises could be heard from the void around them. They're coming. The Saber Master had a cold glint in his eyes. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Several golden figures could be seen densely packed in the void around them before turning into golden streams and shooting at the six of them. What are these things? Jian Wushuang's facial expression changed as he focused on the golden figures that had no substance and formed purely from the golden air currents. Jian Wushuang could feel the strong existence of principle in those golden air currents. Could they be principal spirits? Principal spirits. Jian Wushuang learned about that term from Purple Blood Saint's insights he previously obtained. Purple Blood Saint had a high understanding of the sword principle and clearly understood the number of levels the sword principle had. There was a huge difference between the beginning principle world, the second stage principle tree, and the third stage formation of all things. Stepping across each stage would result in a huge improvement to a person's overall strength. Especially the third formation of all things stage was an unimaginably incredible method. These principal spirits evolved purely from principles, but had self-awareness. Many principal spirits formed and attacked the six of them from all directions in the special void at that moment. Jian Wushuang dared not act carelessly and immediately unsheath his Blood Mountain sword before waving it single-handedly. Slash. The shrill sword shadows directly cut outward and slashed the principal spirits coming towards him into halves. The sword shadows continued to slash outward and killed many principal spirits before disappearing. These principal spirits are actually so weak. Jian Wushuang was extremely surprised. He originally thought the owner of that secret realm was an extreme expert. Hence the principal spirits formed should be extremely strong. However, he discovered that these principal spirits were not that strong upon engaging them. Every principal spirit was only at the ordinary high-level heaven ultimate God level of strength. A wave of his sword was sufficient to kill many such principal spirits. However, Jian Wushuang was unable to cheer up even though he knew those principal spirits were very weak. After all, there were too many principal spirits around them. They were so densely packed with at least tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of them. On the other hand, those principal spirits did not have any self-awareness and only knew to attack them. The six of them were extremely strong and able to resist the attacks. However, the most crucial point was they still had to utilize their divine power to block the attacks of so many principal spirits. Apart from that, it consumed an extremely high amount of their divine power. He finally understood the reason Devilish Wind King asked if he had prepared divine power recovery pills that took effect in a short time. It would take them a slightly longer time to cross through the wide void. During that time, they had to resist the crazed attacks from those principal spirits with their full capacity, which consumed a huge amount of their divine power. It would result in their deaths if their divine power had been exhausted before managing to completely cross over the area. Be careful and try your best to conserve your divine power. Damn it, there are really too many of these principal spirits. There was really a lot of them. The densely packed principal spirits came swarming toward them from their surroundings, such that even Jian Wushuang had to use his full might to withstand them, which also caused his divine power to be rapidly consumed. Chapter 27-21. Golden Principal Spirit, don't meddle with these principal spirits and cross over as fast as possible. Saber Master yelled softly before waving the purple battle saber tightly in his hand. Whoosh! Purple saber lights immediately traveled forward with a burning purple flame and burned the principal spirits completely wherever it went. However, Saber Master only managed to walk 2 steps forward after that attack, as an overwhelming number of principal spirits immediately blocked his path. The other grand ultimate gods were also facing an uncountable amount of principal spirits. Those principal spirits might only be at the ordinary high-level heaven ultimate god level or lower, and poses not much threat to those grand ultimate gods. However, there was a huge number of them that came rushing over in a dense state. Although they were able to easily withstand the spirits, they also used up a lot of their divine power. They could only try their best to conserve their divine power while their bodies slowly moved forward and with extreme difficulties. After half an hour, those grand ultimate gods had only traveled 1/3 of the journey in the area, but already used up a huge amount of their divine power. Primary level grand ultimate gods like Devilish Wind King and Ishin had even used up 40 to 50% of their divine power. The two of them had no other way apart from moving forward slowly while consuming several pills at once to replenish their divine power. Jian Wushuang was also facing the same situation alongside the two of them. He was able to easily withstand the huge amount of principal spirits that came rushing toward him, but was also greatly consuming his divine power. However, his divine power was really vast compared to the grand ultimate gods there. He owned a truly vast and almost endless divine power ocean. Even when coming across a fight that needed him to use all sorts of secret techniques on top of everything else, his abundant divine power was sufficient to support his crazed killings for a very long time. His current situation constantly utilized his divine power, but it only used a small portion when compared to the vast divine power ocean he had and barely affected him. It would not be an issue for him even if he stayed there and continued using his divine power for 10 to 15 days based on his current utilization rate. Therefore, he was the most relaxed person compared to the 5 other grand ultimate gods. However, he did not want to show his relaxed expression to the Devilish Wind King and the others. Therefore, he also pretended he had utilized a lot of his divine power and was struggling in extreme difficulties while fighting those principal spirits by covering his forehead with sweat and taking a couple of pills during the fight. Those pills were also used to replenish his divine power. However, he was just putting on an act, as he did not want to be too conspicuous with all of them being primary level, grand, ultimate gods. Time flew by, and another hour passed by in a flash. Apart from Jian Wushuang, the others had used up half of their divine power with the Devilish Wind King, and Yi Shen's divine power was near to the point of being exhausted before the group of 6 finally arrived at the edge of that special area. Once they arrived at that area's edge, the principal spirits that initially came attacking crazily had slowly backed away. Have we finally made it through that area? Jian Wushuang lightly exhaled and pretended to be relieved. It's still too early to be happy, as we haven't completely crossed over this dangerous area yet, said the Devilish Wind King solemnly beside him before taking out several pills and swallowing them at the same time. Oh, Jian Wushuang was surprised. The principal spirits had already faded away, but they had not completely walked past that dangerous area. What's coming next is the most difficult part in passing through in this second dangerous area, said the Devilish Wind King with a serious expression on his face. The others also had the same expression on their faces as they stared at Jian Wushuang. 3 golden streams of light had started gathering on the other side. In the blink of an eye, 3 extremely huge golden principal spirits appeared in front of Jian Wushuang and the others. These principal spirits, Jian Wushuang squinted and could sense that those 3 principal spirits were completely different from the other principal spirits they bumped into just moments ago. Those previous principal spirits only had the combat power of ordinary high-level heaven ultimate gods or lower and were unable to threaten them. They only had to use some divine power to withstand them. However, any of the three principal spirits before them brought extreme pressure to Jian Wushuang. Alliance Master Su Han, don't look down on these three golden principal spirits. They are extremely powerful. We need to pass through these three golden principal spirits if we want to continue advancing. Those things are extremely difficult, said the devilish Wind King seriously. That's right. All three of these golden principal spirits are extremely strong. Ishan also spoke up. We shall follow our previous agreement. There are three golden principal spirits. I will handle the first one and directly pester it without allowing it to have any attacking chances. Hong Chen and Long Xinzi, the two of you need to work together and pester one of them. As for the last one, Su Han, Ishin, and Devilish Wind King, the three of you should be able to force your way past if you work together, said Saber Master. No problem. All right. Everybody nodded together. Attack! Saber Master spoke while suddenly moving forward and directly appeared in front of the first golden principal spirit to attack with the purple battle saber in his hands. The purple battle saber carried a burning purple flame and looked as though it was going to burn the entire void. The golden principal spirit also carried a sword, and it waved it overbearingly as it only attacked with the sword and not using any sword principle. As a result, the purple flames covering the entire void were completely extinguished, following a loud banging sound. The Saber Master also staggeringly took a couple of steps backward. Such strength! Jian Wushuang could not help but be surprised when he saw that. Saber Master was a top-tier expert, placed among the top 10 within the Danyang continent. He was famous for his tyrannical strength and his extremely frightening saber skills, but he was still forced back by the Golden Principal Spirit. Undoubtedly, the Golden Principal Spirit's power was at the peak, grand, ultimate god level. Alliance Master Su Han, this Golden Principal Spirit is too strong. Remember, we aim to rush past it from the area and not engage with it. Later, we shall rush by it when we have the chance, yelled the devilish Wind King softly. Understood. Jian Wushuang had a cold expression on his face. The three of them skimmed forward in a row and directly appeared in front of the third golden principal spirit. The golden principal spirit moved without any hesitation and directly waved the sword in its hands. Whoosh! An extremely huge golden sword light directly came swinging toward Jian Wushuang and the two others. Before the sword light arrived, the monstrous power had already caused the devilish Wind King and Ishin's facial expressions to change. Let's take action together and block this sword attack, yelled the devilish Wind King softly. The three of them immediately made a move at the same time. The devilish Wind King and Ishin gave their best, while Jian Wushuang also waved the Blood Mountain sword in his hands as they released a valiant that was close to one released by a high-level grand ultimate god. Chapter 27-22 Badly Wounded Bang. Jian Wushuang, Ishin, and the devilish Wind King were directly sent flying by the golden sword light after a loud bang. However, Ishan waved his hand at the moment they were sent flying. A mighty wave of gray haze immediately came pouring out like huge gray snakes. There was a huge number of gray snakes that completely covered the golden principal spirit entirely. Let's go now, Ishan yelled softly. Jian Wushuang and devilish Wind King also grabbed this opportunity to walk past the golden principal spirit and skimmed toward the void in front of them. The golden principal spirit they met was pestered by the gray snakes, so it failed in taking action to stop them. They almost succeeded in moving past the golden principal spirit when suddenly a ghostly golden figure appeared beside the three of them. What? Jian Wushuang and the two others' expressions changed. They noticed that the golden figure which suddenly appeared was the second golden principal spirit. However, was that second golden principal spirit not being pestered by Hong Chen and Long Xinzi? Why did it run over to their side? Whoosh! The golden principal spirit waved its sword as the golden swordlight directly attacked Jian Wushuang, who was the closest. "Be careful!" Alliance Master Su Han dodge. Both the Devilish Wind King and Yi Xin immediately called out loudly. Jian Wushuang also had a frightened expression on his face and subconsciously waved the sword in his hand to block the attack. As a result, Jian Wushuang was crushed the moment both swordlights met. Puff! Jian Wushuang directly vomited a mouthful of blood as his face turned pale. "Retreat now!" The Devilish Wind King and Yi Xin beside him immediately took action. Moments later, Hong Chen and Long Xinzi also rushed over and finally relieved the pressure on Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, Devilish Wind King, and Yi Xin finally made their way out of this void area shortly and appeared at the edge. Saber Master, Hong Chen, and Long Xinzi had soon got rid of the golden principal spirit that was pestering them and arrived at the area. "Alliance Master Su Han, are you all right?" The Devilish Wind King looked over at him. "I'm all right, I'm just slightly wounded." Jian Wushuang was extremely pale with his breathing comparatively weakened to before. It obviously looked like he was badly wounded. Of course, it was all just an act. The sword attack from the golden principal spirit was extremely powerful, but still slightly insufficient to really injure him. In addition, he would be able to instantly recover by relying on his divine power even if he was badly injured. Although the 6 of them seemed to be working together, everyone had their own motives. It was only natural that Jian Wushuang did not want to expose too much of his strength. Apart from that, he had to purposely hide his true strength, so the 5 other grand ultimate gods did not pay too much attention to him. The golden principal spirit's attack provided him a great opportunity to hide his strength. Hence he pretended to be badly wounded by the golden principal spirit. Hong Chen and Long Xinzi are supposed to pester the 2nd golden principal spirit. The 2 of them are high-level grand ultimate gods with high combat power, so they can't possibly fail in keeping a golden principal spirit distracted. Hence, if I guess correctly, the 2 of them purposely allowed the previous occurrence to happen. More specifically, Grand Ultimate God Hong Chen did it on purpose, said the Devilish Wind King softly while standing beside Jian Wushuang. Oh! Jian Wushuang's facial expression slightly quivered as he glanced at Grand Ultimate God Hong Chen beside him. The latter acted as though it had nothing to do with himself and did not even glance at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently when he saw the situation. He knew Grand Ultimate God Hong Chen had purposely lured the 2nd golden principal spirit over, but did not bluntly point out, "He must be trying to test my true strength?" Jian Wushuang thought to himself. He knew that among the 6 grand ultimate gods who entered the secret realm that time, 5 knew of each other well as they had previously explored the realm together. Although their visit was 50 years later, there should not be any huge changes in their strength. However, he was different. Everybody in the Danyang continent knew he was a top genius who killed Fo head-on when he was still a peak heaven ultimate god. Currently, he had already made a breakthrough from peak heaven ultimate god to a primary level grand ultimate god after 30 years. His strength must have increased to a whole new level, but the 5 present had no idea how strong he was. Therefore, Grand Ultimate God Hong Chen had planned to test him on purpose with the help of the golden principal spirit in forcing him to take action. It was best if that move forced him to show his true strength. Unfortunately, Grand Ultimate God Hong Chen was fated to be disappointed as Jian Wushuang did not display his true strength and even pretended to be heavily wounded. On top of that, his pretense was so good the grand ultimate gods around him could not see through it. This Su Han, Grand Ultimate God, shot a glance at Jian Wushuang, but slightly frowned. "I heard he killed Fo head-on 30 years ago when he was still a peak heaven ultimate god. He should be extremely strong since he is currently a primary level Grand Ultimate God. Even if he's not as powerful as me, he should be comparable to my strength. However, the power that he displayed just now, humph. Looks like there's some embellishment about his previous success in killing FO. After all, the difference between a heaven ultimate god and grand ultimate god is huge, and isn't something a person can easily compensate for. Apart from that, FOE had strong combat prowess. Hence I don't think he did it alone, and must worked with a couple of people to kill FO. Even if he did it alone, he must have paid a serious price and used some unbelievable final measures that must be something not easily used. His true strength is just like this. Even though he had made a breakthrough, his combat power is still some distance away when compared to a high-level grand ultimate god, thought Hong Qin to himself as though already had a vague judgment toward Jian Wushuang's combat prowess. He had no idea what he saw was Jian Wushuang purposely putting on an act to show him. Therefore, his judgment had been wrong from the beginning. "We've passed the second dangerous area, so let's continue onward," said Saber Master. "All right." The other grand ultimate gods nodded. "Alliance Master Su-Han, don't worry. We should arrive at the inner area of this secret realm after passing through the second dangerous area. Apart from that, there will be a place for you to rest and recover your divine power," said the devilish Wind King. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. The group continued to glide toward the void ahead. Jian Wushuang was still extremely pale during the journey as he continuously took a couple of healing pills before his complexion finally got better. After continuously gliding forward for half an hour, a huge floating castle located at the black and huge void in front of them appeared. The old castle was the true core of that secret realm. Chapter 27-23. 6 interspatial rings. What a big ancient castle! Jian Wushuang was so enthralled by the giant castle floating in front of him. "Is it big? You should check out the inside. It's even bigger," Devilish Wind King said with a smile. "Go, let's go in," Saber Master suggested, and the 6 figures headed toward the ancient castle. After passing through the ancient castle's gate and a corridor, Jian Wushuang and those 5 other men arrived in a dim palace. "We're here again." Devilish Wind King and Yi Shen were excited. "Look over there." Yi Shen pointed in one direction. Jian Wushuang followed the direction, and his pupils shrunk. At the end of that direction, there were 6 balls of light suspended in tranquility, with each ball of the light containing an interspatial ring within. There were 6 balls of light and 6 interspatial rings. The devilish Wind King looked extremely excited, and he said, "It's the same as the one we met last time. Alliance Master Su-Han, this is your first time here in this secret realm, so you might not know this. 50 years ago, we wandered in this secret realm and ended up here. There were also 6 interspatial rings in this palace, with each of the 6 containing some treasures. Each of us obtained one of the rings last time, including FOE, so I don't know what was in his ring." Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up in excitement. "FOE must have gotten the second Fengtian scroll from this secret realm. The second Fengtian scroll was from this palace here." Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's gaze moved, and he was puzzled. "Wait, you took the 6 interspatial rings the last time you came from this palace. Then it should be empty now. How come the same 6 interspatial rings have reappeared?" "We're perplexed as well." The devilish Wind King shook his head. "The way I see it, these 6 interspatial rings could have been deliberately placed here by someone who likely is this secret realm's owner." Jian Wushuang was slightly startled, but he nodded secretly. It was probably like the Crimson Stone Saint, who was an ordinary, undying saint expert, but able to leave behind his consciousness in his tomb for a long time to choose his personal disciple. As for the owner of that secret realm, he must be adept if he was able to establish such a large secret realm. His abilities were likely to be far beyond the reach of Crimson Stone Saint. Therefore, it was normal for the secret realm master to leave his consciousness or some special methods behind in his secret realm. The chances were they probably had not discovered it yet. 6 interspatial rings, and each of them contains treasures, but no one knows what is inside. We shall go by the rules set the last time. Each of us will get one of these 6 interspatial rings. "ITLL depend on our luck to discover what's inside the rings," said the Saber Master after glancing around at the 5 people. "All right. Sounds good." Jian Wushuang and the several people nodded in agreement. No one knew what treasures were kept in those interspatial rings, so each of them would grab one of them. In the end, how valuable the treasures they got were solely dependent on their luck. "Let's do it," Saber Master said, and was the first one to move forward. He held one of the balls of light and took away the interspatial ring in it with a swing of his hand. Jian Wushuang, Hongchun, Long Xinzi, and the rest made their moves at the same time. Each of them took one of the interspatial rings, which they had no idea what could be contained within. It was fair and square, as there was no need to fight over the interspatial rings. After that, they began to check the treasures contained in their interspatial rings. Jian Wushuang was doing the same. He quivered at the sight of the contents in his interspatial ring, and was surprised to find a pill. The pill was the size of a baby's thumb. It had a deep color, and it exuded a unique breath of aura. It was a majestic breath of aura. Coincidentally, Jian Wushuang knew the pill and even saw it before. Huangji Golden Pill. This is the Huangji Golden Pill. Jian Wushuang was elated. The Huangji Golden Pill was the final treasure to be auctioned at the star-picking pavilion auction event held in the Narcissus territory, and the grand finale. It was the treasure that got Nanwu Palace's young palace master, Divine Demon Sect, Life and Death Tower, and Dongfang clan vying fiercely for it. The pill was extremely helpful to ultimate gods. A primary level grand ultimate god who took a Huangji Golden Pill had more than a 30% chance to make a breakthrough to the high-level grand ultimate god realm. Even high-level grand ultimate gods who took one Huangji Golden Pill had a chance to make a breakthrough to the peak grand ultimate god. It was no doubt that many grand ultimate god experts would be vying for the pill. Back then, at the Narcissus territory, the Huangji Golden Pill fell in the hands of the Nanwu Palace's young palace master, which a large number of experts went forward to fight for it afterward. Even the other 3 top powerful forces had sent their grand ultimate god expert to fight for it, only showed the importance of the Huangji Golden Pill. Although Jian Wushuang only had one type of treasure in his interspatial ring, there were a total of 5 Huangji Golden Pills. 5 Huangji Golden Pills. My goodness! Jian Wushuang exclaimed. He knew that he was lucky. A large number of experts would have marked him had the news spread that he possessed 5 Huangji Golden Pills. The top forces would go all out to hunt him down and behead him for those 5 Huangji Golden Pill. After all, it would help those top forces bring up 5 grand ultimate god experts if those 5 Huangji Golden Pill were fully utilized. There might be a possibility to have 1 or 2 high-level grand ultimate gods, or even peak grand ultimate gods. It was a sweet and attractive deal for those top forces. As for Jian Wushuang, the Huangji Golden Pill had little effect on him. He required too much divine power to make a breakthrough in his cultivation realm. The effect on him after having 1 Huangji Golden Pill was minuscule and almost impossible for him to make a breakthrough in his cultivation realm using the Huangji Golden Pill. Although he did not need it himself, he could give it to someone else or use it to win the hearts of some experts. He believed that many grand ultimate gods would willingly be under his leadership for the sake of Huangji Golden Pills. It's indeed true that there are unlimited opportunities in this secret realm. FOE came and he got a Fengtian scroll, while my current time here had allowed me to obtain 5 Huangji Golden Pills. I wonder what treasures the others have in their interspatial ring. Jian Wushuang glanced around curiously. Chapter 27-24. Cemetery. Besides Jian Wushuang, the other 5 also had one of those 6 interspatial rings. Jian Wushuang had no idea what treasures those 5 people had, but judging from their noticeable electrified expressions, they must have got some extremely precious treasures as well. The 6 of them gradually calmed down after the big surprise. Although the treasures we got from this palace are extraordinary, The real great opportunity of this secret realm is in its deepest part. What we have now is just some entree, said Sabermaster. Jian Wushuang and the others nodded. They had indeed just entered the ancient castle and had merely gotten a door gift prepared for them by the secret realm's owner. Those treasures were nothing compared to the real opportunity within the secret realm. Would better be well prepared, especially for those who need to restore their divine power and heal their wounds. Let's be in our top form, as the journey we are facing next is not as easy as before, warned the Sabermaster. Devilish Wind King and others looked solemn. They knew the oncoming events, so they felt a fair bit of pressure on their shoulders. The 6 people soon began to recuperate and recover their lost divine power in the dim palace. They were recovering from the trials they went through at the place of crisis, second stage, where they dueled against the spirits of principles and lost a great deal of divine power. Jian Wushuang sat down and swallowed a few pills, pretending to be recovering from his injuries. 10 days passed by very quickly. After 10 days, they had restored most of their divine power. Alliance Master Su Han, how are your injuries? Have you recovered from it? Devilish Wind King looked at Jian Wushuang. Fortunately, I've recovered 70% of my strength after swallowing some pills, but ITLL probably takes several months for me to fully recover, replied Jian Wushuang. Oh, do you want us to spend a month waiting for you here? Someone spoke coldly. It was none other than Grand Ultimate God Hongqin. Grand Ultimate God Hongqin, we're not in a rush, are we? We should be able to spend another month or so here, said Devilish Wind King. What do you mean? Grand Ultimate God Hongqin shot a sharp glare at Devilish Wind King and seemed unhappy with his response. It's all right. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and smiled. Although my strength has not been fully restored, there shouldn't be a problem for me to get into some action. Let's start. Alliance Master Su Han, are you sure? Devilish Wind King frowned. Yes, I'm sure. Jian Wushuang smiled. Devilish Wind King did not say much after that. Let's move on quickly, suggested Sabermaster. The other Grand Ultimate God exchanged looks. They were well prepared, so none of them had any disagreement. Jian Wushuang also nodded. The group of 6 soon set off again. They moved along the dim palace and continued to the depths of the ancient castle. After crossing a corridor, a huge cemetery appeared before Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was surprised to see the scene before him. What greeted his eyes was a huge piece of boundless, dark gray land. On the ground were many small greenstone coffins about 2 yards lengthwise, which was the normal size for a human's usage. There were too many of those stone coffins. The stone coffins were densely packed with very little space between each of them and no end to it. Jian Wushuang conservatively estimated that there were at least a few thousand of those stone coffins just from seeing with his naked eyes. However, he probably only saw a small part of the entire cemetery. Alliance Master Su Han, have you noticed the black mist in this cemetery? Devilish Wind King beside Jian Wushuang glanced over his shoulder. Yes, the pungent black mist is coming from the corpses, said Jian Wushuang. Devilish Wind King agreed. Yes, it's the smell of the corpses. Precisely, I think it's poison released from the corpses, and it's very strong. You can take 2 steps forward and have a look at it. Jian Wushuang took 2 steps forward, as suggested by Devilish Wind King, and immediately sensed the black mist sweeping toward him. A thick corpse scent filled his surroundings as the corrosive black mist came directly at him and attacked his divine body. It's very poisonous indeed. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly. He could feel the poison released from the corpses in the black mist was potent and sufficient to corrode a cultivator's divine body. It could probably destroy the divine body of an ordinary heaven ultimate god within seconds. As for the grand ultimate gods, they felt slightly better as they had the tyrannical divine power to resist the poison. However, a greater amount of divine power would be consumed the longer they stayed in the cemetery. These are some corpse poison pills. I've specially hired someone to refine these ears. Although these are not high-level pills, it helps to resist the poison nonetheless. Alliance Master Su-Han, I'll give you one of these. Devilish Wind King took out a reddish-black pill and handed it to Jian Wushuang. Thank you very much. Jian Wushuang thanked him as he accepted the corpse poison pill and immediately swallowed it. It did not make a difference to him whether he took the corpse poison pill or not. Jian Wushuang was a perfect chaotic creature. His divine body was impermeable by many types of poisons, not to mention the poison from those corpses. He was immune to many other poisons that were 100 times more powerful. However, he pretended that he needed the corpse poison pill and consumed it. Devilish Wind King was not the only one as Saber Master. Hong Chun, Long Xinzi, and Yi Xin also came prepared with their corpse poison pills and swallowed it. Then, let's go, said Saber Master before the group of 6 immediately skimmed forward. Devilish Wind King was telling Jian Wushuang about the cemetery along the way. Alliance Master Su-Han, this cemetery we are in now should be the 3rd stage place of crisis, and it's more dangerous than the previous 2 places, said Devilish Wind King seriously. This cemetery is huge and extensive. I don't know for sure how big it is and how long it'll take to walk through the cemetery, because we stopped here at this cemetery the last time we came to this secret realm. We were unable to go past this cemetery. Jian Wushuang showed quite a solemn expression upon hearing it. He knew Devilish Wind King, and the others came with the same lineup of 6 grand ultimate gods the last time they were at the secret realm, but had stopped at the cemetery. The cemetery was very dangerous. This cemetery is mysterious and extremely dangerous. First and foremost is the corpse poison that is all over the cemetery. We did not prepare any corpse poison pill the last time we were here and had to rely on a lot of our divine power to resist the poison's corrosive effects. Therefore, our divine power had been insufficient for us to carry on. We came prepared this time, so it's much better. However, this poison isn't the most dangerous thing in the cemetery. Instead, the stone coffins around us are the most dangerous. Chapter 27-25. Corpse Puppet. There are innumerable stone coffins in this cemetery, and we don't exactly know what's inside. We tried to open these stone coffins when we first came, but failed, so we can't seem to find out what it is as well. All we did was walk blindly toward the deeper parts of the cemetery, that is the depths of this ancient castle. However, we came across a corpse puppet coming out of one of these stone coffins on our way. Devilish Wind Kind said, "Corpse puppet? What's that?" Jian Wushuang frowned. The puppet is formed using a special method whereby the corpse of a cultivator is transformed into a puppet with part of the cultivator's soul also integrated into the puppet. That is what we call a corpse puppet. These corpse puppets are much more terrifying as compared to ordinary war puppets because they carry part of the deceased cultivator's soul power. Therefore, these puppets could perform many methods or techniques that the cultivator had used during his lifetime. Corpse puppets are well known in the ancient god domain, as they can also hunt cultivators and devour a cultivator's soul power to improve their own strength, explained Devilish Wind King. Jian Wushuang's pupils shrunk. He heard of refining cultivators into puppets, but it was his first time hearing about integrating the cultivator's soul into the puppet. What sounded even horrific was the fact that a corpse puppet could continuously improve itself by hunting cultivators and devouring their soul power. Are these corpse puppets powerful? How many are there in this cemetery? Jian Wushuang asked. Well, you'll find out soon when we see them. Devilish Wind King smiled. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. The group of 6 kept going, but dared not go too fast. They had been going for about less than a quarter of an hour when they passed on top of a stone coffin. Bang! A stone coffin abruptly lifted. The small hill-sized, lifted coffin slammed itself at Long Xinzi, who happened to be the closest to it amongst those 6 people. Long Xinzi did not fluster as he pointed at the coffin from a distance before it immediately exploded. The 6 of them stopped and turned their eyes toward the stone coffin and noticed there was a figure lying within it. They saw a skinny old man with gray hair that looked very much like a skeleton. The old man's skin color was a faint silver, while both his cheeks were sunken in. He was lying in the coffin, but his eyes were opened. The pair of chilly eyeballs in his eye sockets widened while an unknown ghost fire filled the depths of his pupils. In the next moment, whoosh! The gray-haired old man suddenly stood up as a stream of silver lights lit up. It's a silver-armored corpse puppet. It's just a silver-armored corpse puppet. It's not difficult to deal with. Saber Master glared coldly at the gray-haired old man. Look at his hand! Long Xianzi suddenly exclaimed. Everyone focused immediately and saw a dark ring on the gray-haired old man's finger. It was an interspatial ring. Haha, it seems like it's our lucky day. The first corpse puppet we came across in this cemetery is wearing an interspatial ring. Saber Master grinned. The ring must have belonged to his old man when he was alive and not a ring left by the Secret Realm's master. He must be a powerful high-level grand ultimate god before his death, since this is a silver-armored corpse puppet. The treasures in his interspatial ring should be extraordinary, said Grand Ultimate God Hongqin. Let's talk no more. The 6 of us will destroy it together, suggested Long Xianzi. The 6 of them instantly agreed to it and immediately fired shots. Boom! Saber Master was the first to take action and displayed his strength that was several times stronger than an ordinary high-level Grand Ultimate God. He was the first to rush forward and fight the silver-armored corpse puppet. The silver-armored corpse puppet was equally powerful. It did not have the capability to evaluate its opponent's strength, so it went all out. The Saber Master very soon seized the fight advantage against the silver-armored corpse puppet. Jian Wushuang, Hong Qin, Long Xianzi, Devilish Wind King, and Yi Shen were also firing shots from the surrounding area. The silver-armored corpse puppet could not stand against the attack for long. It was soon defeated by the team of 6, with its head cut off after a brief moment. The group of 6 then collected its interspatial ring. Saber Master laid the interspatial ring on his palm as the 6 of them scanned through it with their consciousness to check the treasures within. There were a lot of great valued treasures in the interspatial ring. The silver-armored corpse puppet was obviously much richer than an ordinary high-level grand ultimate gods. There were nearly 3,000 divine elixir pill in the interspatial ring. The amount was less than what primary level grand ultimate god FOE had. However, it was what any ordinary high-level grand ultimate god should possess. Even though FOE was only a primary level grand ultimate god, he was the leader of a second-rated force. He used to manage all the treasures and resources belonging to Starfort, so it was normal for him to be wealthier than most ordinary grand ultimate gods. Ordinary primary level grand ultimate gods and even high level grand ultimate gods usually did not have many divine elixir pills. Divine elixir pill was hard to get after all. In addition to the divine elixir pills and a large number of resources, there were also many treasures in the interspatial ring. However, none of them were particularly valuable. Nothing was sufficiently attractive to trigger a grand ultimate god's greed or cause them to be vying for it. It'll take 30% of the treasures in this interspatial ring, while Hong Chen and Long Xianzi get 20% each. As for the 3 of you, Devilish Wind King, Yi Shen, and Su Han, each will take 10%. Do you agree? Saber Master looked over his shoulder. Jian Wushuang and the others exchanged looks and immediately nodded. They were seemingly satisfied with the treasure distribution. Saber Master had distributed the treasures based on their strength. He was the most powerful among them, so he took 30%, whilst the 2 high-level grand ultimate gods each took 20%. The remaining was shared between the 3 primary-level grand ultimate gods, with each taking 10%. It was a fair arrangement. In fact, Jian Wushuang and the 3 primary-level grand ultimate gods had gotten more than they deserved. The treasures and resources were soon allocated according to their respective proportions. After that, let's move along, said Sabermaster. The 6 people carried on with their journey to venture deeper into the ancient castle. On the way, Devilish Wind King looked at Jian Wushuang. Alliance Master Su Han, how do you feel after seeing the silver-armored corpse puppet just now? He was very powerful. I guess he must ranked quite high among high-level, grand, ultimate gods. I guess only Sabermaster among the 6 of us could dominate him in a 1-to-1 battle. I'm afraid the few of us will have to retreat if we come across a silver-armored corpse puppet alone, said Jian Wushuang. Chapter 27-26. One more the silver-armored corpse puppet was killed quite easily. It was because they were a group of 6 grand ultimate gods with the powerful Sabermaster at the forefront to suppress the corpse puppet. It was likely that even Hong Chen and Long Xinzi would be defeated in a 1-on-1 battle without Sabermaster and them joining forces. The silver-armored corpse puppet was terrifying. Devilish Wind King, I guess the silver-armored corpse puppet is not the only danger in this cemetery, right? Jian Wushuang asked. Of course there's more. Devilish Wind King looked solemn. The scariest thing in the cemetery is the corpse puppet, but the silver-armored corpse puppet you saw was just one of them, and it was attacking us alone. There are 3 types of corpse puppets in this cemetery. They are bronze-armored corpse puppets, silver-armored corpse puppets, and gold-armored corpse puppets. Bronze-armored corpse puppets are the weakest, but their combat power is comparable to an ordinary high-level, grand, ultimate god. The one you saw was a silver-armored corpse puppet, and those are comparable to the more powerful ones amongst high-level grand ultimate gods, and could easily crush an ordinary high-level grand ultimate god. As for the final gold-armored corpse puppets, they are the scariest. The gold-armored corpse puppet has the combat power of a peak grand ultimate god. Did you say a peak grand ultimate god? Jian Wushuang was surprised. The gap between each grand ultimate god's level was huge. Sabermaster was the top amongst high-level grand ultimate gods. However, a peak high-level grand ultimate god should be able to easily suppress and even kill the Sabermaster. On the other hand, a peak grand ultimate god should be able to defeat all 6 of them. Alliance Master Su Han, you probably don't know why the 6 of us stopped in this cemetery the last time we came. We encountered a gold-armored corpse puppet who was wearing an interspatial ring. We don't know the exact combat power of the gold-armored corpse puppet. We wanted to kill it and take its interspatial ring away instead of running for our lives. As a result, Devilish Wind King's face sank slightly when he narrated the story. Jian Wushuang chuckled as he could guess what happened after that. The gold-armored corpse puppet possessed the combat power of a peak grand ultimate god. Yet the 6 of them did not flee. They even tried to kill it and take away its interspatial ring. They must have a death wish. In that battle, the 6 of us were completely crushed such that even Sabermaster was badly injured in just a jiffy. We got scared and immediately fled. Fortunately, our life-saving methods were not too bad and Sabermaster was holding it back to buy us time. We were lucky enough to escape, but most of us had been seriously injured, especially Sabermaster. Besides that, we did not prepare any corpse poison pill at the time and had to consume a lot of our divine power to resist the corpse poison's erosion. We had no way to advance, hence choose to temporarily leave, said the Devilish Wind King. Of course, the last time we weren't prepared at all, and we didn't know the combat power of the gold-armored corpse puppet. However, we are all fully prepared this time. Even if we encounter the gold-armored corpse puppet again, we know that we can flee if we can't fight it and stand a greater chance of escaping. Jian Wushuang heard it and nodded. One more thing, the corpse puppets in this cemetery aren't alone at the time, as sometimes there are 2 or 3 together while other times more. There could be 5 to 6 silver-armored corpse puppets, or more than a dozen bronze-armored corpse puppets grouped. In such cases, we can only run for our lives, added the Devilish Wind King. Jian Wushuang had a general understanding of the cemetery at that moment. The group of 6 continued their journey and approached the cemetery's end, which was the deepest part of the ancient castle. They knew the cemetery was not the location of the true opportunities in the secret realm, but rather a place they had to pass through to get to the true opportunities, just like the previous 2 places of crisis. 3 hours passed in a blink of an eye. During the 3 hours, the 6 of them encountered 2 other corpse puppets along their way. The first encounter was 4 corpse puppets at one go, but those 4 corpse puppets were just bronze-armored corpse puppets. They were just as powerful as high-level grand ultimate gods which Hong Qin and Long Xianzi could fight against in one-on-one. It was relatively easy for them to handle the 4 corpse puppets, with the 6 of them. After Saber Master beheaded the first bronze-armored corpse puppet, the remaining 3 corpse puppets that joined the battle were easily resolved. The second wave of corpse puppets they encountered was a little harder, as there were 2 silver-armored corpse puppets and 1 bronze-armored corpse puppet. However, those 3 corpse puppets merely gave them a little trouble and were handled in the end. The downside was only 2 bronze-armored corpse puppets from 2 waves of corpse puppets had interspatial rings on their hands, so the 6 of them had little treasures to share. The group of 6 did not slow down their pace. They were vigilantly observing their surroundings while skimming forward. Although they had sufficient understanding of the cemetery's dangers, they dared not lower their guards due to the possibilities of unknown dangers popping up. Suddenly, bang! A stone coffin near them was abruptly lifted. Again. The 6 of them stopped and immediately set their eyes on the stone coffin. After the first stone coffin was lifted, bang, 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 3 more sounds came within their earshots, indicating 3 more stone coffins were opened at the same time. For corpse puppets, their expressions became a little solemn. For corpse puppets slowly stood up from those 4 open stone coffins. Among the 4 corpse puppets, 2 were filled with silver light, and the other 2 were filled with bronze light. We have 2 silver-armored corpse puppets and 2 bronze-armored corpse puppets. This is a bit worse than what we previously experienced. The 6 of us can certainly handle them, said Devilish Wind King confidently. The other grand ultimate gods, including Jian Wushuang, nodded. They previously encountered 2 silver-armored corpse puppets and a bronze-armored corpse puppet at the same time and resolved it easily. It was certainly within their capabilities to cope with an extra bronze-armored corpse puppet. Look, 2 of the 4 corpse puppets have interspatial rings on their hands, Yishin exclaimed. Jian Wushuang and the others also noticed that. A silver-armored corpse puppet and bronze-armored corpse puppet each were wearing an interspatial ring on their hands. Their eyes instantly lit up. However, just when the 6 of them were ready to eliminate the 4 corpse puppets in front of them, bang! Another stone coffin opened. Another one. The group of 6 was taken aback as their gazes moved toward the stone coffin. Chapter 27:27 Run. The 6 of them had their eyes fixed on the stone coffins as the figure of a short-haired woman slowly rose from the stone coffin under their scrutiny. The short-haired woman had dull and lifeless eyes. It was obviously a corpse puppet. However, the short-haired woman's body was filled with a faint golden light, unlike the other corpse puppets Jian Wushuang and the others had seen before. Did you see the golden light? Devilish Wind King's eyes widened. Gold-armored. It's a gold-armored corpse puppet. A gold-armored corpse puppet with 2 silver-armored corpse puppets and 2 bronze armor corpse next to it? Hong Chen, Long Xianzi, and Yi Shan were frightened. Run. Saber Master did not hesitate as he gave a command and moved at top speeds toward the opposite direction. Run, run. Hong Chen, Long Xianzi, Yi Shan, Devilish Wind King, and Jian Wushuang did not hesitate either. The short-haired woman had dismissed their intention to fight. although the short-haired woman also wore an interspatial ring on her hand. They did not have the slightest intention to covet it. It was no joke, as a gold-armored corpse puppet was comparable to a peak ultimate god. 50 years ago, apart from Jian Wushuang, the 5 of them, including Fo Yi, did not know the combat power of a gold-armored corpse puppet and naively went ahead with the battle. It was fortunate that none of them were sacrificed, even though the Saber Master was severely injured. After the painful experience, they no longer had the courage to carry on after seeing a gold-armored corpse puppet. Whoosh! 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 The 6 of them frantically ran. The short-haired woman who walked out of the stone coffin was a gold-armored corpse puppet. She had hollow eyes, while the corner of her mouth was slowly muttering a word, "Kill!" Boom! The gold-armored corpse puppet, 2 silver-armored corpse puppets, and 2 bronze-armored corpse puppets started frantically chasing after the 6 of them while moving at very fast speeds. The gold-armored corpse puppet had an exceptionally incredible speed. Saber Master shouted on top of his lungs, "Spread out and run! Spread out and run!" The 6 of them immediately spread in different directions. While they were scattered all over the place, the 5 corpse puppets also went in separate directions. The 5 corpse puppets had their targets. A bronze-armored corpse puppet was chasing behind Jian Wushuang. "It's okay. It's just a bronze-armored corpse puppet." Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and at the same time glanced around to check the others out. He was shocked to find out something. The devilish Wind King sure is unlucky. The rest also gave the devilish Wind King pitiful looks. The most terrifying gold-armored corpse puppet that even Saber Master could not compete with. That short-haired woman was aiming at the devilish Wind King. "Shit! Shit! There's so many of us. Why me?" Devilish Wind King was cursing under his breath with a gloomy expression. There were only 5 corpse puppets, while there were 6 of them fleeing for their lives. Grand Ultimate God Hongqin was the only one without a corpse puppet staring down or chasing him and seemed very relaxed. The one chased after Saber Master was only a bronze-armored corpse puppet, which he could easily handle with his strength. Who would have thought the most terrifying gold-armored corpse puppet would not go for Saber Master or the 2 high-level Grand Ultimate Gods, Hongqin and the Long Xianzi? It went for the devilish Wind King instead. It was not the devilish Wind King's lucky day. Apart from the unlucky devilish Wind King, Yi Shen isn't looking too good either, mumbled Jian Wushuang. He looked in the direction of Yi Shen, who was also trying his best to flee, while the one chasing after him was a silver-armored corpse puppet. Although not comparable to the gold-armored corpse puppet, the silver-armored corpse puppet had the combat prowess of a peak high-level Grand Ultimate God, and Yi Shen might not be able to handle it in a one-on-one battle. In other words, Jian Wushuang had the better luck among those 3 primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods, whereby he was only spotted by a bronze-armored corpse puppet. This cemetery is extremely dangerous, and the gold-armored corpse puppet is even more terrifying. We'll be targeted if we aren't careful. Now that the 6 of us are scattered all over the place, only Grand Ultimate God Hongqin has the capacity to help devilish Wind King and Yi Shen, while none of the others can offer help at the moment. However, I'm afraid that Grand Ultimate God Hongqin may not be willing to help at all, murmured Jian Wushuang softly and shook his head. Devilish Wind King and Yi Shen, both of you take care. Jian Wushuang sighed and sped up. As Jian Wushuang expected, Grand Ultimate God Hongqin did not care about devilish Wind King and Yi Shen, even though there was no corpse puppet chasing behind him, and continued to run following his path. The 6 of them were scattered in different directions while moving very fast and would soon lose sight of each other. Jian Wushuang was skimming forward swiftly in the void above the cemetery. His specialization at space-time law allowed him to be good with speed. Hence he was not even moving at his top speed, yet the corpse puppet behind him was already unable to get close. There are many corpse puppets in the cemetery, so I shouldn't walk around alone. Otherwise, I may arouse more corpse puppets. I'd better get rid of this bronze-armored corpse puppet as quickly as possible, or I can just kill it. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed slightly as he noticed the bronze-armored corpse puppet behind him happened to be the one wearing an interspatial ring. A bronze-armored corpse puppet! Jian Wushuang glanced around the void. Saber Master, Devilish Wind, and the others were very far away from him and would not be able to see his show of power and method from afar. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang suddenly pulled to a stop in the void before turning around. The bronze-armored corpse puppet that was following him had no reasoning skill as it maintained its speed and attacked Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang gave a cold smile. Buzz! A gush of majestic golden divine power surged behind Jian Wushuang before a huge and boundless 10,000-foot-tall golden god shadow was formed out of thin air. Divine God of Punishment. The 10,000-foot-tall Divine God of Punishment was the third level of Divine God of Punishment. It was very different compared with previous levels of Divine God of Punishment. Those previous ones were just a shadow, while the 10,000-foot-tall Golden God shadow had completely solidified with its surface covered in a layer of bright golden armor. The magnificent Golden God shadow was wearing golden armor and had transformed into a true Golden Emperor. The Golden Emperor stood behind Jian Wushuang with its sharp eyes bore into all things beneath it. Chapter 27-28 Easily killed Jian Wushuang displayed the 7-star secret technique within his body at the same time as the Golden Emperor rose to a height of 10,000 feet. His cultivation realm was elevated from high-level heaven ultimate god to peak heaven ultimate god as soon as that happened. His divine power breath, being disguised by the black stone, also made a breakthrough from primary level grand ultimate god to high-level grand ultimate god. My divine power is not inferior to any high-level grand ultimate god when both divine god of punishment and the 7-star secret technique are performed concurrently. Next, let's look at my techniques. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and swayed while looking at the bronze-armored corpse puppet that was coming his way at an incredible speed. He appeared in front of the bronze-armored corpse puppet as though he had teleported. The bronze-armored corpse puppet possessed the combat prowess of a high-level grand ultimate god and immediately reacted to Jian Wushuang. His claw-like hands were positioned one in front of the other as it targeted Jian Wushuang's head. Jian Wushuang gently moved aside and perfectly dodged away from the 2 sharp claws. He soon thrust the Blood Mountain sword in his hand and seems to be wielding the sword at will. His sword movement seemed casual, but each sword movement was executed extremely well from tricky angles. The essence of his moves was his terrifying speed. The bronze-armored corpse puppet had some of the cultivator's soul power, and it could perform some techniques the cultivator used during his lifetime. The 2 claws resembled a beast's sharp claws, charging rapidly and frantically at Jian Wushuang. It made loud metal clanking sounds when colliding with Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword. Jian Wushuang's ethereal figure was engaged in a fierce battle against the bronze-armored corpse puppet, but with a relaxed look. It's too slow. This bronze-armored corpse puppet is way too slow. Jian Wushuang fought fiercely, but secretly shook his head disapprovingly. After fighting for some time, he found that the bronze-armored corpse puppet's power was not weaker than a high-level grand ultimate god with its offensive techniques were also extremely good. Technically, the bronze-armored corpse puppet was not slow as its 2 claws were moving rapidly. It was only considered too slow for Jian Wushuang, who was good at the space-time law and had reached a very high understanding level on the space-time law. The bronze-armored corpse puppet was tricked to move in circles, even when Jian Wushuang merely attacked at will without putting much effort into his speed. It's too slow, so I don't need to display my full strength. It's boring. Jian Wushuang sighed and was no longer interested in carrying on the fight with the bronze-armored corpse puppet. His eyes flashed menacingly. Swish! He then made a strange forward thrust and swung the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. A sword light suddenly lit up. It was extremely beautiful and fascinating. It was amorphous, yet so mesmerizing. Space-time sword technique, 7th form, enchanted. The sword movement was so enchanting that any ordinary cultivator would likely be fascinated by its poignant sword light. However, the unconscious corpse puppet was not affected in any way. The sword movement was too fast with speeds that were not something a corpse puppet could handle. The poignant sword light smashed on the bronze-armored corpse puppet's body without any resistance. The bronze-armored corpse puppet was refined using special methods. Hence, its divine body was extremely powerful, far more powerful than a high-level grand ultimate god's. An ordinary frontal attack would not cause much damage to the corpse puppet. However, Jian Wushuang's rapid sword attack contained more than just his extremely powerful divine power. It also contained a large number of space-time blades. The space-time blades were formed upon reaching the second stage of space-time law, space-time strangulation. The space-time blades were extremely sharp and powerful, and Jian Wushuang's sword attack contained a whopping 18 space-time blades. Buzz! The sword light bombarded the bronze-armored corpse puppet's divine body as a terrifying strangulation power was discharged. The bronze-armored corpse puppet had no room to struggle as it was strangled and shattered. Half of the bronze-armored corpse puppet was completely shattered following the sword light's trajectory. In the void above the cemetery, Jian Wushuang slowly retracted his long sword and glanced indifferently at the bronze-armored corpse puppet's remains that had fallen to the ground below. I've meticulously studied for 30 years under the assistance of 2 Fengtian scrolls. I've improved a lot in both sword principles and understanding of laws in these 30 years and made great progress, especially in space-time law. My divine power breath is equivalent to this bronze-armored corpse puppet when I executed both the divine god of punishment and 7 stars secret technique. In addition, I have a better understanding of space-time law and sword principles than him, murmured Jian Wushuang. The bronze-armored corpse puppet was just an ordinary high-level grand ultimate god during his lifetime, so his understanding of laws and sword principles were still rather undeveloped. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang had only improved 1 level of cultivation realm in the past 30 years, but his understanding of laws and the sword principle had improved tremendously. As an example, he could only barely condense 2 space-time blades from the space-time law 30 years ago, but he was able to condense 18 space-time blades in one go 30 years later. If he had done his best, condensing 20 space-time blades was not a problem. His achievements were definitely one of the strongest amongst high-level, grand, ultimate gods. Due to that, Jian Wushuang could easily kill the bronze-armored corpse puppet under the premise of equivalent divine power. The interspatial ring naturally fell into Jian Wushuang's hands after beheading the bronze-armored corpse puppet. Jian Wushuang carefully scanned it and was satisfied with the resources contained within. It was the entire net worth of a high-level grand ultimate god after all. Jian Wushuang killed the bronze-armored corpse puppet by himself, so he did not need to share the resources and treasures in the interspatial ring with the rest. It was considered a big win. I wonder how the rest are doing now. Jian Wushuang wondered. The cemetery was too dangerous, with corpse puppets everywhere. He was not bothered by bronze-armored corpse puppets, but would rather stay away from silver-armored corpse puppets or bronze-armored corpse puppets that could pose a great deal of risk and trouble for him. Therefore, he dared not move around, as the best option was to wait for the others to solve their trouble before regrouping together for the next course of action. Jian Wushuang stood there and waited quietly before Saber Master sent a message after a while. Saber Master was the strongest amongst the 6, with his combat prowess very close to a peak grand ultimate god. He was chased by a bronze-armored corpse puppet, which was easily solved. He then summoned the other 5 after he was done. Chapter 27-29, the first to fall. All right, so we gather there. Jian Wushuang got the location shared by Saber Master and departed. Although the 6 of them had scattered and fled in different directions, they were not too far from each other. The other 5 also knew the location shared by Saber Master, and it was not difficult for them to head over there. Jian Wushuang did not go immediately as he waited momentarily before setting off. He finally arrived at the void after Saber Master, God Hongchen, and Long Xinzi. Among the 3 high-level grand ultimate gods, Saber Master and Hong Qin both looked extremely relaxed, while Long Xinzi was extremely pale with the corners of his clothes having traces of blood, while his breath of aura was quite weak. Long Xinzi, you! Jian Wushuang looked at Long Xinzi in surprise. 5 of them were targeted by a corpse puppet before everyone scattered and fled except for Grand Ultimate God Hongchen. The one who went after Long Xinzi was a silver-armored corpse puppet. Although the silver-armored corpse puppet was powerful, whereby Long Xinzi might not be able to resist its attack, Long Xianz's methods and life-saving abilities could have helped her. The silver-armored corpse puppet should be unable to catch up with her had she not delayed and immediately run for her life. Hence, she should not be so miserable. However, I was unlucky. I ran into 2 bronze-armored corpse puppets while running away from the silver-armored corpse puppet. The 2 bronze-armored corpse puppets blocked my path and besieged me together with the silver-armored corpse puppet. I almost died, but managed to escape with my life-saving technique, said Long Xinzi, who was grateful for the narrow escape. Jian Wushuang realized what had happened. There were many corpse puppets around in the cemetery, making it possible for Long Xinzi to encounter other corpse puppets while fleeing. Long Xinzi was a little unlucky. The 4 of us are waiting for the devilish Wind King and Yishin. I don't know if they both managed to get rid of their corpse puppets, said Long Xinzi. Jian Wushuang sighed. It was true that Long Xinzi was unlucky, but she was not the one with the worst luck. Devilish Wind King and Yishin had it worse. The 2 only primary-level grand ultimate gods were each targeted by a silver-armored corpse puppet and the scariest gold-armored corpse puppet. The silver-armored corpse puppet might be easier to handle, but the gold-armored corpse puppet, even Saber Master would want to run away from it. It all depends on their fate. Let's hope they come back safely, said Jian Wushuang. The 4 of them stood waiting quietly. A figure slowly drifted over in the void after nearly half an hour. Oh, the devilish Wind King. Jian Wushuang and the others were surprised to see who had arrived. I finally see the 4 of you again. Devilish Wind King was equally miserable as though he had just gone through a disaster. His divine power breath was extremely weak and he struggled to squeeze a smile when he saw his 4 teammates. Devilish Wind King, you managed to escape from the gold-armored corpse puppet? Grand Ultimate God Hong Qin glanced at Devilish Wind King in surprise. Only after I used my ultimate life-saving method. The Devilish Wind King smiled bitterly. Grand Ultimate God Hong Qin nodded. The Devilish Wind King was very famous in the Danyang continent for being extremely difficult to subdue. It was due to his powerful life-saving abilities to a large extent. Hence, it would take an arduous effort to kill the Devilish Wind King. Where is Yishen? Jian Wushuang asked. Saber Master replied, I've already sent him a message, but he hasn't responded. We probably don't have to wait anymore, as he could have died, said Devilish Wind King. Died. Jian Wushuang's pupils shrunk. I received a message from Yishin telling me that he was on his way to escape, but ended up encountering another silver-armored corpse puppet blocking his path. He was then besieged by 2 silver-armored corpse puppets at the same time with no chance of escaping, said Devilish Wind King. Jian Wushuang and the others fell silent after hearing the bad news. Although Yishin was rather powerful, he was only a primary-level grand ultimate god. It was extremely challenging to be confronted by a silver-armored corpse puppet, but to face 2 silver-armored corpse puppets at the same time only meant he had no chance of escaping. In addition, there was no information on Ishin's whereabouts, which only meant he had failed to survive. Ishin was the first to die among the 6 experts who entered the secret realm. However, Jian Wushuang was rather perplexed after learning the news of Ishin's death. Ishin could not survive because he was targeted by a silver-armored corpse puppet. However, the devilish Wind King, who's slightly weaker than Ishin, had survived the attack from a gold-armored corpse puppet? Jian Wushuang murmured. He knew the devilish Wind King had powerful life-saving abilities. Hence, the devilish Wind King might seem to be much stronger than Ishin in that aspect. However, Jian Wushuang was still curious, but would try to find out the answer later. Long Xianzi and devilish Wind King, you both are seriously injured. This cemetery is way too dangerous with corpse poisons lurking all over the place, and it's getting more and more powerful. There isn't a place for you both to recover from your injuries at the moment, so shall we carry on with the journey? Saber Master looked at them. We should be all right if we don't bump into another gold-armored corpse puppet, replied Long Xianzi. The devilish Wind King agreed. Let's go. The 5 people immediately carried on with their journey after reaching a consensus. The cemetery was huge. They had traveled for several hours, but still had not passed through the cemetery. One of them had died, while the other 2 were severely injured, but they were only halfway through the cemetery. They were being extra cautious. However, they were quite lucky after that, as they indeed encountered 3 other corpse puppets, but none could threaten them. They had not bumped into another gold-armored corpse puppet, nor did they encounter any difficult hindrances along the way. The 5 finally passed the cemetery 2 hours later. Phew, it's over. Finally, we passed the cemetery. After reaching the end of the cemetery, they noticed the corpse poison around them had slowly dissipated with no more densely packed stone coffins in front of them. The 5 of them then rejoiced. We should be safe out here away from the cemetery. Let's stay here for a while to recover our divine power. Long Xianzi and devilish Wind King, both of you are seriously injured, so hurry up and recuperate, suggested Saber Master. All right. Long Xianzi immediately sat down with the devilish Wind King and started recovering from their injuries. Jian Wushuang, Saber Master, and Hongqin also began to restore their divine power. Their divine body was constantly enduring the corpse poison's erosion, and a great deal of their divine power was consumed for that purpose. Jian Wushuang was the exception, of course, but he still pretended to recover his divine power nonetheless. Chapter 2730. The Power of Consciousness. Half a month passed in a flash. Long Xianzi and devilish Wind King had recovered from their injuries within that half a month. Let's go, said Saber Master as the group of 5 carried on their journey. They went through a day without extraordinary incidences. Finally, the 5 of them arrived at the center of the ancient castle, the castle's core. They faced yet another cemetery. The difference being the cemetery was much smaller than the one they previously had been, as there were not as many stone coffins in the cemetery. However, the edifice transparent stone coffins suspended in that cemetery stood tall, with each being more than 10 feet long. Jian Wushuang and the others could see through the stone coffins and observe the figures lying within from the cemetery's edge. All of them had their eyes on one particular stone coffin before them, a woman lying peacefully in the stone coffin. The more than 2 yards tall woman looked tall and slender in her white robe. Although she was laid to rest with her eyes closed, her ethereal appearance gave away a somewhat holy feeling. She looked like a saint. This woman, Jian Wushuang, and the others were awestruck from looking at the white-robed woman. She had obviously passed on for many years, but her corpse still could gain the respect from those few grand, ultimate gods. She must at least be an undying saint, and I'm guessing she must be some extremely powerful undying saint, commented devilish Wind King. Will she be awakened from her stone coffin, just like those corpse puppets we saw earlier? Long Xianzi asked nervously. Jian Wushuang and the rest felt their hearts skip a beat. In the previous cemetery, the stone coffins had corpse puppets that were extremely difficult to deal with, especially gold-armored corpse puppets. The group of 5 could do nothing but flee frantically when those terrifying corpse puppets appeared. The woman before had crossed the boundaries of an ultimate god. None of the 5 would survive if she was also reanimated as a corpse puppet and stepped out of her stone coffin. I don't think she's a corpse puppet, as there isn't any corpse poison in this cemetery. In addition, she doesn't look like a corpse puppet, said Sabermaster. The rest nodded and expressed their agreement. All 5 of them then unleashed their soul power while trying to find out more about the stone coffins, if there were opportunities or treasures left behind. However, just when their soul power was about to touch the first stone coffin, "Get out of here!" they suddenly heard someone bellowing. The voice rang in their ears along with an oppressive force none of them could resist. Jian Wushuang, Hong Chen, Long Xianzi, Devilish Wind King, and the most powerful of them all, Sabermaster, instantly turned pale. They shuddered. This is, Devilish Wind King widened his eyes. It's the power of consciousness. Oh gosh! She had passed on for so many years, yet her power of consciousness remains terrifyingly strong. Jian Wushuang and the others were taken aback. The power of consciousness. Any powerful cultivators would possess their very own power of consciousness. Likewise, ultimate gods such as Jian Wushuang and the others. The power of consciousness grew in correlation with one's cultivation realm and strength. It represented a person's will. However, even if an actual living, undying saint stood before them and displayed his power of consciousness, all 5 of them would still not be so fearful. Therefore, they were utterly surprised the woman, who had been dead for so long, could exhibit such a tyrannical power of consciousness. Her strength was simply unfathomable. "Let's try some other stone coffins," suggested Sabermaster. The 5 of them began looking for their next target. Although the cemetery was not as huge as the one before, there were dozens of stone coffins with figures lying in them. The group of 5 tried sending their soul power to the other stone coffins, and the same thing happened. Every expert in those stone coffins had been dead for many years, but each of them maintained a very strong power of consciousness. Not a single one of them was weaker than the holy woman they first saw. The group of 5 was astounded by every power of consciousness they came in contact with. D***, every stone coffin contains such terrifying power of consciousness. We won't be able to get them even if there are treasures and opportunities left behind by these experts, because we can't even get close. Grand, ultimate God Hong, Qin complained. Jian Wushuang and the rest were awestruck. They were aiming for those various treasures and opportunities when they decided to visit the secret realm. They went through various obstacles to arrive at the cemetery and saw the corpses in the stone coffins with their collected treasures during the deceased cultivator's lifetime. It was definitely a great opportunity for the 5 of them to get their hands on those treasures, but they were disappointed in the end because of the power of consciousness. Grand Ultimate God Hongqin was right to say that they were not qualified to get near those stone coffins with the existence of such a strong power of consciousness. They might have to reach the undying saint realm to withstand the power of consciousness. We can only look at those great opportunities in front of us. Sabermaster looked dejected. Jian Wushuang, Hong Qin, Devilish Wind King, and Long Xinzi felt the same. Suddenly, buzz! A strange light condensed in front of them. The grayish ray of light gradually took the form of a human figure. The gray-robed old man looked extremely simple and amiable. His hair was quite messy and with no breath of aura present. He might have been unnoticeable had the group of 5 closed their eyes. The gray-robed old man appeared before the 5 of them. Jian Wushuang, Sabermaster, Hong Chen, Devilish Wind King, and Long Xinzi were looking at the gray-robed old man. The 5 of them had a solemn look. Chapter 2731. The secret realm's spirit, the gray-robed old man, stood in front of Jian Wushuang and the others, but they felt that the old man was intangible, as though he had blended into the void around him like he was one with the secret realm. The old man indifferently swept his gaze across at the group of 5, stopping at each of them to take a good look. He slowly said after a long time, "Kids, welcome to my master's secret realm. In the steward, you can call me Old Gu or Master Gu. Did you say that this is your master's secret realm? Are you the secret realm's spirit?" Saber Master narrowed his eyes and stared at the gray-robed old man called Old Gu. "Yes." Old Gu nodded and admitted. Jian Wushuang and the others gave their countenance. It must have cost a lot to set up the secret realm. The person who set up the secret realm was unmistakably a pinnacle expert in ancient god domain. The secret realm spirit was most probably bestowed by the expert, and probably had its consciousness which allowed the spirit to control the secret realm. The old man was the secret realm spirit. "My master has created this secret realm for a long time with none who has been able to reach here until now. You have good luck as grand ultimate gods." Old Gu smiled faintly. "Come with me." Old Gu turned around and headed toward the end of the cemetery. Jian Wushuang and the others looked at each other before immediately going after the old man. "Old Gu, these experts in the coffins must have been extraordinary during their lifetime." Jian Wushuang curiously asked, "These experts?" Old Gu smiled. "Yes, they were very good, with all of them being rather extraordinary, which was the reason their bodies can stay here." Old Gu began explaining about the secret realm. "My master is someone extraordinary. As for his name and cultivation realm, all of you don't have the right to know. My master is fond of collecting experts' corpses during his lifetime, especially those experts whom he killed. This cemetery you're in now has dozens of experts' corpses who are my master's prized possessions, with all of them killed by my master. They must possess remarkable strength during their lifetime to be killed and kept in this cemetery by my master. Hence they were at least an undying saint and exceptionally outstanding among their peers." Jian Wushuang and the others in the group were impressed. Only the best among the best undying saint or above corpses could stay in the cemetery. Just like this woman. Old Gu pointed to the saint-like woman next to him. It was the woman Jian Wushuang and the others first saw. She is called White Lotus Saint, an undying saint who is invincible even amongst experts in third heaven, with her strength at the peak undying saint. She was once besieged by 10 remarkable undying saints who tried to kill her, but were single-handedly killed by her instead. Her strength had reached the very pinnacle of what an undying saint could achieve. She was indeed powerful, but unfortunately too proud and complacent. My master met her and intended to take her as a concubine, but she did not cherish her great opportunity and blatantly rejected my master. My master was furious and killed her on the spot with a single finger movement, said Old Gu. He sounded so casual, as though it was the most natural matter. However, his words sounded completely different in Jian Wushuang and his group's ears. An invincible, undying saint capable of defeating 10 powerful, undying saints single-handedly was killed just because she refused to be the concubine of Old Gus Master? Old Gus Master was rather overbearing, was he not? In addition to being overbearing, his action reflected his brute strength and capabilities. How powerful was the master capable of killing an undying saint with a finger? This person here is Lord Goldsnow. He was stronger and more famous than White Lotus Saint. Old Gu pointed to a middle-aged man in snow-white armor laying in a stone coffin next to him. Lord Goldsnow was one of the most phenomenal undying saints who came from a remarkable background. He was from the 8 Heavenly Sect, whose master was indomitable in the ancient god domain. Unfortunately, he was too ostentatious and arrogant. He disdained my master and thought my master wouldn't dare to kill him. As a result, my master killed him right in front of his master. His master was furious and wanted to avenge him, but my master's excellent life-saving methods allowed him to easily escape. Lord Goldsnow's master and the entire 8 heavenly sect could do nothing to my master. Old Gu looked proud as he narrated the event. Saber Master, Hong Chun, Long Shinzi, and Devilish Wind King might not know much about the 8 heavenly sect, which Old Gu mentioned, but Jian Wushuang knew a great deal about the sect. The 7 Stars Black sect was the paramount sect in ancient God domain. However, the 7 Stars Black sect had been destroyed, with the next in line being 3 great sacred realms, for God Tribe and 8 heavenly sect. Those were the recognized top forces in ancient God domain. Those forces were overlords who held great prestige in the ancient God domain's core, and were incomparable to those sects and forces in Danyang Holy Domain, or the 9 realms of Golden Crow. One could simply imagine the strength of the 8 heavenly sect for being able to be one of the ancient God domain's great overlords. The 8 heavenly sect could not avenge Lord Goldsnow despite being so. It just shed light on how powerful Old Gus Master was. This person, Old Gu, was introducing other experts in the remaining stone coffins to Jian Wushuang and his group along the way. There was no doubt those experts were remarkable figures in ancient God domain, with any one of them enough to frighten the group of 5. Unfortunately, they became corpses laid in the cold stone coffins. My master had killed countless experts, but those qualified to be remembered and placed in this secret cemetery are these. Although there are only a few dozen of them here, they were truly powerful, and not someone an ordinary undying saint can compete with. The most famous undying saint my master encountered was Sword Lord Tong Xen when my master first arrived at this territory. He was a rather powerful undying saint, but unfortunately didn't qualify to be kept here. Chapter 2732. One more opportunity. Old Gu was chattering away casually while Jian Wushuang and the other 4 were stunned to hear his stories. Old Gu was telling the group how powerful those experts around them were, but they were unable to fathom that knowledge since they could not imagine those experts' strength level. The group finally grasped the idea of how powerful those deceased experts were when Sword Lord Tong Xen was mentioned. Everyone in the group of 5 had heard of Sword Lord Tong Xen, who was an unrivaled, undying saint, especially Jian Wushuang. He knew a little more about Sword Lord Tong Xen compared to the others, since Jian Wushuang on the first 4 stages of the transmigration sword formation. It was not an exaggeration to claim that Sword Lord Tong Xen was the most powerful undying saint born in the territories of 9 realms of Golden Crow in millions of years. However, such an existence was looked down upon by Old Gu. Sword Lord Tong Xen did not even have the qualifications to be placed in the cemetery. In other words, any of those dozens of experts in the cemetery were much stronger than Sword Lord Tong Xen. However, they were killed easily by Old Gus Master. Old Gus Master must surpass the undying saint realm, muttered Jian Wushuang. The group of people soon reached the front of the cemetery and saw 2 stone coffins that were obviously taller and more unique than the rest. Those 2 stone coffins were more than 30 feet long. Not only were they larger in size, but also came with a lot of restrictions around them. There were also 2 cold corpses laid to rest in the 2 stone coffins, but they were unable to see the corpse's appearance because of the restrictions in place. Old Gu, did your master kill these 2 experts as well? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, both of them were killed by my master. They were much stronger than the ones you just saw, as they are both law lords. Old Gu smiled. Law lords? Jian Wushuang was surprised to hear that. Saber Master was also shocked. They might not have heard of law lords, but they figured that law lords must have been above undying saints. They had no idea how powerful a law lord was, but they figured that law lord must be much more powerful than an undying saint. Old Gus Master not only had killed those invincible undying saints, but also killed 2 law lords. The master's cultivation realm was obviously at the law lord realm at least, and possibly a top-rated law lord. Old Gu leaped forward, and a towering throne soon appeared out of thin air. He sat on the throne while looking down at Jian Wushuang and the others with interest. Now, The 5 of you must come to this secret realm for the many opportunities and treasures left by my master, right? Old Goo smiled. Yes. The group of 5 did not deny the fact. Haha, my master did leave behind many opportunities when my master created this secret realm such that even his greatest inheritance is here. However, my master's realm is too high and you are merely at the grand ultimate God realm. Let's not talk about my master's inheritance. You're not even qualified to go through the tests left behind by my master. It's out of pure luck that you can get up till here, said Old Goo. Jian Wushuang and the rest turned slightly pale. Don't be upset. What my master left behind isn't something minor, grand, ultimate gods like you can handle, those trials included. You must at least be an undying saint to undergo the trials, and even then only extremely powerful undying saints that meet my master's requirement can go through a level or 2. However, none of you are qualified to do so. If I wasn't bored and deliberately made it easy for all of you, you won't even be able to get through those several places of crisis set up along the way. You won't even be able to make it up to here, added Old Goo. Jian Wushuang was startled. He finally understood all the dangers they encountered along the way were controlled by Old Goo. Every type of danger they encountered was in Old Goo's palm. In the first cemetery, Old Goo was the one who decides whether they would encounter any corpse puppets, including the type of corpse puppets. As for the 2 interspatial rings they got at the beginning, Old Goo must have deliberately placed them there. Old Goo continued after a short pause. In fact, there are many opportunities my master left behind in this secret realm. For example, this cemetery you're in now has dozens of experts in the coffins. Apart from the experts that my master particularly valued, the treasures that used to belong to these experts are kept in place. You can get them if you're capable, but unfortunately, none of you are powerful enough to get close to the coffins. Jian Wushuang and the others exchanged embarrassed looks with each other as they agreed with Old Goo. They had indeed failed to reach out for the great opportunities laid before them. Don't be disheartened. Each of you has previously gotten an opportunity. As for now, they'll give you one more opportunity because of the difficulties you went through to get here, said Old Goo casually. Jian Wushuang and the rest had their eyes lit up all of a sudden. Old Goo smiled and flipped his hand as an interspatial ring appeared in his hand. Old Goo asked, "Can you see this? The items in this interspatial ring will be the last you can get from this secret realm. They were nothing to my master, but are definitely considered great treasures to grand ultimate gods such as you, and even ordinary undying saints." Now, Old Goo cracked a strange smile before he slid one hand across the air, and a spatial passage appeared out of thin air before Old Goo threw the interspatial ring into it. I've thrown the interspatial ring into the other end of the spatial passage, somewhere in a vast, dark void. The 5 of you can enter this spatial passage and start searching in the dark void. It'll give you 3 hours. Whoever finds the interspatial ring and brings it out within 3 hours shall be the new owner of the interspatial ring. However, don't blame me if you fail to locate the interspatial ring within 3 hours. Old Goo smiled indifferently as the spatial passage grew bigger under his control. Now go on.